One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB23 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 23rd of October. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to Free Speech Nation with me, Josh Howard. This is the show where each week we see what's happening in the world of culture, current affairs and politics.
First we'll say, welcome to the UK. Oh, thank you.
And we're not afraid to use our free speech so that you can use yours.
It's not controversial in the slightest to anyone who hasn't lost their mind.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights at 7 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
I think GB News is completely unique in the way that we interact with our viewers.
Our audience aren't afraid to have their say. They want their voices heard now. And they've got a channel where that can happen.
I find more and more as I'm wandering around, people come up to me and they say, we saw you on television. I say, oh yes, on what? On GB News. Hello, are you the famous Sue?
The whole crew hid me here now. We came to celebrate.
It's our job to be the eyes and ears of the viewers.
They are part of the GB News family, and I'm pleased to say it's a very large family.
And if people go to the time and trouble of listening and watching, then we've got to do a good job for them.
Well, I'm here right in the epicentre of the protest.
Here we go again. You just tuned in. Where have you been?
It is raucous here tonight.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
We are live from London. This is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. Falklands warning. America is once again threatening its support for Britain's position on the islands. But has Trump gone too far?
Sovereignty of the Falklands is not up for negotiation.
It is entirely and utterly non-negotiable.
They are British territory. I don't know what Donald Trump is talking about.
He's a dangerous and reckless president.
Make elections British again. Nigel Farage wants foreign language election material out and tougher rules on who can vote. Is he taking a page from Trump's playbook? Healey's retreat. Well, he quit because Britain wouldn't spend 3% on defence. But now he's Chancellor. Well, he's done an about turn and he won't commit to it either. So what exactly did he resign for?
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
Trump shoots for the moon. President Trump is launching a new space academy to train America's next generation of astronauts, and he's determined to return before he leaves office.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step.
And Dolly's lasting legacy. Yes, you won't believe what they want to rename now in honour of Dolly Parton. Whilst here in Britain, 3 of her biggest hits have soared back up the charts, including this one.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man.
I want her hair. But I'm Christo Fufas. This is The Late Show Live. Welcome to The Late Show Live. Yes, we are live. It is the middle of the night here. It's earlier in Washington, and we've got a great couple of panels for you in London. We've got former Labour councillor Stuart Fawcett, former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson, a lot of formers here, haven't we? In Washington, well, we've got the Bureau Chief of The Guardian, David Smith, current, but another former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell. Hello to you both. Give us a wave.
Hello.
Oh, we've got some nodding. There we go. We've got a wave as well. Thank you for joining us tonight. OK, let's bring you some breaking news, which has just entered the GB newsroom. President Trump has announced what he is calling the biggest oil deal in world history. On Truth Social, the president claimed the United States has secured majority control of more than 65 billion barrels of Venezuela's proven oil reserves. Writing on Truth Social, he says, the United States of America has just entered into an agreement with the country of Venezuela on the biggest oil deal in world history. At my direction, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, working closely with highly respected interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, and through a partnership with private business, have secured majority US control of more than 65 billions of proven oil reserves in Venezuela at no cost to the American taxpayer. This historic transaction more than doubles American oil reserves, greatly increases our oil supply, and will substantially lower gas prices for all Americans long into the future, while helping to continue to set Venezuela on a course toward tremendous success and great prosperity. This transaction will greatly strengthen the already growing relationship between Venezuela and the United States. Thank you for your attention on this groundbreaking matter. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. So we'll bring you more on that, some reaction as well throughout the show tonight. But also breaking news tonight, the United States has threatened to oppose Britain's sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. This is massive, and this is if Andy Burnham fails to increase that defence spending. Washington officials have said that whilst they believe Britain has the potential to be a leading partner in defence, the UK's defence plan announced in June was not enough of a step in the right direction. An internal Pentagon memo leaked back in April first suggested that the US would use a review of its Falklands stance as diplomatic leverage against NATO allies. The proposal is part of the measures being drawn up by senior Pentagon defence officials as an incentive to hit NATO's 5% spending pledge. So this is important stuff. Let's now talk to the political editor for Times Radio. It's Anna Mielhelova. Hello there, Anna.
Hello.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. So firstly, this is massive because, of course, without America backing us over our defence, not just of the Falkland Islands, but particularly on this particular area, we're in a pretty perilous position with Argentina.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that has bubbled under the surface for some time. It has been hinted at as a potential source of leverage. Typically, of course, officially this is denied. But as you can see, the Telegraph is reporting tonight that, again, sources are saying, senior Washington sources are saying that with the review of NATO, the US and NATO coming up, that this is going to be singled out as a way to put pressure on the UK in particular. We know Donald Trump has not been happy with how a lot of, all the European countries have been in NATO in terms of funding defence. He has consistently said that they do not put enough money into their own defence. And it seems that the Falklands in particular are now going to be used to almost single out Britain as one to particularly highlight, which is not good news for Andy Burnham, of course.
Absolutely. And of course, this, I would say, signals a level of frustration, I think, from the White House, doesn't it? That we seem to be flip-flopping on our defence policy. And essentially, they're saying, well, you've got to either put up or shut up.
Yeah, and the most worrying thing for the government on this is that this story says that Washington is not happy with the current defence investment plan. So this is the one that Keir Starmer agreed just before he left office. And it's also the one that, if you remember, John Healey effectively resigned over. There's a revamped version of what it is, but really the money is pretty much the same. And the big headache for Healey, who is now Chancellor, and he actually has to find the money for this. The really big headache is even that defence plan was underfunded. It had £4.7 billion of money to find, which the government has to find in the upcoming budget, which is a huge black hole in itself. And pretty much everyone knows that that money is still not enough for what is needed for defence. And yet that's money that we don't even know how they're going to find yet. And now we've got Washington saying that even it thinks that it's not enough. So it's going to be a really big headache come the budget.
And what's interesting about this Telegraph report is it quotes a senior US official, unnamed, saying that there will be special attention being paid to Britain when it comes to looking at our defence as a NATO ally. And I guess what this tells us is that a lot of the time, Burnham, Starmer, the succession of prime ministers, they absolutely love to trumpet our special relationship and talk about how wonderful this all is. But actually, the downside to that is we've got to really step up when it's required. And this was exposed a little, wasn't it, when it came to the support of the Iran intervention by Trump as well. They're saying, look, if you want the special relationship, that's fine, but actually we're going to look at you in special circumstances when it comes to whether you are a true ally in defence.
Yes, and of course, something like the Falklands, which carries so much history and is so emotive, even mentioning its sovereignty, you've got to remember that the official US stance is that it maintains a neutral position. So any suggestion that that might be reviewed would be a really big source of pressure and quite a big diplomatic step from what is objectively our biggest ally and remains our biggest ally because of the level of cooperation, intelligence sharing, all of those links, especially in defence and intelligence, that remain and are not going to be possible to unwind. So I think the UK being the suggestion that it would be singled out in particular is... It's not so much a break in the way that Washington has been acting, because we've had similar words from Donald Trump before, particularly with Keir Starmer, but it would be the first time that he had said such things, or the administration has hinted such things under Andy Burnham premiership. And Burnham, of course, having come in fresh, will be very, very keen to restart relations and start them on a good footing.
A positive note, which I'm not sure people will think that this is. Really good to get your thoughts on this. That's Anna Miel Helova from Times Radio. OK, let's get the reaction of my panel this morning. Well, we've got David Smith, who is in the Washington Bureau Chief in The Guardian, and these are in our Washington studio. Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio. We've got Stuart Fawcett, former Labour councillor, and of course former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson, both of you in London. OK, let's go to Washington first, because I'd like to know from you, Matt Terrell, is this a sign of the real frustration that Washington has at the moment, that perhaps the UK is just not stepping up to the plate enough?
Trump's word on all of this, not unnamed, Washington officials. But with that said, I do think there's been some long-standing frustrations, no question about it, particularly from President Trump as it relates to Britain and defense spending. For years, President Trump has been talking about the need for NATO countries to step up when it comes to spending more on their own national defense. You've seen some countries move in the right direction, such as Poland, but the UK is far behind. I mean, the truth is the Royal Air Force in the UK is the smallest it's been since the end of World War II. You're seeing real challenges when it comes to the UK defending itself. And I think where President Trump is at is recognizing that the United States has done a lot to protect countries such as the UK. It's the #1 spender and funder when it comes to NATO, the United States is. It's time for the UK to step up and get to the necessary spending metrics for its own national defense and stop spending money, frankly, on foreign nationals in its own prisons. Stop spending money on asylum seekers and on illegal immigrants. Put your money towards national defense. It's not just what President Trump wants, it's what the citizens of the UK want.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will agree with that. But David Smith, a lot of people would think that actually this is the US holding the UK to ransom, almost blackmailing the UK. What would you say to those critics?
Yes, I mean, I think this is classic Donald Trump in two ways. It fits a pattern where he's often tougher on his allies than his adversaries, such as Kim Jong-un of North Korea and Vladimir Putin of Russia, for example. And secondly, it's also classic Trump because we know from his business career and now in politics, he's a master at probing for weaknesses and vulnerabilities in his opponent. We've certainly seen that in past election campaigns, and now the UK is getting that treatment. I think when it comes to NATO spending, he and many in his administration are Anglophiles, so Britain are probably the first country they think of. They expect Britain to lead the way here and perhaps others to follow. And now the big question is, how will Andy Burnham respond? Will he fall into line, as some world leaders have done over the past year or so? Or will he look at the examples of Denmark over the Greenland issue and Giorgia Meloni in Italy, and of course, most recently, Mark Carney in Canada, and decide it's better to be robust and stand up to Donald Trump, and maybe his population will respect him more for that. So I think it's a moment of choosing for Andy Burnham.
All right, Conservative MP Jane Stevenson, former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson, it's all your fault, I'm going to say, because you were part of 14 years of a government that if you'd funded defence properly, then Andy Burnham and those that are in Labour now wouldn't be in this position, and Trump wouldn't be making these threats. It's your fault, Jane Stevenson.
Me personally, thank you. There were many MPs cross-party who were calling for increased defence spending for the time I was in from 2019. But I think we have failed. We've relied on the United States as part of NATO to be that big part of our own domestic defence. And I think whether you like President Trump or whether you dislike President Trump, the one thing I quite like is that he is standing up to other NATO members, standing up to EU members and saying you need to invest more money in defence. We are living in a much more dangerous world.
But what would you say to David's point there, where he was saying, well, actually, why doesn't he stand up to potential enemies and threats to NATO in the way that he stands up to his friends? Is it tough love, or what is it?
I mean, you would like these conversations. We are a very close ally of the US. You would like them held in private, ideally, but Trump is a deal maker and he wants to show us his strongest cards. He wants to strong arm. He wants that sort of vision of himself as the alpha male president who's going to get the US great deals. So I'm not surprised at Donald Trump doing this, but I think he should maybe reflect on how sensitive an issue the Falkland Islands is. I visited the Falkland Islands and I know how absolutely British and patriotic the islanders are.
It's emotive, but former Labour councillor Stuart Fawcett, right, this is going to put Andy Burnham in almost a snookered position, because really he probably knows deep down that Trump is right. He's got to up the defence spending. But now Trump has demanded it, the traditional Labour voter and all of his backbenchers are going to want him to show that he's going to stand up to Trump. So now, what on earth is he going to do?
I think the first thing to ascertain is that, you know, the UK and the US share the special relationship because fundamentally we believe in self-determination, and that essentially means that the Falkland Islands belongs to whoever it wants to belong to, and at the moment that is the Falkland Islands who have chosen to remain British.
Yeah, but that doesn't help if there are Argentinian, you know, boats and troops heading there, does it?
Well, hold on. The position at the minute is they may not back that. Well, the only thing that matters is self-determination, and the Falkland Islands back that, and that's what's important. Now, moving on to defence. We are in a serious situation. You mentioned earlier about previous Tory governments. I was a naval officer in 2010 when the Strategic Defence Review dropped and we had a serious cut in capabilities, that the harshest ever. We lost all of our aircraft carriers, the development of all new ships that potentially could have gone and defended the Falkland Islands were cut back massively. And we're still feeling the shocks of that today. Now, if you fast forward now to the Defence Investment Plan, you're right. We're in a real tough situation with the amount of the financial headroom that we have and what we can invest in defence. But realistically, defence capability isn't about percentages. It's about what it can actually do when warfighting matters. Now, since that initial Defence Review paper that came out that John Healey resigned over, a lot of the capabilities that money was going to go on have changed massively, especially in response to drone warfare and what we've learned in Ukraine. So I don't think it's just about percentage here. And I think it's about working with the US to say, how can we operate better together as NATO members?
Well, we'll come back to this story because we're going to be talking about John Healey's apparent U-turn on this as well, because, you know, he's got a couple of positions on this, hasn't he? More than the Kama Sutra, some would say. OK, coming up here on The Late Show Live, thanks to my panel, the Met Police is joining a nationwide scheme to help find vulnerable military veterans who go missing. But why has it taken so long? Shadow Defence Minister Mark Francois will join me. But first, Nigel Farage wants foreign language election material out and tougher rules on who can vote in. Is he taking a page from Trump's playbook? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Your views. Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated. Your voice. Lots of you guys getting in touch. Your perspective. Before these two start fisticuffs. Your issues. What is the official party line? Your concerns. Do you agree with that? Your show. Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in,
I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step.
Thanks for your company. Welcome back to The Late Show Live. And President Trump launching that new Space Academy to train America's next generation of astronauts. He is determined to return to the moon before he leaves office. And we're going to be talking about that shortly. By the way, I forgot to say as well, hello, don't forget your say as well, gbnews.com/your say. So I'm just going to read one very quickly because we've been talking about NATO. Bernadette, hello to you. Other NATO members have taken it for granted for too long that America will make up the shortfall in funding, especially the UK, who squanders taxpayers' money with no benefit to the UK or its people. And Labour in particular, certainly in the past, you're right on this, Bernadette, been very vocal in insulting Donald Trump, and they expected him to forgive and forget and accept their fake friendship. He's not as daft as they hoped he was. They need this kick up the jacksie. And I say to Trump, put your best steel toe caps and go for it as well. Falklands, though, very emotive. We'll return to this a little bit later because we've got some more conversations about defence. But first, Nigel Farage and Reform UK have announced plans for a Trumpian-style crackdown on British elections. Now, it could exclude millions from voting and make it harder for non-English speakers to take part. The party has published its Elections Integrity Bill. Now, this proposes measures such as removing the historic right to vote of Commonwealth citizens, ensuring that election material is only published in languages native to the British Isles, and on Friday, the Reform leader posted on X emphasising that political campaigns in Britain should not be in foreign languages, saying British elections should be for the British people. The bill also includes a proposal to require staff at polling stations to police whether people have sufficient English language skills in order to vote. Well, with me now is former national newspaper editor David Wooding. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us tonight, David. So, a good idea to give democracy more integrity, or as some critics will say, horribly racist and excluding people from the democratic process? Which is it?
Well, this is going to divide politics completely on this. The people at the fringes, the hard left and the hard right, will be massively at odds over this. It's a complete change to what we've used to. There are normally four main reasons for qualifying conditions for having the vote. The first, of course, is citizenship, being British. The second is your age, 18 at the moment, although Labour want to reduce it to 16. Residence, where you live, decides where you vote. And the fourth one is your legal status. If you're in prison for certain offences, you lose the right to vote. What the Reform Party, Daniel Kruger, the policy chief, wants to do is to bring the competence in the English language into this. And that's a massive change because what it would mean is that you would have to have a certain level of competence in speaking the English language, or Welsh or Gaelic if you're in certain parts of the United Kingdom, before you can vote.
But to me, this seems like a no-brainer, and it's not actually something I'd really thought about in depth before. But if you want to participate in British democracy and have the privilege of doing so, especially if you've come from countries that perhaps don't, surely the basic that should be expected is that you've learned the language.
Absolutely. Well, the two arguments on this one, Christo, are that one, if you can't speak the language, then that leaves you dependent on somebody else to tell you what's going on. So, for instance, you might have undue influence by a senior member of your family. If, for instance, you're a woman who has a dominant husband from different culture, the wife doesn't speak the English language properly, he tells her how to vote. And we've seen evidence of this in the Gorton and Denton by-election. The democracy observers found something like 32 cases of so-called family voting. And if you look at how many people they monitored, that amounts to 12%. That's 1 in 8 of people who voted if that was wiped across the same constituency at the same rate. But the other side of the argument, that side, one side of the argument, is that you're dependent on people who can speak the language. The other argument is that knowing the language doesn't necessarily mean you understand the political issues. Speaking English doesn't necessarily mean that you don't understand what's going on.
But it's a good start, right? I agree. I think we all should be more politically engaged. If it were down to me, it would be one of the GCSE subjects, or I don't even know if it is GCSE anymore, but it would be one of the main core subjects at school. However, it's a good start, right?
Of course it is. And it could be the other way around, of course, Christo, that, you understand the policies better than people who can't speak English. There's no real hard and fast rule on this. But the big problem will be in enforcing this is, what is the threshold on the English language? And who's going to be the judge of this? At the moment, it sounds like it will be the people in the polling stations. How will they feel about it?
Yeah.
We've already heard arguments about them being intimidated by men who've gone in there and been telling other members of their family how to vote. I think
if I jump in, that's a very, very fair point. That are they going to provide the resources to polling stations in order to be able to police that properly? David Wooding, former national newspaper editor, thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. OK, let's now go to the panel on this. I will start with you. Here in London, Stuart Fawcett, former Labour councillor. What do you think of this? Surely it's a basic requirement, speak English in order to participate in the democratic process here in the UK.
I mean, this is a bit of an interesting issue, isn't it? Almost because it's a non-issue, because, as I understand it, polling cards are printed in English, unless you're in Wales, in which they can be in Welsh as well, because that's a requirement. So in order to vote for that person, you obviously have to be able to identify the emblem or the person's name who you want to vote for. I think what this is really looking at is election material, essentially, and who that election material is aimed at. We obviously saw, as you mentioned, Gorton and Denton. There's a lot of election material printed in Urdu, I think some was in Arabic as well. Do we want to have a restriction on that? Well, would be a restriction on free speech then as well, remember. So realistically, what is this really targeting? What problem is this solving?
Why do we need election material in different languages?
Political parties can print anything they want. But
why do we need it?
Well, they're probably looking at certain areas. I think you need to look at something here. We have a constituency system in the UK. Certain areas have demographics and populations whose first language is not always English. Now, if you look at the Commonwealth...
But if their only language isn't only... I've got to get... Do you know what I find irritating about this, and I'm not saying that you are, but in general, is that the very people, usually on the left, who say, look, there is no issue with integration. Integration has worked so brilliantly here in the United Kingdom, but then they defend specific languages needed for election material, so you can't have it both ways.
Well, hold on. Well, political parties pay for their own election material, so there's no state money going into this. But if you want integration to happen, you have... what you're saying is we're going to dictate to people what political parties can do with legislation in terms of what they print. So that's quite interesting territory to go into, especially from Reform. So that's kind of interesting. It's also interesting that Reform are saying we want to devalue the Commonwealth by not allowing Commonwealth citizens to have the same enfranchisement. the Commonwealth should be, if anything, have more investment in it. It's a great
and I
union.
think that some people will agree with you on that. But let's stick to the language point for now, because I think that's the most interesting thing. So, Jane, what do you make of this? Former Conservative MP, doesn't it show that if election material is required in different languages because people do not have a grasp enough of English, that is a failure of integration?
To some extent, yes, but I think the main point of this, and I agree with almost all of it, is that British elections should have British citizens voting in it. And I find the Commonwealth is now, well over 1 million people who are Commonwealth citizens. Now, some of those people have been here decades, and I think there are so many, but you could land here tomorrow and you would immediately have the right to vote. You could have very little commitment to this country. You could be a student at a university in this country, but not have any sort of tax paying here, and you would still, as a Commonwealth citizen, have the right to vote. And because you get this sort of areas demographically that sort of join together, you see this voting from big Pakistani or Bangladeshi communities putting in independent candidates in various elections, which I don't always think is the healthiest thing. But I think I've seen family voting, I've canvassed a house, and it wasn't the sort of house you'd think. It was a very nice detached house in a very smart bit of Wolverhampton, and this very well-dressed, beautiful, in her 30s, Indian lady answered. We had a lovely chat, and I said, can I ask how you vote? And she very, blithely just said, I don't know, my husband deals with all of that. It's just normal in many households.
So it's not always language. Let's go to DC, because I'd be interested to know, David Smith from The Guardian, do you think that this is, some people will say this is reform, essentially dog whistling, not really trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, and trying to play to their traditional voter base? What would you say to that?
All of the above, I think. Yeah, it sounds like a solution in search of a problem. Nigel Farage, knowing who his political base is, playing to them, and arguably taking a page from the Donald Trump playbook of trying to exclude certain voters or suppress certain voting constituencies. And like Donald Trump, I'm sure Nigel Farage would say he stands for freedom. So why not allow political parties to have the freedom to appeal to whoever they want to? Those parties might think that in certain demographics, maybe people have English as a second language. Why not try and get a special resonance with their first language? To me, it doesn't really add up, and I'd love to hear more about why Nigel Farage thinks these foreign languages are doing damage somehow to democracy. Surely democracy is about including more people and getting more people to vote, not less.
Okay, Matt. Well, let me just go to Matt Terrell, because obviously Chief of Staff Marco Rubio formerly, so this is from the Trump playbook, but it's actually suppressing people's right to vote. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't think it's suppressing people's right to vote. I think it's recognizing that the most sacred thing you have in a country is the right to vote, to decide the future of your country. And that should be done in the language of the country. And part of this does, I think, go into potential voter fraud. Whether it's family voting in the UK, people not understanding the language, asking for help to read something, is a real challenge. But having multiple languages is not the answer. The answer is having integration. And to be a true citizen of a country, you really have to understand the language of that country. And I think where this is going is the importance of having true citizens of a nation participating in the electoral process of that nation. And in the end, the UK, I think, is making the right move here under Nigel Farage and his beliefs to make it one language that's represented at the ballot box. And obviously here in the United States, you have President Trump doing specific things with mail-in voting, wanting to pass the Save America Act to bring deep reforms to our electoral process here, particularly as it relates to voter fraud. But the importance here is having citizens voting in the process and representing the country in that process. And to do that, you should be doing that under the language of that country.
I just want to clarify something here, though, because I think there's a misconception. As is often the case, we're two countries separated by a common language. And our voting system, the point you have to vote, it is in English. What this restriction is looking at is the restriction on what language election materials are printed in, which is saying no foreign language, which in order to actually vote, you have to be able to read English.
Yeah, the vote. What you're saying is that
there's no regulation.
There's also an emblem on the ballot paper
which
as
is
well,
very
which you could point to. But the actual ballot paper
we're
is
not
English.
changing our vote. This is about the publication of election material.
All right. We've got to end it there. But thank you, panel. All right, still to come on Late Show Live.
We'll have to just finish the job. They're negotiating on fumes.
Yep, 6 months since the campaign against Iran began. US forces still enforcing a blockade. Tensions are still raging in the Strait of Hormuz. How does this war actually end? But first, Met Police joining a nationwide scheme to help find vulnerable military veterans. We'll talk to Shadow Defence Minister Marc-Francois next to discuss that. Only here on The Late Show Live on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans? Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Oh, we just love Dolly Parton. What a story this week. But it's so wonderful. Her music is being loved, and there now could be a new tribute to her in the US, a permanent one, which we'll tell you about a little later on, bringing you the full details of that. But first, the Metropolitan Police has become the 28th force to adopt something called the Forcer Protocol. It's a scheme designed to help find vulnerable military veterans who go missing and make that process far easier. It's named after a veteran by the name of Alan Forcer, who sadly took his own life after going missing in 2020. It started as a pilot with Greater Manchester Police, It's now spread to more than half of Britain's police forces, but there are many more that still need to take this up. Well, to tell us more about it is the Shadow Defence Minister, Mark Francois. Mark, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us tonight about this. I saw you this week, actually, at the Metropolitan Police launch of this, and you brilliantly explained to me exactly what this was and why it was so important. So for anyone who hasn't heard of the Forcer Protocol, can you explain what it is?
I'll have a go, and thank you for having me on, Christo, and thank you also for coming to support the event. So, yes, it's a suicide prevention tool to try and help military veterans who go missing. And the way that it works is this: if you're a friend or a relative of a veteran who you believe may be vulnerable, you can record their personal details, including their friends, their associates, places they like to go, haunts they like to frequent. That's kept on a secure database. And if that veteran then goes missing, the family can, by giving a PIN number, can have that information, which is held by an organisation called Safe and Found Online. They are then authorised to release that to the local police force, and that can go straight into squad cars around the police force area, so that those officers then have a very good idea of where to look and who to contact to find out what's happened to that veteran. Now, Greater Manchester Police trialled this a few years ago. It was a success. As you said, 2/3 of the police forces in England and Wales now use it. There's a lot of statistical evidence about how this system has worked in practice. And the really good news is it's now estimated to have saved several hundred lives of veterans who went missing. The protocol was activated. The police were given that information. They got to that veteran, who in some cases was very vulnerable, and were able to make them safe and get them to the support and help they needed. So that, in essence, is how it works. And it's a wonderful lady called Claire Lilly, who was Alan's widow, who came up with this idea, campaigned very hard. She was a constituent of mine. She came to my surgery. That was the genesis of it. I helped open some doors, but the idea was hers, not mine.
And you're right. We heard from her at the
to adopt it.
We heard from her at the event, and what was unbelievable about her story, when she'd reported poor Alan missing before he sadly took his own life, she basically said that she had to reel off to the police all of the vulnerabilities he had. He'd suffered from PTSD from his service. He'd had problems with alcohol and drugs. There were certain places that he might have been. There were certain medical conditions he might have had. And she said that she reeled all of this off, and then it ended up being condensed to a couple of sentences and then passed to various different people, all very well intentioned by the police. And what would have been very useful in his case would have been if she could have just given the code number, which gives access to this database. That would have all been there. She wouldn't have had to have repeated it to 11 different police officers, whom she ended up having to do that for, and it would have saved precious time and perhaps gone to the place where he ended up taking his own life.
Exactly. So as you say, Claire very emotively described what happened. And, you know, this information was passed on every time there was a shift change, and then he went to another police force area, then it had to be transferred to another police force. And, you know, some of the detail was lost in transit, as it were, and also this all took time. So what this system does is it benefits from modern technology. All of that information is held electronically, and once the PIN is given and it is released, that can be sent. You know, most modern squad cars have a computer terminal in them now, and that can be flashed straight to all the terminals for every police car in that police area within seconds. So the information is not lost, and you know, every copper that's out there is told there's a veteran, there's a photo of them in most cases, and a description. All this information about who they like to associate with, where they like to go. And admittedly, in a few extreme cases, the police have turned up, as it were, literally in the nick of time. and have saved that person's life. So it's a very powerful tool, and it combines modern technology with a very caring attitude to try and keep our veterans safe. And as I say, at the risk of hammering the nail, Christo, but having been there, you'll understand why it's so important. 2/3 of the forces in England and Wales have adopted it. Police Scotland are going to adopt it after Christmas. We're just campaigning to try and, as it were, get the whole set and get the other third to bring in. There's very little cost. It's all provided by Safe and Found online. Basically, the police just have to update their IT system to cope with it.
And forceaprotocol.org if you want to go on, or if you know someone who might find it useful to go on and have their details uploaded. Marc Francois, thank you so much for taking the time and explaining it all to us. Now, obviously, this is quite an emotive subject. If you've been affected by anything you've heard, the Samaritans are there for you day or night, 365 days a year. Call them 116123. You can get in touch with them for free. You can email them joe@samaritans.org, or just visit samaritans.org and find your nearest branch. All right, still ahead on The Late Show Live. Pakistan says a grooming gang ringleader who has been stripped of British citizenship is our responsibility. Now, would Donald Trump tolerate that answer for 5 minutes, even 5 seconds? Also tonight,
boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion?
Love to know what you think of this one. A council taking matters into its own hands, hiring private guards to patrol town centres where asylum seekers are being bussed in. Now, America gets it, but why doesn't Britain? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Nice to have your company here on The Late Show Live. And coming up, well, President Trump launching a new space academy to train America's next generation of astronauts. He's determined to return to the moon before he leaves office. But do you think that will happen? Now, we're going to delve into some of the main stories in the newspapers in just a moment, but we were just talking about the Forza Protocol, which is the database for police forces to sign up to, so that veterans themselves, family of veterans who are worried about their vulnerability and whether they might end up going missing, or indeed, like I say, a veteran themselves, they can enter all of these details into this database, and it really saves time, which is of the essence if someone does go missing. And Stuart, you are ex-forces, and this story's really hit home with you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the first thing to say is that if you're thinking of joining the British military, it's a fantastic career. The vast majority of people have excellent careers, second careers afterwards, lives afterwards. There's a very small proportion of people that have had a really rough time. Perhaps, I mean, I was medically discharged from the military, and it was a pretty rough ride out, and I wasn't an extreme case. But, you know, they've had a bit of a rough time and they need some support, and that's cases like this. So I would definitely urge all police forces to sign up to this initiative, because there is a serious disproportionate issue with veterans needing help. I work with veterans in the justice system. If you are being taken into custody, there is help for you. There is NHS services that can help you. There's even mentors for those in prison. A big problem at the minute is veterans often do identify. So always identify as a veteran. Sadly, at the minute, it's not a protected characteristic. So there's no legal duty to do anything like any other protected characteristic. But if you identify as a veteran, there's at least 5 NHS services that can help you if you're in custody, if you're in a healthcare setting, or if you're homeless. So that's really important to note as well. I think this is really important because the information that people could provide to those police officers to intervene, getting that information where it's needed at point of need, then means those services can get in there sooner, and the earlier intervention, the better. So definitely advise all police forces, a former councillor, armed forces champion and veteran who's worked with a lot of veterans in need, please sign up.
Because the suicide rate among veterans is so high, and it's about the speed, and it's about making sure that the information is just there. And I suppose actually it's a no-brainer when you think about it, that actually we've got this great technology nowadays, and why shouldn't all of that information be stored? And just to say to someone on your say, by the way, someone was saying the person whose details is Marvin, whose details are being submitted, has to consent to it, I imagine, though. Yes, absolutely. You can either do it yourself, or you can consent a family member to load this up for you as well.
It's about early intervention as well.
The other thing as well
really
is that what this protocol gives is that if you have, say you haven't signed up to it, the other element of the protocol is that it's a toolbox that if someone rings up and reports a veteran has gone missing, you can say it's a veteran, and the police force can go, OK, now I know what questions to ask, and I know where to put the information, because there are a specific set of criteria that a veteran might have if they go missing, as opposed to just a civilian.
I think it's a great common sense policy. It's a common sense use of modern technology, modern resources, and we all want to protect veterans if they're feeling vulnerable. So I think it's a good...
I think the biggest thing to know is as well that veterans primarily don't want to ask for help. So this service specifically remedies that problem. Veterans don't want to ask for help, but if it's then in front of them saying, no, we want to help you, Oppo, you know, we're going to get you sorted out, that makes all the difference. It's so important.
All right, let's talk about one of the front pages. Times has just filed. PM warned over stupid tax raid on capital gains. A senior ally, because of course there's a lot of talk at the moment of capital gains tax, because of course this government, their solution to everything is just tax. Being told apparently by a senior ally that increasing taxes on wealth, particularly capital gains, would be stupid because it would encourage entrepreneurs to leave the country, it would damage economic growth, and of course capital gains tax particularly, one of those taxes that it's almost optional, because you don't have to sell that asset. You can hold on to it and wait for a more simple sympathetic government, so actually sometimes it brings down the amount of tax you get. What do you think to that?
So I absolutely agree. If you are going to be taxed on selling your home, selling a second home, you're just not going to sell it. So it's going to clog up the property market. It's going to clog up lots of investment. People are not going to sell their companies, pass on their companies. I'm afraid it's incredibly naive because it is avoidable. People are going to hang on, waiting for this dreadful Labour government to be out of office, and with other parties coming in saying we're going to abolish stamp duty, which would really help get pensioners who are stuck in very big houses, unable to downsize because of the amount of tax they're going to be charged if they sell up.
Stuart, you know, even when Rachel Reeves put up capital gains tax, actually that year capital gains tax receipts went down. So how could they possibly be thinking that more of the same would be a good idea?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that the commitment to keep personal taxes consistent has been achieved so far. That promise has been kept. So no increase in VAT, national insurance or personal tax.
But if it's not going to raise more money...
Previous governments have not changed the threshold, so they weren't due to be changed until 2029.
But if it's not going to... Capital gains tax particularly, if it's not going to raise more money, why is this a good idea?
So there's a massive issue at the minute in terms of property is we don't have enough houses that we need to house people. And I think this is an initiative that's being considered in order to get people with second homes to sell those or look at the tax benefits of doing that in order to free up houses for people to go and live in. Okay. So that's the outlook at the moment.
Well, if you didn't have 70,000 migrants...
All right, and also, you know, lower the tax and they'll sell it. OK, more coming up in the next hour, and it's this.
Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion?
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Live from London, this is GB News with all the stories shaping Britain and America. Falklands warning America is once again threatening its support for Britain's position on the islands. But has Trump gone too far?
Sovereignty of the Falklands is not up for negotiation.
It is entirely and utterly non-negotiable.
They are British territory. I don't know what Donald Trump is talking about.
He's a dangerous and reckless president.
Breaking news tonight, drill, baby drill. President Trump says America has just secured majority control of more than 65 billion barrels of Venezuelan oil, calling it the biggest oil deal in world history. Operation Vanguard, a council taking matters into its own hands, hiring private guards to patrol town centres where asylum seekers are being bussed in. Now, America seems to get it, but many of you will be asking, why doesn't Britain?
Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion?
Deportation deadlock. Yes, Pakistan says a grooming gang ringleader who has been stripped of British citizenship, well, wait for this, is our responsibility. Now, would Trump tolerate that answer for a second? And Healey's retreat. Yes, he quit because Britain wouldn't spend 3% on defence, but now he's got the plum job of Chancellor, he won't commit to 3% on defence. So what exactly did he resign for?
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
And Trump shoots for the moon. President Trump launching a new space academy to train America's next generation of astronauts. He says he's going to return to the moon before he leaves office.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step.
And more tributes for Dolly Parton and potentially a lasting legacy in Nashville. We'll explain all a little later. Here in Britain, 3 of her biggest hits have soared back up the charts, including this one.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man.
A genuine legend. No, not me, Christo Fufas, Dolly Parton, but this is The Late Show Live. Oh, yes, we just get myself in my seat, yes. But we first start with you on a GB News alert this hour. A British council is taking a page straight out of America's border state playbook, hiring private security after claiming the national government has left local communities to deal with the consequences of its immigration policy. This is Reform-led county council, and it's launching patrols in 3 town centres where hundreds of male asylum seekers are regularly bussed in from a former military base. Now, council leaders are saying that women and girls are increasingly concerned and insist they won't wait for an incident before acting. So, just as we've seen from Texas to New York, has Britain's immigration crisis become a battle between government making the decisions and local communities paying the price? Well, let's now talk live to the political commentator Jess Kane. Jess, thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. So, what are you thinking in the States when you hear about this?
Well, I've said from the very start that Reform UK will be judged nationally in government by how they perform locally. And Essex County Council, they got a majority in May 2026. And just 3 months into this brand new administration, they're already taking the steps to provide safety towards women and girls. And can you blame them? There's going to be 17 minibuses a day, I believe, taking migrants, up to 1,300 migrants they're going to house in a rural sleepy village in Essex, going to all these towns, Chelmsford being one of them. And it's no surprise that the council has ordered security to be purchased for the safety of these women and girls.
But a lot of people will be saying, well, hang on, why is the council doing this? Isn't it the job of the police to keep people safe? And spending money on private security firms, this is setting a dangerous precedent. What would you say to that?
Well, I quite agree. We do need more police on the street, and that is precisely Reform UK's policy. But unfortunately, we don't. What are the police doing at the moment? They're putting people like poor Lucy Connolly in jail for 36 months over tweets. You know, we need to be having more proactive policing, but we don't. So a Reform UK council has had to sort of take the situation by the collar and take control.
Why do you think that the government is not listening to local residents? Because I really feel for people locally who are saying, look, this isn't families that are being put in these centres, of which I think people would have less concerns, far fewer concerns. It is essentially just single men who are coming over. And I don't understand what the authorities can't get their head around when it comes to that.
No, and I share those same views as you entirely. You know, I do find it extraordinary that when women say they feel safe, they feel unsafe even, that's okay. But as long as these illegal immigrants are brought into the occasion, that women are supposed to keep British and carry on. I don't think that's very likely. I think the government are afraid of looking racist because that is the sort of narrative you do see on the left. But really, the growing consensus among people, among the general population, is that they've had enough of this and they don't want to be housed next to camps of 1,300 men. They're mostly fighting age men, you know, and pity and empathy can only go so far when these are strong, fit and able men who have been in the headlines pretty much daily for attacking and raping our women and girls. You do understand why the general population are turning from them.
But critics would say to what you've just said there, Jess, they would say, well, look, you're tarring all of them with the same brush, that it's wrong to do that there might be a minority with ill intention, but actually the majority will be able to go into the towns and get on with their daily lives and not be intimidating to residents, not cause any kind of criminal behaviour. What would you say to that?
The thing is that all of the people here are illegal invaders, and whether they like it or not, they are here illegally, and therefore they must be detained and deported. I don't care if they haven't committed any crimes against our women and girls. The fact is that there have been leaflets issued to illegal immigrants because a pattern of behaviour has clearly been identified amongst these individuals. So I'm sorry, that just doesn't cut it for me. Clearly, there has been something to cause this, and they just all need to be detained and deported as soon as possible. This isn't working.
All right. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. That's the political commentator Jess Kane. I think a lot of people might agree with what you've had to say there. OK, let's see whether the panel does, though. Former Labour councillor here in London. We've got Stuart Fawcett, former Conservative MP here in London as well. Jane Stevenson in Washington. We've got the Bureau Chief for The Guardian, David Smith, and former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell. Let's go to Washington first, because I'm just interested. Let's start with you, Matt, actually, because I wonder what you think and what you think other Americans perhaps think about the idea of these huge former military bases, mainly full of migrant men, near very small towns and cities, and residents being really, really angry about that. How do Americans perceive that? What do they think when they look on and see that that's happening?
Oh, well, I think the majority of Americans think it's insane. And how do I know that? Because we had similar insane policies under President Biden. here in the United States. In fact, the last presidential election, one of the driving issues in that election was illegal immigration. We had a wide open border under President Biden. President Trump campaigned on securing the border. President Trump has secured the border as president. It's exactly what you need in the UK. You had to have a leader who's willing to secure the border, who's willing to say, you know what, if you're here illegally in the country, we're going to deport you from the country. And then certainly recognize the importance of ensuring that you maintain that policy and you don't allow over 70,000 individuals to come into your country illegally on small boats, which happened under Keir Starmer, as we all know. So, look, I think the majority of Americans stand with President Trump on this, recognizing that having a secure border is vital. It's vital for national security purposes. It's vital for economic purposes. I saw a report just a few weeks ago about an individual who owns a home in one of these communities. He's very concerned about how the value of his home is going to drop because of this influx of immigrants coming into the community. It's not fair to the citizens of the community from a security standpoint, from an economic standpoint. It's not right. It's not something the UK should be doing. These people should be out of the country, not housed in the country under the taxpayers' watch.
OK, David Smith from The Guardian. I suppose, I don't know, what do you make of all of this? Is this a huge misstep that the government aren't listening to local residents, or is this the only option that they have left to them if people want hotels closed?
Well, yeah, I think it's worth remembering people do have a legal right to claim asylum and should not be demonized. I remember a couple of weeks ago we were discussing this issue of where they should be located, and perhaps there are some middle-class people who love the concept but perhaps wouldn't want them so close to their homes. But this private security issue, I think, does raise questions, one of which might be are the private security guards going to look after the asylum seekers as well as local residents? But I wonder, to whom are these private security guards accountable once you move beyond the government-run security systems? Can you ensure those ensure accountability for others? So that I think is one concern, and overall in terms of the big picture,
I suppose, David, if I could just jump in, people would argue and say, well, hang on, if just as you have with healthcare, just as you have with other areas where people perhaps decide to pursue a private route when it comes to getting the services that they want, people would argue, well, look, the government, the police, the authorities, they're failing us here, and reform are actually going to just go for the private option because it's either that option or no option.
I don't think the analogy quite works because security is such a sensitive area, and we only need one incident of violence or a security guard stepping out of line or something going wrong, somebody getting hurt, and it becomes a very problematic situation. And in terms of the big picture, wouldn't it be better to have this money invested in getting the asylum system working quickly so these people can have their cases dealt with, a decision can be made whether they're allowed to stay or to go, rather than putting this Band-Aid on the problem and just prolonging it?
OK, Matt, I'm going to come back to you to respond to that. What do you make of what you've just heard there? So you've got a British person's view there, David Smith from The Guardian, saying, look, we're on very dodgy ground with this, getting private security firms, all of this sort of stuff. What do you think?
Well, look, I think you're on dodgy ground by having these people in these neighborhoods in the first place, in these communities in the first place. I mean, you talk about maybe a security guard getting out of line. Well, what about one of these individuals doing something wrong? We've seen here in the United States immigrants who've committed violent crimes. It doesn't mean every single immigrant is violent, but you run the risk with these people being unvetted, not really knowing who they are, being in your country, and you don't know who they are, and you don't know if they're going to be violent or not, or commit a sexual crime or not. The truth of the matter of this is this: the citizens of these communities do not want this. One father I listened to on an interview just a few weeks ago talked about how his daughter used to go daily for runs in the community. She no longer does that because she doesn't feel safe to do it. These are grown men, fighting age men, being launched in these towns that are very small, and there is no security force to police this, and that's just not right. And it shouldn't be on these security forces to do it. It should be the police or the military stepping up. But I go back to, they shouldn't even be there in the first place. The UK can't afford this. From a financial standpoint, it's a national security risk as well.
OK, Jane Stevenson, former Conservative MP here in London. You were nodding furiously. What do you say? So do you support reform going for private security here then?
think you can't magic police officers overnight, so if there is not capacity in the local police force to provide reassurance to local women and girls, then I think it's a fair enough solution. One would like more police to be able to patrol the streets, but I've seen videos of minibuses taking groups of men. They're loitering outside shops. I wouldn't like to walk past a group of 30 kind of men who just, it raises concern. And as a woman, you do walk around aware of who's about you. You walk around on public transport. You're always aware who's getting on and off. That just is the society we live in.
It's two things, I think, here, because also you've got statistics. So it's quite right to say, some people might say, well, look, the statistics say that it's a very small minority of migrant men that might commit a crime, and statistically that might well be accurate, but it's actually also as well, and I think that perhaps men don't appreciate this quite as much, it's about the perception, the feeling of safety. And I'm going to put this to you, Stuart, because again, it's I think something that the left is a little bit guilty of here, is that we talk about people feeling a certain way in so many other facets of society. I feel like I might not be safe. I feel like my identity isn't being respected. I feel. But then in an issue like this, where people are saying, well, look, women are feeling like they're not very safe. Oh, well, actually, no, sorry, we're just going to kind of ignore you.
I don't think it's anyone's right to or position that they should, delegitimise anyone's feelings in that regard at all. There's no justification for that. That did happen.
But there is, if these people are being landed on these places.
If women are feeling unsafe, it's not for anyone to delegitimise. That's perfectly legitimate to feel that way, and people should listen to them.
So are the government wrong to put these people there?
I hope I'm not guilty by association by your explanation there, but I did have a bit of a giggle earlier. Although this is a very serious subject, this is 6 private security guards, sort of like community safety team, across 3 towns, who won't be on duty all the time and who have limited ability to respond and intervene. And they were compared to the similar measures being taken at the border of the USA, which I don't think is quite accurate considering the extensive effort that's going on at the US Border Patrol.
I hope you are not questioning the GB News writing at all on this story. Thank you.
I don't think you could quite equate those two things. When
no, but I'm telling you. But I would tell you something though. Fine, it might only be 6, but if you were to say to those towns, we're going to have 6 visible police officers on the street in pairs for those 3 cities, I'm telling you now, people would be overjoyed that there would just be that bit of visibility.
Of course, and that's why you shouldn't cut police officers by 21,000, because when you have incidents like this, you can't just magic them up again. But
well, maybe they shouldn't put national insurance on police then, so that therefore more can be hired, because that's what the Labour government have done.
Well, they've hired more police officers, but they didn't cut 21,000 and then have to rehire them because there was a black hole to fill. But just on this situation as well, security. There is security in place at these detention centres.
Only inside them, not when they go outside.
Yeah, but they have to sign in and out as well.
Oh,
and
well, that'll help.
There's
that's going to stop everything.
But the purpose of these centres is to remove illegal immigrants. But look, let's look at the similarities and differences here. If you look at the Mexico border in the USA, it's essentially one nation. Primarily, the amount of returns going back are Mexican citizens, not all. But what we have here is France now, in Belgium, people are coming. And let's be honest, France has got a serious issue because it's got a lot of undocumented, unvetted migrants in France. But they obviously are now coming to Britain. And I think the question that we all need to ask realistically is, what levers do we want to pull in order to have them returned in more numbers? Where are people happy? Because at the moment we have no realistic...
But none of that also helps the people specifically in those towns. They're not going out, avoiding going out for a run, for instance, as we just heard from there from Matt, that example. They're not avoiding going out for a run thinking, it'll be fine, in a few months maybe some of them will end up...
Christo, I'm not questioning that. What I'm saying is that the reason why that place is there is to process people's claims and remove those people from the United Kingdom full stop, to reduce this risk that you talked about earlier.
Jane, you're about to explode.
I am about to explode.
All right, let Jane respond.
I'm afraid Labour are trying to make this spin, saying numbers crossing are greatly reduced on last year, but until September, last year was the worst year on record.
All right.
For the whole of the boat crossing,
Stuart finish his point.
Can I just finish, though? There are 70,000 asylum seekers now in HMOs, including 5,000 who failed their asylum claim. They should be removed. They're not being removed, and they are in communities. They are stopping people selling their houses.
Difficult
They're
when for 5
endangering
years they didn't have their asylum claims even processed, even looked at to start the process of removal.
And you've rubber stamped
which is why the numbers are so high now. And these drastic measures of creating these centres as a one-stop shop to get them processed and the removal started is happening. The question I'm raising is, and putting very clearly, is do people want the measures to go even further, where people are detained and removed straight back to France? And what do they want? What are they willing to do in order to achieve that, if they want to address the security situation beyond having 6 community safety officers?
All right. Do you feel like you got your point?
I'm happy with that.
Right. Phew. All right. Let's get some more reaction from the US on this. So, David, what do you make of all of this? You've been convinced by any of these points?
Well, I don't think 6 security guards are going to make a huge difference or sort of upend politics one way or the other. But I think the concerns remain. And speaking from the US, it's like alarm bells go off at the idea of privatization and private security. Here we have many private prisons, which is an outrageous profit-making industry for certain companies, and has been terrible in terms of mass incarceration. So would hate to go down that road. But yes, I think it ultimately it would be helpful to have more policing, a faster asylum process. But this makes certainly a nice headline for reform to be seen to be doing something apparently.
All right, Matt Terrell, is that not a fair criticism that, look, it's 6 security officers? Is this all style over substance? We'll get a few security officers, it will make some great headlines, but actually it's not really going to solve the problem.
Well, look, what we've seen here in Washington, D.C. was President Trump put in place the National Guard. And I'm here in Washington, D.C., living here. And the National Guard, a lot of times, is just walking around. It's just them having a presence here. But what you've seen on the heels of President Trump putting the National Guard here in Washington, D.C. was massive declines in crime across the board here in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm not saying that these security guards are the same as the National Guard. What I am saying, though, is that just having a presence, increasing the presence is vital. And look, the truth is they're solving a problem here. It's not as if it's choosing between security guards and the police, or security guards and the army coming in, the military coming in. The government of the UK has not stepped up here. They have failed here in multiple ways. These immigrants should not even be in these communities, but they are going to be here. You should ensure the people of those communities are safe and secure and feel safe and secure. And what reform is doing here is stepping up, putting in place privatized security guards, which I happen to think they'll probably do a better job than a lot of the government folks around the UK. You've seen here in the United States, a lot of times private sector companies do a far better job than the public sector in a series of ways. But the bottom line here is just having that presence is the key, but they're solving a problem that the government has failed to step up to solve.
All right, okay. Let's leave it with the panel for now, but thank you all. Okay, so on the issue of where migrants are housed, the Home Office has previously said we are seeking to fairly house asylum seekers across the country, working closely with local authorities to reduce the impact on communities. This means closing every asylum hotel while moving asylum seekers into alternative accommodation, including former military sites. It also means reducing the number in asylum accommodation. I can hear your cynicism, Jane Stevenson, but shush while I do the reply. The number is receiving support, is now falling, that number of receiving support, and asylum costs are down by £1 billion since the general election. Oh, my word, you will be going crazy on your say about this. I know you will. gbnews.com/your say. I mean, Molly says, I will not go out in our beautiful countryside for a walk ever again. A few others as well. Making the point, Dave, that people have broken the law by coming into our country, so that should negate their option to claim asylum as well. So thank you very much indeed.
Look at Piddington, they're outnumbering the locals 4-1.
All right. Yeah,
I get really annoyed about this.
I know you are. I know you are. I can tell. I can tell. Oh, it's not just her hair that's red. Her cheeks are going red as well. OK, still ahead on The Late Show Live.
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
Yes, it's hypocrite Healey, because he quit because Britain wouldn't spend 3% on defence, but now he's Chancellor, he won't commit to 3% in defence. So why on earth did he resign? Also tonight, you won't believe the number of people in Gen Z, I refuse to say Z, I know that we have an American audience, but no, Z, who have admitted to pulling a sickie. Are we becoming work shy? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News. But first, President Trump has already shown what happens when a foreign government refuses to take back its nationals. Tariffs are threatened, visas are restricted, and within hours, Colombia backed down. Britain appears to be playing by very different rules. This will infuriate you, because Pakistan are refusing to accept the Rochdale grooming gang ringleader Shabir Ahmed, despite British ministers personally pleading for his removal. The convicted child rapist is now being housed and supervised. I can't even read this without wanting to spit. Housed and supervised around the clock at taxpayers' expense. That's your expense, my expense. Islamabad insists he is Britain's problem. So should Britain finally borrow from the Trump playbook, threaten Pakistan's visas, aid and trade until it takes him back? Well, TJ McCormack is a Republican strategist and joins me now here on GB News. I mean, firstly, before we get to the nuts and bolts, what do you think when you hear stories like this? A grooming gang ringleader that we can't get rid of here in the UK. When you're watching from afar what's happening here, what on earth goes through your mind?
Very first thing that went through my mind, Christo, and by the way, good evening and thanks for having me. Very first thing went through my mind when I saw this, because I do pay very close attention to the news coming out of the UK. I'm married to a woman from Liverpool, so I'm familiar with a lot of the incidents. Very first thing when I saw this story was, how long did this guy serve in the first place? How early did this guy get out of jail in the first place? When we hear about all the sentencing guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. Not only are you guys trying to get rid of this guy, he's out of jail after 14 years of a 22-year sentence, 14 years for 30 rapes. That's 6 months per rape. 6 months per rape. That in and of itself, this guy shouldn't be out of jail. And frankly, this sounds like real Trump-esque hyperbole here, or bombast, but I promise you, I really mean this. This guy should arguably not have even, and I hope this isn't an Ofcom thing, this guy should not have evenly made it out of prison. Here in America, this guy is dog food for the men who prowl our prisons. There is a special place in hell and in prison for men who do this to children. It's almost a tradition. It's possibly the one honorable thing that awful thugs in prison do here in America, is take care of animals like this.
If I just jump in there, I mean, okay, I know that you're passionate about this, and I know that you're not specifically asking for this to happen to him. Of course, I understand the passion around it, but obviously, just to make clear, we wouldn't advocate any sort of violent action in a prison toward any offender. But I understand your passion about this, and I understand your frustration, as many people will be feeling who are watching this, that he actually did get released so early. And what's frustrating for us here is that Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, who actually, out of everyone in the government, seems to be slightly more competent than the rest of them. It's quite a low bar. She's announced that she'll change a 50-year-old immigration law to close the loophole that had prevented him from prevented the Home Office from deporting him. What's frustrating is that, why didn't they think of that before they released him? Why did they release him and then decide they needed to close a loophole?
How is it a 50-year loophole, especially in the last 10, 20 years, as the world has been cracking down on animals like this, as the world has finally been taking seriously grooming gangs like the Rochdale grooming gangs? They should have, along the way, said, you know what, now that we're dealing with these guys, we're going to have to find a way to get rid of them, because we're certainly not going to take care of them on our dime going forward. So, hey, while we're cracking down, while we're searching for them, while we're prosecuting, while we're locking them up, let's plan for the future, and let's take care of that loophole. It is, and you know, you mentioned President Trump. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, maybe it is time for a little bit of bombast. Maybe
Well,
it is time.
that was going to be my next question, actually. What would Trump do if this came across Trump's desk in the Oval Office? And he was being told that there was a criminal of this nature and that the US couldn't deport him to Pakistan because of the reasons that we've outlined. What would Trump do?
Trump would, well, first of all, he'd pick a very higher up to get on a plane and go to Pakistan or some neutral site and go and tell them what time it is. Donald Trump would call out Pakistan on the national stage. Donald Trump would probably take his next opportunity either at the UN or some next G7 summit, some big international gathering, and he would call out this stuff, and he would get graphic, and he would talk about the crimes this guy committed. He would talk about what an animal this guy is. He would talk about how much children are innocent and none of this should be taken lightly. And and so, you know, and the opposite of that is in the article in the Telegraph, and forgive me for holding up my note here, but I want to make sure I get this right. Ed Miliband, here's a line from the article. It says, quote, Mr. Miliband is understood to have personally raised Ahmed's case with Mr. Dar during talks, et cetera, and asked that Pakistan consider taking him back. There's no asking to consider in the Trump world, and there's loads of people with loads of really good reasons to have a lot of disdain for Trump and the Trump derangement syndrome. But you know what? You have to call balls and strikes when it comes to a president like Donald Trump. And every once in a while, you know, he will do things that are universally absolutely correct. And in this case, he would do the right thing. And this is when you need a leader like Donald Trump, and you need to actually stand up. And by the way, not just stand up to do what's right for this guy and do him justice, but also stand up for the justice of his victims. There are families of survivors of this, let alone the survivors themselves, who are sitting in their homes right now knowing that this guy is within the territorial grounds of the United Kingdom.
All right, no, I get it, and I think a lot of people will agree with you as well. TJ McCormack, Republican strategist, thank you for taking the time to talk to us here on The Late Show Live on GB News. Let's go to our panel and go straight to the US, actually, because I'm interested to know The Guardian's David Smith. Obviously, you are in the States. This is sort of the kind of thing that Trump would do, cancelling visas, really going hard line with Pakistan. Do you think that there is any credibility in the UK, rather than Ed Miliband asking Pakistan to consider it? Do you think that maybe we need a kind of foreign secretary or a leader that will tear up the protocol and actually, you know, say, sorry, no more visas for people from Pakistan unless you take this person back?
I know it's unpopular these days, but can we find a middle ground here? Because, yes, I think Donald Trump would not stand for this for a moment. First of all, he would fire off a very angry social media post, of course, denouncing Pakistan and making all sorts of threats, some of which would be in capital letters. That may be a little over the top and would not go down well among many people in Pakistan. At the same time, you might not want a very soft approach. What Chuck Schumer, a Democratic leader in the Senate here, sometimes calls a strongly worded letter that can fall a bit flat. So maybe somewhere in between, I would argue, would be the way to go here.
OK, I mean, Jane Stevenson, again, you were looking like you were going to burst a blood vessel during that, and I say that in the nicest possible way. Yeah. A strongly worded letter, but also sort of honey and vinegar, so maybe a strongly worded letter, but also the threat of some action.
No, big threats. We do not want this monster in our country. He has committed torture and rape of children, and it's Pakistan's problem, and I'm afraid they're trying to kind of negotiate their way out of it, asking for political dissidents who live in London to be sent back to Pakistan. They do not have bargaining power here. He is their problem. Labour's approved £153 million of foreign aid to Pakistan. That looks like 153 quite big levers to me. Ed Miliband needs to grow some and use that as leverage. He has to be taken back.
Pakistan is saying, because he managed to do this as part of a loophole, I won't go into the details, but he managed to renounce his Pakistani
You can't just say, I'm not Pakistani anymore. You can't do it.
I think that's being closed, that loophole, but I think that was the loophole which enabled him to not have that.
Relinquished his British citizenship as well.
Well, he has spent. Well, they're saying he's
removed.
They're saying he spent. Pakistan, this is saying, well, look, he spent his whole life in the UK. He's your problem.
Don't care.
You deal with him. I mean, do you think we need to start?
My understanding is, based upon this, he relinquished his British citizenship. End of story.
I think it was taken away from him. His British citizen was taken.
But either way, he's no longer a British citizen.
Yeah, he's been stripped of British citizenship
but he is
renounced his Pakistani citizenship.
The world doesn't work like that. Get real. So the situation is, the Home Secretary is particularly annoyed about this because she understands she's someone of British Pakistani heritage, and she sees the effect this has upon people like her from her community because they all get tarred with the same brush.
And I think that's a very fair point. I do think that's a really fair point, that this must be absolutely infuriating for people who are...
I think there's a lot of British Pakistanis that are absolutely infuriated and disgusted with what this man has done and the reputation that he's brought for...
What do you think, though, about maybe upping the game and tearing up the rule book and and saying no more aid?
I think the Home Secretary has already set precedent for this by putting countries on red lists for visas, and I think it's time now to consider that for Pakistan. Pakistan grants a lot of visas here. A lot of Pakistanis who come here on short-term visas, work visas, student visas, often then do apply for asylum as well. And if that system was put on a red list, that would change things entirely. And I think we have to just get real with this. He needs to be deported. A red list is possible because all that this will continue to do is cause angst against British Pakistanis who don't deserve that reputation because of this one man.
David Smith from The Guardian, I will come to you in a second, Matt, but David Smith from The Guardian, that's sort of, that's slightly outshining your strongly worded letter, if you don't mind me saying.
Oh, I think you misunderstood me. I was mocking the idea of a strongly worded letter.
Oh, OK, sorry. I thought that was what you were suggesting. OK, good.
We could do a strongly worded red list letter.
Yes, exactly. When the Democratic leader here fires them off, all his own party say that's just not enough in the Trump era. I was saying a bit more than that, perhaps, but a bit less than Donald Trump's scorched earth approach, where he effectively takes on an entire country. I think this is a moment when the diplomats need to step up, and we've sometimes seen
so get rid of aid. Start stripping away aid. Start stripping away aid?
Again, that feels like one that would be really hurting thousands, if not millions of people on the ground, rather than hurting the government itself.
Jane, you're saying it's a lever there. I'm not so sure. I think a component of that international aid is in the fight against HIV and AIDS. So there is a lot of issues because obviously that.
You can't just say all bets are off because I've said
hold on. Let me finish my point here. A lot of that funding goes on to HIV and AIDS, which knows no borders, and eventually comes into Western democracies. So if you were to just say we're going to withdraw the ability for you to fight HIV and AIDS as a world issue.
All right, Jane, just very quickly, and then I want to finish with Matt.
You can't just throw cancer or AIDS or any other worthy cause. I'm afraid this is a hardball negotiation. You need to play your strongest hand.
All right.
And Ed Miliband needs to do that.
All right, to Matt Terrell now, because I want to finish with you, because again, I'm just very interested. I want to put to you what I put to TJ. If you sitting there listening to all of this going on in the UK, what would you do if you were in the UK? What do you think Donald Trump would do, and what do you make of all of this?
Well, what I would do and what I think President Trump would do is deploy the Trump doctrine, and that is this: mess around and find out. And the truth is, it comes from strength. World leaders don't always agree with President Trump on everything, but they take him seriously. And when he says he's going to do something, he does it. And I think a lot of world leaders recognize you don't cross President Trump. You see that when he deploys tariffs and sanctions. You see that with what he did in Venezuela and Iran. Agree with him or not, like him or not, people take him seriously. And that's what you need here. You need a leader that Pakistan's going to take serious. And if it comes down to being decisive, I think it's sanctions. I think it's, whether it's visas, foreign aid, but being decisive, moving forward and telling the leadership of Pakistan that this is what we're going to do, this is what we expect, and doing it. And you've seen President Trump do that with Colombia and Venezuela, deporting people from the United States to those respective countries who are citizens from those countries here in the United States. You saw him do it in Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz let out, pardoned an illegal immigrant who's committed sexual crimes here in the United States. Pardon him, let him out of jail. What did President Trump do? He was decisive. He immediately removed that individual from the country. The bottom line here is take decisive action, and people have to take you seriously. That's the strength that President Trump has. It's the strength right now that the UK needs to deploy in this situation.
All right. Well, thank you to my panel on that. Very passionate, and I think that it's one of those infuriating stories, isn't it? And, well, we'll keep covering this here on GB News. And, well, we heard from the Foreign Office on this, and they told us that they are pursuing every available lawful option to deport this criminal, working with the government of Pakistan. We will not give a running commentary on discussions. OK, still ahead.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step.
You know, I'm just thinking, would President Trump send that Pakistani to the moon? Because he's launching a new space academy to train America's next generation of astronauts. Maybe that would be the solution. He's determined to return to the moon before he leaves office. But also tonight,
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
Oh, I love this story about hypocrite Healey because, of course, he quit because Britain wouldn't spend 3% on defence. Now he's Chancellor. He won't commit to Britain spending 3% on defence. So is John Healey, well, a hypocrite? Has he got no principles? Is he just playing political theatre? Geopolitical expert Kate Jones will join me on that next, only here on The Late Show Live, here on GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. For this final weekend of August, bank holiday for many, it's a reversal of fortunes compared with much of summer. Mostly dry for northern Scotland, elsewhere rain or showers and some thunderstorms, along with a strong wind. That wind is going to be most notable across the southwest, where it's a wet start to Saturday. These bands of heavy rain moving through the rest of England and Wales as the day progresses, fringing upon Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, but staying clear of northern Scotland, where a few light showers will be dotted about, but otherwise mostly dry. 20 Celsius here, 20 Celsius further south, but not feeling very warm because of the bands of rain, turning to showers and thunderstorms by the afternoon, along with the gusty wind, which, yeah, particularly noteworthy for the southwest. Around exposed coasts of Devon and Cornwall, a lot of people on holidays, I imagine, heading to the beaches, camping, not very good for that. Elsewhere, we've got these bands of rain moving through. Northern Ireland, a few showers by the evening. But apart from the far south of Scotland, mostly it's dry with some bright spells and just one or two light showers. It's also breezy in the far north across Shetland and on the cool side here. However, elsewhere across the UK, the rain does tend to ease. One exception, northern England, parts of southern Scotland, where we'll see more wet weather overnight. A few showers here and there, but a drier interlude for many. A warm night to come, 16 to 17 in the south, low teens further north. And then we get off to a very mixed start on Sunday. Another low is turning up. You can see the swirl here just to the west of Ireland, and that's going to send various bands of showery rain in. At first, the heaviest downpours will be in the west, a drier start towards the east, but then most places seeing a mix of bright spells and lively showers by the afternoon. Some thunderstorms, some hail, some torrential rain, also some brighter spells, but it's going to feel cool.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hey, nice to have your company. Nice to see you at this hour here on The Late Show Live. And of course, it's GB News. Now, John Healey's first budget will reportedly fail to commit to spending the 3% of GDP on defence by 2030. Now, do you remember what he said a couple of months ago about this?
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
Yes, because when he was Defence Secretary at the time, ladies and gentlemen, Healey criticised Sir Keir Starmer's government for not footing the bill when it came to Britain's defences. Well, now he's got a better job. He's Chancellor, isn't he? And, well, you turn if you want to. John Healey is for turning because he's expected to shelve his own increased defence spending target when he delivers his first budget in October. This is despite those renewed threats from Russia. We've obviously had this Falkland story as well in the last few hours. And, of course, military targets of Britain are potentially being threatened by Russia. Well, let's now talk to the geopolitical analyst Kate Jones here on GB News. So thanks for taking the time to talk to us, Kate. So 3%, is it practical that you think the UK can get to that? How essential is it that the UK gets to this 3%?
Well, it seems like Healey's funding the plan that he inherited rather than the one that he wanted and resigned over. And that 2.7% by 2027 and then punt to later to figure out how to get to a 3% spend by 2030, that's a little rough. And the current climate is rather extraordinary. You know, we're seeing a lot of information about the Russians increasing their troop numbers, and that signal's coming through, and obviously no one can be quite certain. But if they're going to continue mobilizing, and this is like to 2027, then one has to answer that and respond in Europe and the United Kingdom with a similar response to contest that. And then, of course, there are these threats. And in many cases with Russia, they'll make coercive threats with the hopes that the UK might bow and maybe step away a bit from Ukraine. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they will carry out such a significant threat. And in fact, they had an analyst out saying that they were going to, he was not 100% sure that UK would be targeted, but it could. And then it was in their foreign ministry, they said inside Ukraine, UK could be targeted and outside its borders too. So I feel like that's more potential for a hybrid threat, a cyber attack, something like that. But it's still a really tense environment. So yes, the UK should be trying to address that. And I think it's very fascinating that Healey found about £15 billion for that budget. That was a gap that was missing. But the still missing piece is roughly the amount spent on asylum seekers. So if you're using the Home Office money to spend about £4 billion, one might ask, could that go towards that defense budget? Is there a way to cut down on that? And so, yeah, I think that there are ways. That's obviously a tiny hole in a 3%, but it would get through the DIPS requirement.
Okay,
and yes, we are in a
suppose
hostile environment.
But just bringing in that hostile environment and the potential threat from Russia, it seems absolutely bizarre because Putin's very much about strength. He sort of admires nations that have this perceived strength. And what seems bizarre is that now would be the time to show Putin, well, it's happening. This 3% is not being delayed by another year for a spending review. It is priority number one, just to show to Putin that we are taking our defence as seriously as possible. And so what do you think Putin will think? If Putin was waking up with his morning coffee a little bit later on and was reading about this being delayed, what do you think he would be thinking about that?
Well, I think the problem is that the UK makes strong threats and postures as we stand with Ukraine. The Storm Shadow being released to the Ukrainians. I mean, obviously, it was the French that had first given up one piece of the components on that, and then the UK followed suit. And there was a very good return on that, the Avengers Lab. But from the perspective, I think, of Putin, he's probably looking at that and saying, well, on one hand, you want to threaten and look tough, but you're not going to pay for the very defense that would inhibit Russia at all. So I think that's really, it's not great. It's not a great posture to be taking.
Yeah, well, it all just becomes like meaningless words, doesn't it? Geopolitical analyst Kate Jones, thank you for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. OK, let's get what the panel think about this one. Do you know what's so frustrating about this? And I said this earlier when I was on Patrick's programme, but we nearly had one. We nearly had one, a politician with principle, where they actually wanted to stick to what they were saying. They actually have the integrity to say, you know what, I don't like what's being proposed here, I'm going to resign. And it's so disappointing that now that very same politician, if we are to believe what we are reading, has now got a better job, and it's basically in his interests to do a complete U-turn on that, meaning that any of the principle that we just hoped this one person had has completely gone. I mean, Jane Stevenson, former Conservative MP, I mean, you know, Conservatives in their last few years, they were a bit shy on principles as well, but this is disappointing, isn't it?
I think it's terrible, and I've been tweeting about this today, and I congratulated John Healey when he did resign, because I was in a lot of briefings with very senior people from the military with John Healey, cross-party group of MPs and peers, and I think almost everyone who attended those did believe John Healey meant it for our defences.
They were talking about him as a potential leader as a result of this integrity he'd shown.
I publicly congratulated him, and I now feel like a proper lemon, and I'm sure I'm not the only person. And it's a direct showing now. Either he puts his money where his mouth is, or his principles, his integrity, are at absolutely nothing. And I'm afraid I just can't believe it, because it was his resignation that toppled Starmer. It was the big name, big speech in the House of Commons. It was this real tipping point in that resignation. And now, perhaps I've got a tinfoil hat on, I want to know, did he have conversations with Burnham before he did that speech? And a deal for a promotion, because if that's the case, I'm just so disappointed in someone I did think had integrity.
I'd forgotten that, actually. It sort of started the whole deck of cards,
made the dominoes stack.
You're right. Okay, Matt Terrell in Washington. Again, this has mirrors, doesn't it, of the last conversation we were having in the last hour about the Falklands and us stepping up to the plate when it comes to our NATO and our defence commitments. And I wonder if I'll ask the same question about sort of Putin sipping his coffee and reading about this. Donald Trump is sipping his coffee in a much longer time and reading about this. Perhaps he's not sipping his coffee going to bed, but maybe he's having a nice nightcap. He doesn't drink, but a hot chocolate. What do you think he'll be making of this?
Well, it's just, for years, President Trump has been talking about the need for the UK, other countries, NATO countries, to step up and do more on defense spending. We've heard him time again talk about that 5% target. And if you can't even get to 3% or 3.5% or 4%, that's a real concern. And it's a concern for the UK and the people of the UK, but it's a concern for the NATO alliance in general. And I just think from President Trump's perspective, I don't want to speak for him, but I suspect it's, looking at this and recognize that the United States has done a ton to protect UK and protect NATO. The number one funder, the biggest funder for NATO, is the United States. And on top of that, let's be honest, it's not as if the UK was there on day one for the United States when it came to the Iran war. I mean, they're kind of on their heels a bit, allowing us to use bases and applying support for the Iranian war. The bottom line here is we do have a special relationship with the UK. There's no question about that. But that also means that it's a two-way street. And the United States, I think, expects that the UK will step up here and do more on defense spending. And they should really do it for the security of the UK. We saw how Iran launched missiles towards Diego Garcia. We saw how Iran had the capability to launch missiles that would reach London. They had the ability to do that, the capability to do that. There are threats facing the UK, threats facing the world. You have to have a strong defense. It's up to the UK to do it and no one else.
OK, well, before I come to you, David and Stuart, I just want to read a couple of what people are saying on your say about this, because absolutely furious, I have to say. Bobby Dazzler says, Healey the hypocrite, typical Labour, saying one thing and doing nothing. And another person saying, Healey said we're not safe, so he's prepared to leave us unsafe. OK, David, any sympathy for John Healey here, because he's got to try and balance the books?
Not a lot. It does seem like a classic politician's U-turn. It makes you curious, what did he discover at 11 Downing Street that made him make this change? Because it's odd. There's no particular explanation for it. And I think many will look at it as pretty bad bad timing at a moment when Russia has been making these threats to the UK reportedly, and when many in Europe, many in NATO feel Donald Trump is no longer a reliable partner here.
No, I get it. Listen, I'm going to have to come to you for the next hour, Stuart. I'll give you the first dibs on the next answer because we're running out of time because we've heard from the government saying the first duty of the government is to keep our citizens safe. Prime Minister and Chancellor committed to fully funding the Defence Investment Plan. At the spending review, we will set out the pathway to meet the NATO commitment of 3.5% of GDP by 2035 and set a target date to hit that 3% on that path. OK, more coming up in the next hour, including this.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. For this final weekend of August, bank holiday for many, it's a reversal of fortunes compared with much of summer. Mostly dry for northern Scotland, elsewhere rain or showers and some thunderstorms, along with a strong wind. That wind is going to be most notable across the southwest, where it's a wet start to Saturday. These bands of heavy rain moving through the rest of England and Wales as the day progresses, fringing upon Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, but staying clear of northern Scotland, where a few light showers will be dotted about, but otherwise mostly dry. 20 Celsius here, 20 Celsius further south, but not feeling very warm because of the bands of rain, turning to showers and thunderstorms by the afternoon, along with the gusty wind, which, particularly noteworthy for the southwest. Around exposed coasts of Devon and Cornwall, a lot of people on holidays, I imagine, heading to the beaches, camping, not very good for that. Elsewhere, we've got these bands of rain moving through. Northern Ireland, a few showers by the evening. But apart from the far south of Scotland, mostly it's dry with some bright spells and just 1 or 2 light showers. It's also breezy in the far north across Shetland and on the cool side here. However, elsewhere across the UK, the rain does tend to ease. One exception, northern England, parts of southern Scotland, where we'll see more wet weather overnight. A few showers here and there, but a drier interlude for many. A warm night to come, 16 to 17 in the south, low teens further north. And then we get off to a very mixed start on Sunday. Another low is turning up. You can see the swirl here just to the west of Ireland, and that's going to send various bands of showery rain in. At first, the heaviest downpours will be in the west, a drier start towards the east, but then most places seeing a mix of bright spells and lively showers by the afternoon. Some thunderstorms, some hail, some torrential rain, also some brighter spells, but it's going to feel cool.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bo, they are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Live from London, it's GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. Falklands warning. Yes, America once again threatening its support for Britain's position on the islands. But has Trump gone too far?
Sovereignty of the Falklands is not up for negotiation.
It is entirely and utterly non-negotiable.
They are British territory. I don't know what Donald Trump is talking about.
He's a dangerous and reckless president.
Breaking news tonight. Drill baby drill. President Trump saying America has secured majority control of more than 65 billion barrels of Venezuelan oil, calling it the biggest oil deal in world history. 6 months of war. Yes, it has been 6 months since America's campaign against Iran began. US forces are still enforcing a blockade whilst tensions rage in the Strait of Hormuz. So how does this war actually come to an end?
We'll have to just finish the job. They're negotiating on fumes.
Meanwhile, Trump shoots for the moon. The president is launching a new space academy, training America's next generation of astronauts. He's determined to return to the moon before he leaves office.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step.
Dolly's lasting legacy. Yes, Nashville has, well, a pretty big honour planned for Dolly Parton. We will reveal all here in Britain. 3 of her biggest hits have soared back up the charts, including this one.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man.
I did campaign for this to be a Dolly Parton special, but it fell on deaf ears. But I'm Christo Fufas. This is The Late Show Live. Oh, it is Christo here on The Late Show Live, and thank you so much for your company. Now, of course, Donald Trump, 6 months into the Iranian war that we've had over the last 6 months, and, well, how does it end? What are the next steps? We are now 6 months in, and Trump is saying that Iran is in deep trouble. So how does this actually come to an end? What are the next steps, and does Trump still have any of the support? Well, let's now cross live to Lisa Dafari, who is the editor-in-chief of the Foreign Desk here on GB News. Hi there, Lisa. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. So we are 6 months in to this conflict. Look, love or loathe the conflict, well-intentioned, badly planned, whatever people might say about it, it's probably a fair comment to say that Trump did not expect 6 months on for this conflict to still be going. Would that be a fair comment?
Perhaps.
perhaps, wars are difficult to predict. I don't think they're scientific equations as to how a war will go or how long it will last or what it will take. But he did have the moral courage to start this war. I mean, last June we saw him participate with Israel in the 12-day war against Iran's regime and quickly bring that to an end when he felt that his strategic imperatives were accomplished. This time around, we have other challenges, obviously the midterms here in the United States. Meanwhile, we have a pause in at least the kinetic war for now. Will we go back to military warfare? We don't know. We can't predict that at this point. But in the meantime, we are still at war with Iran's regime. There is an economic pressure campaign that is being applied right now. We heard Secretary of the Treasury Bessent last week talk about how appeasement is no longer on the table. And now at this point, we're looking at diminishing the regime economically through a blockade, through sanctions, through all the means we can in terms of stopping them from feeding their proxies, from collecting money from oil sales, and to diminish them that way.
OK, let's bring in the Washington bureau chief for The Guardian, David Smith. David, I'm interested to know what your perspective is on where we are with this conflict. And Lisa, making the point there that he had the bravery to take on this conflict and, maybe there should be some credit there. What would you say?
I would disagree with that. I think this has been a disastrous war and may go down as Donald Trump's biggest blunder, certainly at least in terms of foreign policy. Remember, he campaigned promising voters no more foreign entanglements, no more forever wars, and that they would also bring down prices, and the opposite has happened. Now we're in 6 months into the Iran war, and it's forcing the price of petrol and other things to go up. It's estimated to have cost more than $100 billion so far. Americans have been killed. Untold numbers of Iranians have been killed. It appears to have diminished US standing in the world and strengthened the hand of the Iranian regime. And you can tell it's not going well because early on in the campaign, of course, we had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with those bombastic press briefings boasting about how the Iranian military had been wiped out, and we've heard a lot less from him in recent weeks and months. You also know it's going badly because Donald Trump is now trying to reverse engineer this war. I mean, the normal sequence with an adversary would be diplomacy, and if that fails, we'll try economic sanctions, and then if that fails as a last resort, we'll try the military option. And instead here, you now have a military campaign that's run out of steam and reports that US munitions are seriously depleted. And so this week we had Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, pivoting back to economic sanctions, what he described as economic asphyxiation or an economic D-Day, but unwilling to say whether that will properly take on China, which buys more than 80% of Iranian oil. And without really tackling China, then those economic measures as well are likely to fall quite flat.
All right, what do you say to all of that, Lisa? There's a lot to unpack there, but essentially this has been an absolutely massive failure and Trump is trying to backtrack.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to say that the Iran regime now has the upper hand or has leverage when they're at the lowest economic point they've ever been at. Even if this war stops today, they will have to reckon with the fact that the Iranian people will be back out on the streets just like they were in January. You said Iranian people were killed during this war. No, they were killed for 47 years, 30 to 50,000 of them killed in wholesale fashion with military-grade weapons by this regime. You have to remember why we got involved in this war to begin with and why the Iran regime is a global threat. They have and want to have more deadly weapons, and they have sworn to take on the United States. Death to America, death to Israel. These are not just slogans. For 47 years, they have acted upon those words. And when you see them kill their own people the way that they have, the way that the Iranian people came out onto the streets, I mean, for how much more of this can we take? When Donald Trump campaigned on no more forever wars, this is the war to end all forever wars, to get the United States out of the Middle East, to take out the proxies and the global jihad that has been launched by this regime in 1979. I know because my family ran from that regime. regime. I know because I've been covering this for 47 years. So to sit here and play, Monday morning, a commentator, it's really very difficult for me to accept the fact that this is a failure when no significant war has ever had a significant solution within 6 months.
But Lisa, I just wonder whether, as well-intentioned as it might have been, and I think that no one is going to argue that the Iranian regime were a great regime that we were all happy to see prosper. But is there an argument to say that maybe Trump has perhaps repeated the mistakes of previous presidents where they've gone in on a conflict, but as we saw with Iraq, as we've seen with other conflicts, the exit strategy perhaps wasn't planned as well as it could have been?
But you can't plan an exit strategy upon entrance. You have to have some sort of strategy. I absolutely agree with you. But there are so many twists and turns in a war, particularly when you're up against an asymmetric adversary the way that we are up against the Iran regime. And that is exactly why they are a threat, and they are worth our time and this campaign to diminish this threat. They are the #1 state sponsor of terrorism around the world. So when we look at the casualties, when you look at the price of this war, the real calculation should be the casualties for 47 years and what will be beyond this. What will be the price of not taking on this regime?
I mean, David, are they not fair points that, look, there was never going to be a perfect way of carrying out this conflict, but no one was jumping for joy at the way in which the Iranian regime were towards the rest of the world. It's been reported here that, what was it, that MI5 have foiled 22 potential attacks on British soil, which would have come from Iran. Conflicts aren't perfect, but actually this needed to happen.
No, I don't think it did. It was a war of choice, and the bottom line should have been, don't do it. And when Trump launched this on the first day, he gave competing reasons why, one of which was regime change, and he suggested to the Iranian people help is on the way, and it has not been on the way. And unfortunately, the lack of humanity of that Iranian regime is precisely why it's now a struggle, because that regime is willing to sustain this military pain and economic pain, and doesn't particularly care how its people are suffering as long as it can dig in. So I think the wrong people are losing here, and now Trump is in a trap. He can either send in ground troops, which seems utterly unthinkable, and there is zero appetite for that in the US, or he can just withdraw and try to spin it as a win, which I don't think people will believe, or he's now trapped in this long war of attrition with no end in sight.
But what would you say to those critics there, David, that would have said, well, again, I'll put it to you, there was no perfect way of doing this, but Iran needed dealing with in some way. Well, then how would you have dealt with them?
One answer is build a time machine and go back to Barack Obama's nuclear deal, which, for all its flaws, actually looks pretty good now and better than anything Trump is close to achieving. And it was Trump in his first term who, of course, ripped up that nuclear deal and actually inadvertently strengthened Iran's nuclear program. And echoes of the Iraq War and weapons of mass destruction. We are yet to see any evidence that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon or striking a country in that neighborhood.
All right.
There's some irony
Lisa,
this week when.
What do you say to all of that? That actually, this was better.
True. No, it's not better at all. They funded and trained all of the militants that went into Israel on October 7th. They funded Hezbollah, who was suffering, who was bankrupt before the JCPOA. They funded the Houthis, Hamas. I mean, it goes on and on and on. This is what they do with their money. They don't spend it on their people. I'll agree with you that they will allow their people to suffer while they stay in power. That's absolutely true. That has been their handbook from day one. But what is untrue is that this situation would be getting any better if we did get involved in another deal with them. Those deals are meaningless. As we can see, the regime is duplicitous. They will lie, they will cheat, and they will amass weapons, whether it's ballistic weapons or drones or nuclear weapons. We know that they have absolutely an agenda, and they have absolutely a motivation to have those kinds of deadly weapons, and they have every intention to have more proxies, more terrorists around the world. So I think we can all agree that that is their agenda. Why would we allow them to continue on with this agenda? When we have an opportunity, when we can work with the Israelis who have the proper intel, when we can take them down, and we have an opportunity to do so, have the Iranian people to help us. One moment, because you started the segment saying, how will this end? Well, we need patience, and we need to get weapons into the hands of the Iranian people who are willing to do this. But we need to get the regime further weakened so that we can do the next step of this war. I think right now, the midterms are obviously the challenge here, right? The pressure that Donald Trump is under from both the Democrats, the Republicans, from the neighboring Arab states not to go further with this absolutely plays into the equation. But the bottom line is this. It's possible. I think the world will be a better place without this regime, and this war was worth it. It was an absolute threat to the United States and to the Western world.
All right, Lisa Daftari from the Foreign Desk. David, go on, final word.
Just one very quick question. How could Trump not take into account the Strait of Hormuz when so many warned Iran would control it?
All right, listen, David, thank you. And of course, we've let Lisa go now. We've got the rest of the panel here. Jane, again, you were. I'm worried about your blood pressure, Jane, because some of the interviews during tonight's programme, I'm worried that you're going to have some sort of episode because you were screaming. What do you want to say?
Well, I just think listening to David, it was like, let's sit down and have a cup of tea. I'm afraid we can't have a time machine. We can't sit down and have a cup of tea. I don't see the point of this conflict without regime change at this point, because you cannot trust Iran throughout this conflict. They've clearly spread their capability around the whole country. Donald Trump announced very early on he'd struck all their launch sites, and missiles kept on coming. So clearly the launch sites are not where US intelligence thought they were. There are other places. I certainly don't trust them to keep their enrichment of uranium within what we've allowed them to do. That it's nonsense. If you cannot trust a partner you're making a deal with, as Lisa Daftari said, it is worth nothing. You cannot make deals with these people. And yes, the Iranian people, I would have hoped they'd have risen up, but I think either you did do this conflict fully, or you shouldn't have started it. And I think that's where we are 6 months on. I don't see how it concludes without regime change, because the Strait of Hormuz is such an easy thing for them to control and maintain a grip over.
Stuart Fawcett, let's talk to you, because of course, you've got experience as having served in the military. I want to talk to you in a second, actually, because we didn't in the last part get your reaction to that 3% news about the John Healey's U-turn on that. But for now, what do you make of where we are with Iran 6 months in? Look, it's not ideal, but should we have done this? Is Trump winning? What does a win look like?
I mean, I think Lisa Daftari's points are absolutely bang on the nose here. I've served out off the coast of Iran. The Iranian regime is an extremist Islamic regime that wants to oppress its own people and is a threat to Western democracies. They very clearly wanted to possess a nuclear weapon in order to strike fear and therefore be able to strike the Western world. We know they're willing to do that because they rain down ballistic missiles on Israel. And when they'll start with one democracy, they won't finish with it. They will carry on. And that has been their modus operandi for the last 50 years, oppress their own people and hold the world's economy by creating economic terrorism.
Do you think that maybe the importance, or perhaps the control they have over the Strait of Hormuz was underestimated? Because it appeared to me, and look, I'm not a military expert, but it appeared to me, and again, I'm not knocking Trump's intentions here, but But it was almost like everyone went, oh yeah, the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, we forgot about how important that was, and that Iran controlled that so much, and that actually this was going to be a huge problem.
No, we've always known it.
But there didn't appear to be a plan around that particularly.
No, I'm not sure about that. I think that when it comes to the Straits of Hormuz, for nearly 50 years we kept a permanent presence out there. It's been a large proportion of our defence spending is protecting freedom of navigation through the Straits of Hormuz. The problem was the US wasn't necessarily backed up in the same way as it had been by coalition partners on maritime security as it had on its direct strikes in Iran. If it had had that backstop from coalition partners to protect freedom of navigation and from mine warfare in the Straits of Hormuz, if we had that capability, had it not been cut over many years of defence spending, that would have alleviated that issue. But it didn't happen. And we've now sought measures elsewhere. But I think something really important to note here, this has been a 6-month military operation. The war in Ukraine has been going on longer than the First World War has now, over 4 years.
Wow.
You know, there are 3 main points of protection for Western societies, and they're at various stages of a battleground, sadly, and I hope they don't progress any further. But we've got the war in Ukraine, which is essentially for freedom for democracies in Europe. We do have a war in Europe. We are essentially at war with Russia, and Ukraine is fighting it on Europe's behalf, essentially. We've got Iran, who is using terrorist proxies all over the world and funding them to do it and threatening freedom of navigation for our economies with oil. And of course we have Taiwan, which is sort of looming there in the background, is a major US pivot in the Pacific. It's really stretched, trying to prevent any leverage being used on Taiwan. And any one of those 3, they're all at various different stages of the battleground, and I think the Western world needs to wake up to the fact it's very serious.
Well, Matt, I will come to you for the final word, but just because we didn't ask Stuart with his military background about the 3% defence spending in the last part, how does all of what you've said tie in to what we've heard about John Healey's apparent U-turn, and what's your view on that?
Well, you know, quick fire, there were 2 ministers that resigned over that. There was him and Al Khan's, and Al Khan's is very clear on his view on that. And that is, you know, whatever the percentage is doesn't matter. It's about what capability it buys you. And we can't continue to procure equipment in the same way to defend our country. We had 6 Type 45 destroyers. We should have had 12. And having served on them, they weren't operational a lot of the time, so we didn't have that capability. You asked what Putin thought earlier when he woke up in the morning and thought about, how can Britain defend itself? He said, yes, I've seen their aircraft carriers. They're a lovely target. And that was because we didn't have the escorts. We've got drone warfare going on in Ukraine, which if we need to fight, we're not prepared to do at the moment. We need to fundamentally change how we equip our armed forces, how we man it, because obviously when the Labour government took over, it was the smallest it's ever been.
So it needs money. It needs money.
Of course it is, but 2 years this government has been in place. Certainly needs money, but it's about what that money is spent on and how it's procured.
OK, just final, if you'd be very brief, though, please, if that's all right. Matt, I just want to get a final word from you based on what you've heard.
Yeah, look, the United States is winning this war. I mean, you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, you know, that's in the hands of the U.S. Just over the past couple of days, we've had over 100 million barrels of oil move through the Strait. Iran's had 0 barrels of oil move through the Strait. You're seeing, I think, a brilliant move by the United States, by Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, putting these sanctions and pressure on trading partners with Iran. They're seeing skyrocketing inflation, long lines at the gas pumps, can't afford food there. Their citizens will rise up if that remains the case. This war will end, and it will end in a way that is favorable to the United States and the world. President Trump was spot on to launch this war. Iran was a threat to the United States. It was a threat to the world.
OK. Really appreciate that. Thank you, panel. OK, still ahead on The Late Show Live. Bombshell new polling revealing the effect of the Burnham bounce. It might make for bad reading for those on the right of politics in Britain, or is all as it seems. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News. OK, now more Trump news, because he's vowed, the president this is, to send astronauts to the moon before the end of his time as president.
Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step. And when we do, they'll plant this very important flag to mark the site of the first permanent American settlement on the moon. They're going to have a settlement. They're building a settlement up in the moon.
Yes, he announced the plan during a visit to the NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston, where he awarded the Congressional Space Medal of Honor to the crew members of Artemis II. Now, during his remarks, the president also announced the creation of the US Space Academy, which is dedicated to educating those interested in pursuing space-related jobs. Well, Mark Marquette is the director of the American Space Museum and joins me now here on GB News. Mark, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. So, well, let's get your reaction first to this formation of the Space Academy. How important is this?
Very positive. We're here in Titusville, Florida. We'd love for them to the Space Academy in Titusville, which is 9 miles across the Indian River from the launch pads where Artemis is going to launch. So we're very hopeful that this happens. It will happen. You have your West Point and other academies of the military, and we think that you have about 4,000 to 5,000 people in these academies. It's not a huge university like the Ohio State with 50,000 people and so forth. But it's very necessary. It's a good move. A positive thing Trump is doing in his presidency for sure is to ensure America's a leader in space.
Why do you think, I don't know if I've imagined this, but it seems like in the last couple of years, after a lull, especially after the space shuttles, space seems to be a little bit more back on the agenda for the States. Why?
Well, because it's in human beings to explore. Our proud American Space Museum celebrates the birth of the American space age, and the innovation, the key words of innovation, cooperation, all these great buzzwords certainly apply when we're trying to be a multi-planetary species going to the moon and Mars. So I think technology has finally caught up with the dreamers, okay? You look back 50 years with the Apollo program, it's incredible, with 64 kilobytes of memory in a moon ship that we did it 6 times. And now the technology is just so accelerated. We've got the computer tools and the ways to make the machinery to do these bold and courageous adventures.
And what do you think he's going to achieve by trying to get us back to the moon before the end of his time as president? I mean, presumably that's only a couple of years, which is not very long.
Yeah, agree. I'm a baby boomer. I went through I have the experience of the whole Apollo program as a teenager. It was so exciting. It was so mesmerizing. We were doing mankind's greatest adventure. And I hope we capture that spirit. What are we going to achieve out of it? Well, more spin-offs in technology, of course, but I think we have to find a resource that someone can make money off of, quite frankly. Like gold in them thar hills of California sure changed the complex of the United States. And there has to be some way that entrepreneurs can find a way to make money, because the money will not be just handed over for pure science. That's why we've had this dip. There's no zing. In 15 years that the shuttle, years ago was the last shuttle. And for 11 years, there was 3 or 4 launches at Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Force. And so it's really come back big time. And the excitement, particularly in the Florida communities, is really wanting to go back to the moon with Artemis.
Mark Marquette, Director of the American Space Museum, thanks for taking the time to talk to us tonight here on GB News. OK, let's find out what the panel have to say about this. I'll go to you first, to Matt Terrell in Washington, former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio. So what do you think is the bigger picture here? I mean, Trump really trying to put America back in the space race here. We had Artemis 2, which actually ignited my love of space again. I used to love the space shuttles, and I, then found myself watching Apollo 13 again, found myself watching the documentaries about the space shuttle program on Netflix, which, by the way, is absolutely brilliant for anyone into space. So I kind of love the fact that Trump's getting us all back into space again. But why?
This is President Trump being President Trump. He wants us to lead in all areas of importance, and this is a critical area. I mean, look, the truth is we are in a space race. China is going to be racing to go to the moon, and it's not just going to the moon. It's the idea of the next couple of years going to Mars. But beyond that, as we think about the key things we're doing here in the United States, building data centers, for example, there's talk about the U.S. Building those data centers in space. But beyond that, you look at intelligence needs when it comes to the military. Already, we have a lot of our intelligence when it comes to military aspects for the United States coming from space. We have to continue to build on that. So there's so much that is involved here in terms of the innovation and needs for the national security of the United States, for the economic security of the United States. And make no mistake about it, if we don't win this space race, somebody will. That likely will be China. We cannot allow that. We need to win this space race. And finally, we have a U.S. president who's putting us on course to do that. Under President Obama, we weren't. Under President Biden, we weren't. But it's not just NASA and the Space Force under President Trump. You've seen people in the private sector like Jeff Bezos and, of course, Elon Musk famously doing their part to help the United States win this innovative race as well. So a lot is going on in terms of this need to really re-embrace the need to win the space race like we were years ago. You go back to thinking about President Kennedy. That's such an inspiring time. I'm sure I wasn't alive at the time, but my parents were, and they'll talk about how inspiring that was for the United States and President Kennedy to do what we did in terms of going to the moon. Those are the kind of things the United States should be doing. Winning the space race is vital. We must do it. Under President Trump, I'm confident we will.
David Smith, Bureau Chief Washington of The Guardian, tell me, does that kind of stuff matter, do you think? Does it matter that the West wins the space race?
Well, it could be crucial given the resources at stake and the potential future for military conflict in space. But I suspect Donald Trump's motivations also include, paradoxically, a bit of nostalgia. He grew up in the first space race, sort of watched the moon landing, and we know he does love big symbolic gestures and statements, whether it's putting his name on buildings in Washington or building a triumphal arch. He frequently talks about how lucky he is that in his second term he got America's 250th anniversary of independence. He got the Football World Cup, still the Olympics to come. He would absolutely love a moon landing within his term as well, and the US flag being planted on the lunar surface. Given recent events, let's hope he does not try to rename it the Moon of America or something like that. Let's also hope that he's not rushing too much against the clock and compromising safety. And indeed, some concerns have been raised that below these headlines, there are actually some cuts planned to NASA in other areas, which is worrying. But all of that said, I think it's great to see something like the Space Academy, some echoes there of Star Trek with the Starfleet Academy. And, we saw with Artemis 2, it was actually a rare unifying moment for America in a time of political division.
I think actually you raise a very good point because, again, my love of the space shuttle program really did expose the desire to get it done actually did lead to some shortcuts. So hopefully lessons can be learned from that. But what about you, Stuart Fawcett? Are you into space? Do you care about any of this stuff? Because I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. I mean, you heard it there, interplanetary species. I mean, that is the literal moonshot that this project is. And I think it sort of harks back to that greatness angle of what President Trump is trying to achieve for America and that sort of real ambition. As you say, for a long time, I couldn't believe it when I heard NASA is no longer going to go to space. I just, this was the thing we all literally looked up to, and perhaps, we might have a giggle about the Moon of America or Astro Trumps or, anything like that.
I kind of love that. I love the fact. Sometimes I feel like, and I say this because I think he's incredibly entertaining, I think sometimes he might troll us. I wonder if he's going to troll us and tell us that he's going to call it the Moon of America. And we could have a GBNews poll on that one, maybe. I don't know, but
But yeah, look, and you can look at this silly, but who else would dare to do it? And I think that's some source of inspiration for the world on ambition and aspiration there.
Yeah, and I mean, I won't. Can I say this? I'm going to say this. What time is it? 27 minutes to 3 in the morning. The main planet that politicians speak out of is Uranus. There's someone on your say. I'm sure that was a space-related comment there, so thank you very much
are the best.
indeed for that one. And also, as well, a few of you were a little bit more excited about space on your say. But what about you, Jane Stevenson? Space, you into it? Do you think it's a good thing?
I think it's quite exciting. I think from defence purposes, it's really important. We've got our UK Space Command that was set up a few years ago.
Actually, just to jump in, Stephen says if China wins the space dominance, we are all screwed.
That is true. And so much communication and information goes via space. So, yes, it is important. But I think America has played such a key role in space exploration. And it is really fitting in the 250th birthday year for the United States that, I mean, if I were president at the moment, I'd be very tempted to name a moon base after myself. So the Donald J. Trump moon base could be coming your way.
On the moon of America, Jane. But Chris,
on the moon of America.
You mentioned Netflix series. Have you ever seen Space Force? I mean, surely we must have seen this. It was brought out with...
Yeah, it was a Steve Carroll.
Yeah,
Steve Carroll.
Absolutely fantastic.
But it only did one...
No, there's two.
Oh,
yeah.
So they're bringing out another one as well?
Yeah, I think there's more to come. I'm not sure, but watch Space Force, and it is all about the risks that you've got to take and what you've got to apply to achieve these things.
Colin has said on your say, the race is about money, not discovery, space tourism, but defence is the other factor we don't get told about. Well, you do here on GB News. This push is because when it comes to the defence part of space, China is in the lead. Interesting. Well, so yeah, that's why it is essential. And I think the public needs to be sold that, look, it's not just about the tourism, it's about wealth, it's about minerals, but it's also about keeping us all safe. Interesting to talk to you about that, but we've got more ahead right here on The Late Show Live. Well, Nashville has an honour up its sleeve for Dolly Parton. We will reveal all a little later. Here in Britain, 3 of her biggest hits have just soared back up the charts. More details on that incredible legacy next. Here on The Late Show Live, it's GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. For this final weekend of August, bank holiday for many, it's a reversal of fortunes compared with much of summer. Mostly dry for northern Scotland, elsewhere rain or showers and some thunderstorms, along with a strong wind. That wind is going to be most notable across the southwest, where it's a wet start to Saturday. These bands of heavy rain moving through the rest of England and Wales as the day progresses, fringing upon Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, but staying clear of northern Scotland, where a few light showers will be dotted about, but otherwise mostly dry. 20 Celsius here, 20 Celsius further south, but not feeling very warm because of the bands of rain, turning to showers and thunderstorms by the afternoon, along with the gusty wind, which, particularly noteworthy for the southwest. Around exposed coasts of Devon and Cornwall, a lot of people on holidays, I imagine, heading to the beaches, camping, not very good for that. Elsewhere, we've got these bands of rain moving through. Northern Ireland, a few showers by the evening. But apart from the far south of Scotland, mostly it's dry with some bright spells and just 1 or 2 light showers. It's also breezy in the far north across Shetland and on the cool side here. However, elsewhere across the UK, the rain does tend to ease. One exception, northern England, parts of southern Scotland, where we'll see more wet weather overnight. A few showers here and there, but a drier interlude for many. A warm night to come, 16 to 17 in the south, low teens further north. And then we get off to a very mixed start on Sunday. Another low is turning up. You can see the swirl here just to the west of Ireland, and that's going to send various bands of showery rain in. At first, the heaviest downpours will be in the west, a drier start towards the east, but then most places seeing a mix of bright spells and lively showers by the afternoon. Some thunderstorms, some hail, some torrential rain, also some brighter spells, but it's going to feel cool.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News. Slowly, slowly,
I just love her. Do you know I named my dog Dolly Parton? Do you know that? Dolly Parton. And her music has made, obviously, an incredible comeback to the official singles chart after her death at the age of 18. Yeah, the country music legend. And she is a legend. So many people are called legends, but she is an actual legend. She died on August 25th. She had a very brief battle with cancer, and now, obviously, some of her biggest hits jumping in the charts, fans turning to her music and reappreciating it, I suppose, in the wake of her passing. Jolene, just heard there, one of her most well-known songs, hasn't been inside the official singles chart since 1976. That's back in the charts at number 9. 9 to 5 has its first ever top 40 placing, and we've got more tributes coming in as well. On Friday, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee announced a partnership with Nashville International Airport to rename it in honor of Dolly Parton. I just think we should take a moment. I need to fly to Nashville because I've got to fly to Dolly Parton International Airport.
I'm only going
Get me a ticket. With me now is showbiz journalist Nelson Aspen. Nelson, thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on GB News. I mean, I was such a huge fan of Dolly Parton. I went to see her 5 times in concert. I named my dog Dolly Parton. I loved Dolly Parton. And the thing I loved most about her was that, and you kind of appreciate it a bit more after she died actually. Not so much her music, which was, of course, brilliant, but just she never preached. I have no idea how she voted, no idea what she thought about trans rights, global warming, anything. She was just universal, right?
And do you think that was an accident? No, she knew exactly what she was doing. She almost never, maybe I can say fairly never, made a misstep. And it sounds to me like you're not just a fan. You know, fan is just short for fanatic. You may actually be a Dolly fanatic, and that's okay. That's okay, because if you're going to love somebody, Dolly is the one to love. And the statistics you gave for the UK singles chart just proves that she may be gone, but she is certainly not forgotten. In related statistical news, her streaming numbers as of yesterday were at 79.7 million. That is a jump of 1,549%. Her digital sales achieved 92 out of the top 200 spots, and the brick and mortar retailers are reporting that they have sold out on all of their Dolly Parton vinyl, CDs, and merchandise. And because Dolly was such a brilliant businesswoman, there will be more to come. For the rest of our lifetimes, we will have the Dolly Hotel. A new hotel is going to be opening. A new museum is going to be opening. A line of dolls, housewares, you name it. Dolly is the gift that will keep on giving. I'm sure you're going to be making purchases of all of those
absolutely,
things.
I love that. And what do you think about the idea that they might rename the airport, Nashville Airport, to Dolly Parton International Airport?
Well, I think that, you know what, no one is going to complain about that, because everybody with a pulse loved Dolly. I mean, there's just nobody that ever got on an airplane that wouldn't want to fly into Dolly Parton International Airport. Of course, the Donald J. Trump International Airport in Florida, that's controversial. But when it comes to Dolly Parton, that's something everybody can agree on across party lines. I think the really interesting phenomenon about all of this is how celebrities do enjoy a posthumous bump in a surge in popularity once they're gone. It's a combination of grief and media coverage and also nostalgia. You start to hear songs that you haven't heard in a long time. Here You Come Again, or whatever it is. Then you want to hear it more. We've seen it with Elvis and Whitney Houston and Prince, and the list goes on. And that's what makes some celebrities worth more once they're gone than when they were here.
Yeah, that's actually true. And you're right, Here You Come Again was her first crossover hit, 1977, which actually saw her in the Billboard chart, which she'd really only been in the country chart that much before then. But the other thing I think is amazing is that imagine being in showbiz for all these years. Imagine just being a person, right? Not necessarily a celebrity, that lives to 80. And when you die, no one's got a bad word to say about you. Literally, every other celeb that you just listed that has died, that's been sort of on the level of fame, like Prince and all the others, everyone might say, absolutely brilliant, but... or there was that time with that controversy, or, you know, there was the time where they got it wrong. Not one person who met with her, worked with her, encountered her, whether they were famous, whether they were a civilian, has a bad word to say.
I would agree with that. I can't think of any other celebrity that has achieved that level of love, not since maybe Betty White. Betty White had that same sort of universal appeal. And let's hope that now that she's gone, her legacy will remain just as squeaky clean. You know, she leaves such a rich legacy of philanthropy and entertainment and just sort of the real role model we all wish were more present in the celebrity world. I mean, who could hold a candle to it? And I would ask, what is your favorite Dolly Parton song?
Joshua. I love Joshua, which is because I think the thing that was so brilliant about her, and I want to say, I know I'm a bit of a fanatic, but I tell you why. It's because I love good writers, and her songs were really good stories. Like Joshua was a brilliant story about, if anyone doesn't know Joshua, it's about, you know, there was a scary man who used to live in a shack and no one used to go near him, and she went and visited him one day because she thought no one can be that scary, and actually they ended up falling in love, and, you know, that big black dog and that little old shack sitting down by the railway track, it's plenty good enough for me and Joshua. And that was like, and the moral was, don't judge a book by its cover, because you might actually meet someone you fall in love with. That's a story. Who can't relate to that as a brilliant story? And that's why I love Joshua. Yours?
Well, I do like Here You Come Again, and but I'd forgotten all about that song until the other day when it started playing in heavy rotation. So that's where the nostalgia factor comes in. And, you know, we're going to be able to look forward to a Dolly Parton Broadway musical that will be coming out here in New York City next year. There will be a Dolly Parton biopic. She was very involved in all these things. She even buried a time capsule at Dollywood with a song, an original song, to be released on her 100th birthday. So in 20 years, we're going to be getting new music from Dolly Parton. Incredible.
More Dolly. I must stay healthy because I've got to know that Dolly single. Showbiz journalist Nelson Aspin, thank you for taking the time here on GB News. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Dolly Parton fan. I don't know whether the panel got that, but I do like a bit of Dolly. Who wants to go first? Do you want to go first, Jane? Because you love Dolly, right?
I love Dolly. I mean, that nostalgia of my whole life I've known Dolly Parton, and what an incredible woman. She was so clever, so talented, and just that, what you said about no one having a bad word to say about her. You know, she had this fantastic, enduring marriage to a bit of a hunk who she married so young.
First day she arrived in Nashville, she met him.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, she's just a beautiful person, and it just takes me back to, my dad was a massive country fan, so on car journeys when I was little, he was Irish. I think the roots of country and that storytelling tradition come from Irish music, and I just remember so many songs. Applejack, I think my favourite was Coat of
Many Colours. Again, the beautiful,
it's so
song.
beautiful and so heartfelt, so simple. And for someone, I mean, I was a classical singer for many, many years, so I'm someone who really appreciates heartfelt singing, and her voice was genuine. It had that untrained, true country flavour about it.
Is that your favourite, Coat of Many Colours?
I think so, yeah, just because it's so simple. And there's a fantastic video of her visiting Ireland, and she goes into a pub
yes, that's 1990.
and sings Coat of Many Colours, and the bar is silenced, and it's just beautiful. What a fantastic woman.
Stuart Fawcett, what's your favourite Dolly song?
It's got to be, yeah, I'm the same. Coat of Many Colours. I love Love Is Like a Butterfly, but Coat of Many Colours, it speaks a really great story about her life, and really the whole reason why she pursued music and everything that kind of stemmed from that. Her life in poverty, her father couldn't read or write, you know, but she was loved. She was really loved, and she shared that with everybody.
One is only poor if one chooses to be.
Absolutely, and
because although we had no money, I was rich as I could be with that Coat of Many Colours. I mean, it's beautiful. There's
and
poetry.
Well,
she was a poet.
Don't forget as well, like there was country music at the time. I remember Johnny Cash sort of went in wanting to sing about Christianity, and they sort of said, oh, we've kind of got a lot of that at the minute, we don't really want it. And she was able to communicate that in a different way, and really, you know, gave a power of messaging to her music. So it was quite incredible. And let's not forget all of the children's imaginations who she affected around the world with the Imagination Library. She didn't want children growing up but not being able to read and write like her dad.
Do you know the night that she died, and I came into GB News to talk about her, and I will come to Washington in a second. I promise I'm not just going to do Dolly monologues for the whole time. I will get your opinion. But when I was leaving my house, and I bumped into my neighbours in South London, and I said, I'm just going into work, Dolly Parton's died. And they said, do you know that our son, a 3-year-old son, gets a book from Dolly Parton every single month? I mean, this is people in South London. She gave, through her foundation and through the Imagination Library, 330 million books worldwide for free every single month to under 5-year-olds. I mean, that is a proper philanthropy and a proper legacy, rather than celebs that make it very, very clear that they've done loads of charity work and maybe, you know, do so to get the publicity. Let's go to the US. I'm going to start with you, Matt Terrell, because I loved Trump's tribute, but I also think that Dolly Parton being smart enough to not get involved and not answer, not talk about any debates. If she was asked about any of the controversial issues, she would, you know, the trans issue, I just think people should be themselves. Politics, I'm not going to answer about politics. People should do what they want to do. She was very smart in being universal and not allowing us to know really what she thinks of anything.
Spot on. You know, look, she never got political. I remember years ago, she was asked in an interview about President Trump's, then candidate Trump's comments on regarding the Access Hollywood tapes during the 2016 presidential campaign, and she refused to talk about it. She wasn't going to go there. She made it about the music. She didn't make it about politics. You know, we need more of that, whether it's in sports or acting or music. You know, we don't need politics in everything. You know, when people go to a concert, would go to a concert to see her, they wanted to avoid politics. They just wanted to let loose and enjoy the music. And she was an extraordinary, talented individual. I think it was smart for her to just stay out of the politics, focus on, you know, her great craft, her great abilities. Truly a remarkable person, one of a kind, no question about it.
Okay, David Smith. I mean, are you listening to all of this, thinking what are they all going on about? Is Dolly Parton, or are you a Dolly fan?
Oh, I'm a fan. Sure, I grew up listening to Jolene, and I completely agree with the point that her songs were terrific for telling stories. And I was, you know, interested to read that it is thought she wrote Jolene and I Will Always Love You on the same day, which is pretty phenomenal for any artist. And yes, I think, I mean, just going back to the last item, I would say, you know, Artemis 2 was one of those rare things that unified the nation. In Britain, David Attenborough is a national treasure. Everyone can agree about that. And in the US, Dolly Parton fits that category as well, transcending politics and universally popular. And of course, great with the one-liners. It was to the effect of, you know, it costs a lot of money to look this cheap.
You know, that's the other thing as well, though, because, you know, and so I'm a big Madonna fan, right? But it's fair to say that Madonna does not look anything like Madonna that she used to even 10 years ago. And who on earth would ever be able to broach that if they interviewed Madonna? Whereas Dolly used to take the mickey out of herself. She used to say that, you know, if it was sagging, if it was bagging, she would get it, you know, sorted out. Because, and that made people immediately feel, she was quite Joan Rivers in that. Whether you loved or loathed Joan Rivers, you didn't feel like you couldn't ask her something. And I think that was another endearing quality, right?
There's been some controversy, though, this week, Christos, because Marco Rubio is famous for being AI imaged into another role every week. And sadly, he's not been spared this one, and he has been pictured as Dolly Parton. But I think there can only be really one queen, and that was Dolly. And I just don't think, as talented as Marco Rubio is, I don't think he's going to be able to jump into
I think that ability to laugh at yourself, and I think, you know, imagine Keir Starmer ever laughing at himself. It is so rare in public figures and so rare in politicians, especially. But she did it with such grace.
And also the fact that she was sort of blonde, had the big attributes, had loads of surgery, looked like she was a bit of a dummy, you know, on tradition when it comes to stereotypes. She was absolutely as sharp as a knife. She was one of the first artists that owned her own publishing. And I love the story, and it's been told many times before, of the fact that she Elvis wanted to record I Will Always Love You. She was absolutely thrilled. She was so happy. Elvis Presley, the biggest artist in the whole world, wanted to record this song. The night before he was due to record it, she was told, well, he's going to have half the publishing. And she said no. Now, she had no idea that Whitney Houston would go on and record that 20 years later and she would make $4 million in royalties. And had she let Elvis sing it, should have had to have given half of the royalties to his estate.
Colonel Tom Parker playing hardball, I think. But she was very wise, very savvy businesswoman, and she has looked after her vast business empire, is now looking after so many local people in Tennessee. That's another one of my favourite songs, In My Tennessee Mountain Home.
My Tennessee Mountain Home,
Fantastic song. But her family are involved in her businesses. She has set them up for life. There was a lovely documentary, Dolly Parton in her own words, and it had the Elvis story. It had her speaking about it and just looking after herself and her roots.
Amazing.
She was amazing.
Matt, Carol, very quickly, what was your favourite Dolly Parton song?
9 to 5.
What was that?
9 to 5.
9 to 5. And David, yours?
I'll go with Jolene.
Jolene. So we've had Jolene, we've had 9 to 5, we've had Joshua, we've had two coats of many colours.
Love is like a butterfly.
Love is like a butterfly as well.
And
absolutely. That's 5 wonderful ones. Listen, thank you to my panel. At the end of this programme, thank you for spending the night with the Late Show Live. I'm going to be back here. It's me, same time, same place, tomorrow, midnight in the UK, 7 p.m. Eastern. All of that right here, GB News. Good night.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. For this final weekend of August, bank holiday for many, it's a reversal of fortunes compared with much of summer. Mostly dry for northern Scotland, elsewhere rain or showers and some thunderstorms, along with a strong wind. That wind is going to be most notable across the southwest, where it's a wet start to Saturday. These bands of heavy rain moving through the rest of England and Wales as the day progresses, fringing upon Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, but staying clear of northern Scotland, where a few light showers will be dotted about, but otherwise mostly dry. 20 Celsius here, 20 Celsius further south, but not feeling very warm because of the bands of rain, turning to showers and thunderstorms by the afternoon, along with the gusty wind, which, particularly noteworthy for the southwest. Around exposed coasts of Devon and Cornwall, a lot of people on holidays, I imagine, heading to the beaches, camping, not very good for that. Elsewhere, we've got these bands of rain moving through. Northern Ireland, a few showers by the evening. But apart from the far south of Scotland, mostly it's dry with some bright spells and just 1 or 2 light showers. It's also breezy in the far north across Shetland and on the cool side here. However, elsewhere across the UK, the rain does tend to ease. One exception, northern England, parts of southern Scotland, where we'll see more wet weather overnight. A few showers here and there, but a drier interlude for many. A warm night to come, 16 to 17 in the south, low teens further north. And then we get off to a very mixed start on Sunday. Another low is turning up. You can see the swirl here just to the west of Ireland, and that's going to send various bands of showery rain in. At first, the heaviest downpours will be in the west, a drier start towards the east, but then most places seeing a mix of bright spells and lively showers by the afternoon. Some thunderstorms, some hail, some torrential rain, also some brighter spells, but it's going to feel cool.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, Parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other. We want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea. They'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you. What is news for you?
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area? The audience are the best thing about GB News. They're friends, they're family.
They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Well, welcome along, everybody. Thank you to everyone in my live studio audience. It is 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
I'm really drawn that way.
No. That's just absolutely mental. Lawless Britain, all-out gang warfare on Teesside, and
I'm telling you that you are focusing on Pakistani grooming gangs because probably you're racist.
well, mapped. The rape gang map of Britain that shames everyone who tried to cover this up. Plus...
Might be the world's best carnival, or Caribbean, not know it's very important.
Well, police have seized more than 70 zombie knives ahead of this weekend's Notting Hill Carnival. Why is Sadiq Khan still doing PR for it all? And... Scrap the Chinese mega embassy. Communist goons point illegal weapons at protesters in Britain. Also... It's a warning to the right in Britain, but there is a serious story here because the Greens have won in Dover, despite the fact that the Tories Reform and Restore got loads more votes. So look, come on, what is the right in British politics going to have to do here? And... Early shout for Christmas #1 there, I think. The people of Piddington are planning to fight back over plans to house thousands of illegals in their village. And
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required. Our adversaries don't follow timetables set by the Treasury.
Right, so there's a word for people like John Healey, isn't there? Because it's total humiliation. He's now set to U-turn on his demand for 3% defence spending, which is the whole reason he resigned, and they made a big song and danced over it. On our panel tonight, we have got Reform UK councillor Jamie McIver. We have got broadcasting royalty Christo Fufas. We've got political commentator Ada Akpala. And another political commentator, big die-hard trade unionist, it's Andy 12. Oh, come on, he's quite nice when you get to know him. Anyway, get ready, Britain, here we go. Should Burnham put the army on the street? Next.
Very good evening. It's just gone 9 o'clock. These are your latest news headlines. 7 more men have been arrested as part of an operation to disrupt organised crime in the wake of the A66 crash, taking the total number of arrests to 24. It comes as more than 200 police officers from across the country have been drafted into Middlesbrough as the fears of gang violence erupting grow. Since Saturday's crash on the A66 that killed 2 police officers and 5 young men, a series of suspected gang-related incidents have taken place. A 7-year-old girl and her aunt were killed in a house fire, another home rammed, and a 39-year-old man was also stabbed in broad daylight. At this time, police have not confirmed a link between the crash and the 3 incidents. Residents of Middlesbrough are fearing that things could get even worse unless police get a grip of the situation. Shadow Police and Crime Minister Matt Vickers told GB News that there were serious problems facing the police.
In Cleveland, we've got a really acute problem. We've got an issue that it's a small force. We've got some huge levels of deprivation in this part of the world. All of our public services in this part of the world actually are facing real pressure. They need funding. They don't just need 200 police today and tomorrow. They need to see that investment to put more police on the streets. And what they had since this government came in, obviously under the last government, police numbers across the country hit a record high. In recent times, they've been hit, the police force and the fire brigade, with that national insurance rise. Yes, we taxed our own police off the streets.
A Christian festival in West Sussex has been cancelled after at least 6 people were injured when a sign reportedly fell at the site. Day visitors to the Big Church Festival near Wiston Park have been told to leave, while emergency crews remain at the scene. Sussex police will say that they were called shortly before 3:40 this afternoon, with specialist ambulance teams treating 6 patients. Elsewhere, the UK is deploying a rapid deployment team to Nepal to support British nationals and their families affected by the devastating flash floods. The team will arrive in Kathmandu tomorrow and work alongside the British Embassy and local authorities as the UK provides £5 million in humanitarian support. The death toll from the devastating floods has risen to over 560. 33 people from the UK are still missing, including a 13-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy. That's as officials warn that there is a significant risk of another major flood. And King Harald V of Norway has died at the age of 89. The announcement comes less than a day after the palace confirmed that his condition has become extremely serious. King Harald had been in hospital for 11 days, receiving treatment for a rare blood condition. King Charles and Queen Camilla have extended their deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the Norwegian royal family as Britain joins Norway in mourning the late king. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More from me in an hour, but now it's back to Patrick.
Welcome along, everybody. Thank you very, very much to everyone who's made the journey to be here. Look, there's a very serious story taking place as we speak. This is the definition of lawless Britain.
The wind's blowing that way.
No.
We are witnessing brazen gang warfare on the streets of Britain, the likes of which I can't really remember in my lifetime. And here is this timeline of terror that's taken place. So around 3 a.m. on Saturday, neighbours heard 2 loud bangs at a property in Acklam in Middlesbrough as someone's home was rammed by a car. Shortly after 3 a.m, police became aware of a Volvo and a Volkswagen Passat at large on those streets, both using fake number plates. Then, a couple of minutes later, police encounter the Volkswagen Passat in East Middlesbrough. They then gave chase to it. At 3:36 a.m, that same car was caught on CCTV, pursued by 3 police cars on Lime Road in Teesville. Now, it's seen racing through the area and police gave chase. You'll be watching it on your screens now if you're looking at it. So there, it's absolutely razzing it through that area and police are in pursuit. So then, the Passat turns the wrong way onto the A66. Shortly afterwards, as we all know, it crashes head-on into an oncoming police car, killing the 2 police officers and the 5 lads in the Passat. Well, then, there was this vigil for some of the lads who died in that Volkswagen car. Now, at this stage, the wider public didn't really know a huge amount about them. Many people, myself included, to be honest with you, thought that was a bit tasteless, given what had happened. But young lads had died, their families and friends were grieving. I didn't want to be unkind about that. But then, look what's happened since. On Wednesday, a house was set on fire in a residential road. Inside that house was a 7-year-old girl, Valentina Foster, and her aunt, Natalie MacDonald. They both died. There were other people in that house, including a 15-year-old schoolgirl who managed to escape by jumping out of a window. The family of Miss Foster said that she'd not been involved with anything to do with gangs. The police say the fire is not linked to the A66 crash, but 2 men have been arrested on suspicion of murder. On Thursday morning, early in the morning, a Jeep-type vehicle repeatedly rammed into a house on Steel Crescent in South Bank, destroying the front garden wall. This is all within a kind of mile or 2 radius. Thursday afternoon, just 2 hours later, a stabbing then occurred there. A 39-year-old man was assaulted with a bladed weapon. Armed police then attended. So after all of this, 200 police from all across the country were roped in to try to keep the area under control. The whole country's media has put this area under the spotlight. It was on the front page of almost every single national newspaper. Everyone was looking around Teesside, weren't they? The gangsters knew that, the criminals knew that, they knew there was 200 police there. And then last night, they did this.
Wind's blowing that way.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you know what stands out more than anything to me? All of this, from start to finish as well, and I don't take any pleasure in saying this, does seem to be working-class white men and women. Now, I have to be very consistent here. If this was happening in parts of Birmingham or in Tower Hamlets, and it was men of Pakistani heritage, I would obviously be kicking off here. I'd be asking why their community leaders aren't doing more to call out this behaviour. That's one thing that really winds me up whenever we see this stuff that goes on. Why aren't these so-called community leaders, etc., coming out and actually condemning it? So, look, I'll do it. These hooligans need to be brought to justice. 4 of the lads in that car that killed the police officers had 37 previous convictions between them. They shouldn't have even been on the streets. I would be perfectly happy if Burnham brought the army in, put the area under lockdown, root out all the wrong-uns. And my message to all of these people who are taking part in this lawlessness is this. I think you're giving working-class white people in some more deprived areas a very, very bad name. So stop doing it. I mean, the area may well have been forgotten by the Westminster snobs. Yes, you know, they've been a bit left behind. I get that there might not be a lot of hope in that area, that the heavy industry is gone. Perhaps you feel a bit trapped in a place that doesn't have a lot of opportunity. And despite all of that, someone at some point in your life has probably told you that you have white privilege. And you look around and think, well, where is it? I understand all of that, but that is no excuse to be behaving like this. Police officers are dead. A 7-year-old girl is dead. Her auntie's dead. Some of your mates are dead. Cars are being torched, houses are being rammed, people are being stabbed. Look, just stop it. My other message to Andy Burnham is this: get a grip of this now. Otherwise, any remaining shred of hope that we all have in this room that there is anything resembling law and order in Britain will disappear forever. Let's get the views of my panel on this now. Yeah, Christo, I'll start with you on this. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm just waiting to see what we're going to end up reporting on later tonight about this, because it looks like it's just kicking off all the time there.
Yeah, and this is really a symptom of something that is far wider that is going on in the UK, but also in a place like Middlesbrough. So I hadn't realised before this story that Middlesbrough has the highest crime rate in England. a lot of residents there feel like the drug dealers and everything else are just acting with complete impunity. That there has been, obviously, we've known about places in different parts of the UK that have really lacked in investment and opportunity. But again, you know, this has really shone a light in a terrible and tragic way on Middlesbrough being one of those places. Now, there are places in the UK that have been left behind, that have felt left behind. And I think you're absolutely right, and fair play to you, Patrick, for calling it out, that this is criminality. There is no other way about it. There is criminality. But I think the difference between some other areas where you would perhaps have, and I'm going to say this carefully, perhaps different ethnicities, is that we spend an awful lot of time in this country talking about how to make those ethnicities fit in. We talk a lot, when you have crimes of this nature in other parts of the UK, we do say, OK, we'll say how terrible the crime is, but Notting Hill Carnival. But what led to it? What were the factors that got us to this place, rather than just talking about how terrible the crime is, which it is? And I think we need to take, I hate the expression because it sounds a bit hippie, but, you know, I think we need to take a bit more of a holistic approach on this. Obviously, what is going on is dreadful. There is no excuse for it. It needs a big police response. More than just 200 officers there for now. It needs a much bigger force. Cleveland's got the smallest force in the country. But also, we need to look at how we've got to this point. We need to look at how Middlesbrough has got to this point, and we need to not be afraid to ask, how have working-class, white boys mainly got to the point where they feel that they have to do this?
Well, I don't know. What do you think about the idea that there should be a serious response here, like kind of bringing the army in type level of response to what we're seeing here?
Yes, because what we see here are questions of law, order and state authority. And those in Middlesbrough, they're not the only ones that are affected by this. All of us here that are watching scenes like this play out, we're also affected because we've become worried and we're thinking that the government, politicians, our institutions, they don't have a grip on the safety of our country. And one thing I want to say as well, we had a Labour MP call this acts of terrorism. I don't specifically agree with that. And by the way, it's so interesting that they can so quick to call this terrorism, but when actual acts of terror that are religiously and ideologically motivated, they're in and ahhings. But that's not the point. Regardless of whatever legal label this has, it is terrifying for the people who live there, who can't go to the shop, who can't go about their business. And it's all well and good to have hundreds of police officers, you know, there at the scene to sort this problem out or not sort it by watching fire vans burn and things like that. But what is the long-term goal here? What is the, like we're mentioning, planning and investment? What is the long-term investment and enforcement that we're going to do in these communities? And I don't think we're hearing much of that, and that's the problem here.
There is a chap towards the back here who's got a point to make, I think, on this particular topic. Sir, what would you like to say, please?
Yeah, so it's really a question for the panel.
Yeah.
Do you think that one of the problems, one of the causes of the Middlesbrough problems is past inconsistent policing of similar events and also a lack of immediate response? So people think they can chance it, they can get away with it, and they're not slapped down. And that, do you think that encourages what we're seeing at the moment? Not in its entirety, but do you think that's a significant cause that needs to be addressed?
I think it's a great point, sir, because I'll put this to you, Jeremy. I mean, look, again, it's a difficult thing to talk about because of the lads that were in that Volkswagen Passat. Obviously, they've all died, and that is a real tragedy. But 4 out of the 5 of them had 37 criminal convictions between them. Another one was actually pending a charge in relation to assaulting, allegedly, a police officer as well. Some of them had driving offences, drug offences, all of this stuff. You know, to that gentleman's point there, they obviously had been... The message they'd been sent was that they can behave how they like and get away with it.
Well, it's not just them, is it? The message out there at the moment is very clear. Britain is completely lawless. Our justice system is broken. It is overwhelmed. We are releasing people early. We don't have capacity in prisons. And most people that are in crime think, do you know what? The chances of being caught are so slim. The chances of being prosecuted are even slimmer. The chances of being convicted are even slimmer. And the chances of going to prison are even slimmer. And if you do go to prison, the chances of being in there for your full sentence is never going to happen. You'll always do half. And if under this government, a third or maybe a sixth. The problem is we do not have deterrence in this country, whether that's our borders, whether that's to criminals, whether that's to people that want to shoplift or whether people that want to mass rape young girls in communities across this country. The deterrence isn't there. Just like we don't have deterrence when it comes to our armed forces, to our foreign aggressors. We've seen our own sovereign territory be bombed by Iran. Let's be real. Britain has become a soft touch, and that blame lies solely with the Labour and Conservative Party over the last 2 decades, and that is why people have completely lost faith in politics.
OK. Andy, I'll bring you in. So, look, what do you blame what we're seeing here on, and what should Andy Burnham do to try and sort it? I mean, I've kind of tossed out there, you know, bring the army, and I know people say that. A lot of people said that about the bin strike in Birmingham, although, to be fair, having been there and seen the bin strike, I would have been perfectly happy if the Marines had turned up and got rid of it. But what do you make of this?
I mean, I agree with Jamie. I think it is successive Labour and Tory governments. I think it was started by Thatcher with the deindustrialisation of Middlesbrough, and there was no contingency plan.
Stop. I wrote down. I knew it. Thatcher. Yes, I did it. I put it straight away. Thatcher. Yes, I knew it.
That's incredible. That's very, very good. So I think it did start with Thatcher with that deindustrialisation agenda, and then it was John Major, it was Tony Blair, it was Gordon Brown who didn't try and resuscitate it, who, you know, allowed it to keep on going. That last Tory government for the last 14 years, you know, made it worse with austerity. You know, like you were saying, Cleveland.
Wasn't Andy Burnham in
Yeah. I think that Labour government did nothing.
It's funny he's just so against
it.
all of those
I think you know, Cleveland police force, the most underfunded and the smallest police force in the country. You know, really, there are so many compounding issues. I think, you know, you mentioned Tower Hamlets at the end of your monologue there. You know, it's almost like poverty and deprivation breed crime. It doesn't matter whether they're white or brown or black. You know, you see it in Tower Hamlets, you see it in South London, you see it in Glasgow, you see it in Middlesbrough. Like, it's not a unique race thing.
Why
I think
don't
it's
you
just
see it in
deprivation.
Chinese communities that are also deprived?
You do.
Heavy crime, organised crime like that?
I think you certainly... I don't think there are any singular massively working-class Chinese communities in Britain. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I am correcting you. They are highly deprived Chinese community groups in Britain.
Where?
You have in Chinatown in Birmingham. There are pockets also in London as well. It's out there.
No,
the research has been done, and that's why I'm rebutting this, because this...
I mean, if you can present the research... I mean,
well, I can't right now. I don't know the actual statistics, but I know this area very well, because...
Well, clearly not that well if you don't know the stats, but that's by the by. Deprivation breeds crime.
It doesn't, because just because you are poor and deprived doesn't mean that you go out and vandalise and set fire and be, you know, violent and things like that.
It massively increases the odds of it.
But you put a complete... not a correlation to it, and I think that's the problem there.
I think there is a correlation.
And I think in terms of contributing to the lawlessness that we're seeing, if you just say, oh, actually, being poor and helpless means that you're going to commit crime, I think that's the wrong message that we are sending to people.
It's not a message. It's not a message. I'm not saying I'm not enabling it or allowing it.
I actually think it's extremely insulting.
It's
to
not
people
it's
that just
true.
because they haven't got a load of money in their bank account, they're living in slightly challenged communities, the idea that they are therefore more likely, that's the hopelessness that we have bred onto communities in this country. And if anything is causing deprived communities to have a surge in crime, and I don't know if that's true or false, then it's actually people labelling them. That's what does it.
We've got to move on. I know Andy would obviously want to push back massively on that, but we've got a statement here from the police, actually, on the cars being set on fire at this vigil, which is by the way, can I just say what a statement that is? On the issue of the cars being set on fire at the vigil. During the gathering, vehicles were set on fire and members of the crowd released balloons, flares and fireworks. As the field was contained and it was assessed there was no immediate risk to the wider public safety, the vehicle fires were allowed to burn out. They added that nobody was injured and no arrests were made. I'll just say on that quickly, sorry, before we move on. Look, two of their colleagues, these police officers, have died, yeah? They were killed in a head-on collision. And people are looking at this now, and you think, is now not the time to go into that field and start making some arrests? But anyway.
I can't believe that was their response to make it look like... to make them look better.
I didn't know in fairness to the police, now a police officer has been killed. They've got the National Crime Agency funding, and that's where they've been allowed to bring in those extra police officers, extra trainees outside of Cleveland. So they have...
Yes, I just think that might have been the place to have used them.
Well, yeah.
We're in the field, but anyway. Right, next. Piddington residents have launched a fresh campaign against plans to house 1,250 asylum seekers in their village. I'm going to be showing you their campaign video in just a second.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back. So, last night on my show, I broke down some of the latest government immigration statistics. One number really stood out. More than 73,000 asylum seekers have now been housed in non-hotel accommodation across Britain in the last 12 months. And behind that number are communities that often have absolutely no say in what happens to them. And nowhere is the human impact of this policy clearer at the moment than the tiny village of Piddington, where the government plans to house 1,250 male asylum seekers at a military site, and they released a new campaign video today.
We didn't ask to make the headlines, didn't ask to make the news, but when they came without a warning, we had to choose. It's the battle for Britain, Piddington roars, villages and towns here in the core. United we stand, shoulder to shoulder, fighting with a ballad, that's our kind of war.
Yes, I mean, it goes on for quite a while. I do think it's quite catchy, and also some of it is pretty good, like the Spitfires flying over at one point as well. It kind of brings a tear to the eye. But they are having a vote as to whether or not to leave Britain. It's like a symbolic referendum on their area leaving Britain, because they feel so strongly about it. But, yeah, I mean, Ada, these people have got such a... I mean, they're even having their streetlights turned off. They're having their streetlights turned off at night.
The song's very catchy, and I think this is what happens when you go through adversity. It sort of brings out the creativity in you. But, you know, this is no laughing matter for them. By the way, the Home Office will come out and tell you that hotel use is actually down, but it's still very, very high. And sometimes when you hear 73,000, it seems so abstract, but it's not abstract to these people there. Obviously, they can't legally separate from Britain, but this is a symbolic thing. But I don't know how good this is for the health of Britain itself. It's very divisive, and it's divisive not because of the people there, but because they are not being listened to. Look, I guarantee you, if we walk down there and we ask each and every one of them, look, do you mind asylum seekers here? I bet you 9 out of 10 of them will say, look, we don't mind helping those in need. But the problem here that they've been saying, and so many other communities have been saying, is scale. For a town and a village of 314 people, max 10, 15, to have 1,250 people nearby and then extend it out beyond that as well, I think it's just too much for any community to bear.
And it's the safety issue, Christo, as well. I mean, obviously, but like they're turning the. I mean, it struck me. We've got 13 billion quid that Andy Burnham has found for foreign aid, but we haven't got enough money to keep the streetlights on overnight in Piddington.
It is a battle for Britain. I mean, that is what the song is, and it is. And I think you're absolutely right. Just to correct you a second, it isn't 1,250 people. It's 1,250 mainly men, and that is the problem. And I just want to return to what happened in Essex. You know, with the protests against outside the hotel in Essex. Was it the Bell Hotel?
Yeah, well,
called?
Oh yes, you're talking to the Mr. Bell Hotel. Yeah.
But that didn't start when it was families in the hotel. And I think that's a really important point, that we need to remember that the majority of people in Britain are pretty decent, actually, when it comes to a family that is in need, that might be claiming asylum. It was when that hotel became full of men that people said, well, hang on, that's different. That's young, unaccompanied men coming over here, and it makes us feel unsafe. And it's just amazing, you know, that we have so many, again, conversations about left and right in this country, about people feeling unsafe around words, people feeling unsafe. Their feelings are so important. But if you say to people, hang on, there's a small village here and they feel unsafe because there are 1,200 men moving in, well, sorry, your feelings aren't important in that instance. And it's that hypocrisy that's so irritating.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lady on the front row here, I believe. Now, you have gone to some of the other protests in some of the other areas, is that right? Like Wethersfield and places like that? So how do you feel about this, then?
Every Thursday in Wethersfield, in Braintree, we have over 100 illegal, undocumented men bust into the town centre. GBNews came there last week, and for the next 3 weeks it's cancelled. So thank you to GBNews.
Seriously?
Yes, it's been cancelled. They're all stressed out. We don't know if it was illegal security men or whether it was GBNews turning up. So thank you, and Piddington, well done. And we're all joining forces now.
So that is interesting, which is that so the people of Piddington and people around Wethersfield and Braintree and people in Crowborough,
we had
Linton on
Marmaduke from Crowborough.
Yeah, Linton on Ouse.
Yeah.
And these, so you're all meeting up now,
We're
are
all
you?
going to each other's protests just to, you know, to give them encouragement that we're all together. We're all stronger together.
Yeah.
And I think it's time that we came out, not sat on the sofa looking at the telly going, oh, this is really wrong, all these undocumented men. And I mean, they are all men in Wethersfield. There's 800 plus at the moment, and it's going up to 1,200, I believe, and then maybe 1,700, because they're going to build an extension on Wethersfield, and they want a swimming pool. So, yeah. So instead of that, we've now got...
I want a swimming pool. You know what I mean? Has anyone here got a swimming pool? God, I bet a couple of you haven't. I've got a swimming pool, of course, yeah. I know, but anyway, I'd like to see you try and get planning permission for one, by the way.
Why can't we extend prisons? Sorry, they could extend the place. And then all we've done over the last few weeks is talk about how there aren't enough prison places.
Football pitches, cricket, they've got a gym, they've got 3 meals a day, but they still come into Braintree to buy alcohol, to go in the betting shops, and just to irritate everybody and keep everyone away from
All right, let's bring Jamie and then Andy in.
First of all,
Jamie, we want you down at Wethersfield.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for doing that. And I was in Crowborough last weekend. I'll absolutely go to
We're there
Braintree.
on the 20th.
What is so important is that we all remember something. Women and girls are not safe for as long as these illegals are walking around town centres. The data is there, period. Essex County Council have had to today announce they are paying for private security to go to Braintree and Colchester and Chelmsford. That serious is the threat. These people have on-demand buses that are taking them to these places. It is wrong, and the British people do not deserve it. But we must all continue to exercise our right to peacefully protest. It worked in Epping. The Bell Hotel, no one knew what it was until the people started to protest. But we also must remember, you show how you feel at the ballot box. Too many people in this country don't vote.
OK, so, Andy, yeah, what do you make of the fact that the people of Piddington now, that they are obviously organising, they've done this video, which has has caught people's attention. They're voting to try to leave Britain, which is a performative thing to, again, shine a light on what's going on in the area. How do you think they have a right to feel like that?
I think it's completely fair that they're objecting to it. I think it's ridiculous, not least just on proportions. Like, it's comical that it's happening, and I completely agree with their right to have a go. I think any normal person would. I think, this AI slop video is not the way to do it. I think it'll only do well on Facebook with a certain generation of people. I think the referendum is not really the best way to express their views. I think I think they're right to protest, but I think the AI slop is just
they're just trying to get attention, though, aren't they? Which is
Andy Burnham would never use a video to try and get attention, would he? Thank God.
I think
no one in Labour ever does that.
I think there's a difference between using an actual person and actual people in videos and then just AI slop.
Well, one of the things that started for me with that video, I don't know if we might be able to play it without sound, but is that I think one of the things they were trying to do was to highlight that it's a historic town, and that hammers it home when you see, the kind of AI, but of it almost like in a wartime footing. This is it, isn't it? That's kind of got slight Goodnight Mr. Tom vibes.
Yeah, none of them were there. You've got this mad boomer obsession with World War II. It's insane.
No, I've spoken to people who live there now, whose relatives, hang on a second, whose relatives were fighting in World War II.
Everyone's relatives were fighting in World War II.
Yeah.
Come on.
And because
this is just AI slop.
It's an army barracks. Because it's an army barracks as well that was there. There's people there who whose fathers and brothers have served in the military, etc.
You can actually go and interview them, do something meaningful, rather than just AI slop.
So being obsessed with World War II, I think we are all a little bit obsessed with World War II because thousands, millions of people died, and that's so that we could be free and have these conversations.
That's the thing. Was it all worth fighting?
Because our country was being invaded, and brave young men,
we weren't being invaded. It was because Poland was being invaded.
No. Our country was being invaded, and brave men stopped it.
When was our country invaded?
Brave men.
We weren't.
I'm sorry. Be respectful here. Brave men stopped this country from being invaded,
I agree.
And therefore.
So why are we denigrating them with AI slop?
Seeing our country be invaded in the way it is every single day at the shores of Dover is an insult to every person that served in our armed forces.
Okay.
That's what.
Just purely factually, we weren't invaded, and you're denigrating their memory by just using cheap AI slop. That's all it is.
What was the Luftwaffe doing over London?
All right.
Well, it wasn't an invasion.
We're slightly digressing here, but anyway, a government spokesperson previously had said overall asylum costs have already fallen by £1 billion since the general election. We are working to fairly house asylum seekers across the country, working closely with local authorities and listening to local concerns to reduce the impact on communities. Good grief, yeah, whatever. Anyway, right, time now for the Great British Giveaway. Yay! Oh, here is Hayley Sparks with all the info.
It's brand new and it's the big one. Your chance to win £110,000 in prizes. Our biggest giveaway of the year so far. First, we want you to drive away in this. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could win this brand new 4-berth motorhome. The McClue Fusion comes fully loaded with all of the home comforts you'd expect. Built-in modern kitchen, bathroom, fridge freezer, and it's worth £75,000. But that's just the beginning, as we'll also give you a whopping £35,000 in tax-free cash to spend, save, or just to use to enjoy adventures in your new motorhome. This incredible prize package is exclusive to GB News. You won't see it anywhere else, so make sure you don't miss out.
For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5. plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB23 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 23rd of October. We may call the winner live after all entry routes have closed. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
So, I hope everybody's ready for the Notting Hill Carnival this weekend. Yes, good. Well, you brought your zombie knife with you because 76 zombie knives have already been confiscated in the run-up to this weekend's Notting Hill Carnival. We're going to be looking at whether or not there's a bit of hypocrisy when it comes to this celebration. That's next.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're heading away for the final weekend of summer, there is some drier and brighter weather on the cards for Spain and Italy. Very hot in the Mediterranean. Some quite intense thunderstorms, though, affecting parts of northern Italy in towards Slovenia and Croatia as well through Thursday and Friday and into the weekend. They will tend to fade away. You can see that very hot and sunny weather across the Mediterranean, and it's going to stay that way into next week as well, with temperatures in the mid-30s. Bye-bye.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back. So, predictably, predictably, police have seized 76 zombie knives the day before this weekend's Notting Hill Carnival. Last year, at the carnival itself, there were 528 arrests, 4 reported stabbings, 55 assaults on police officers, 18 sexual assaults. In 2024, there were even 2 murders. But apparently, we just have to accept that kind of thing. Here was Metropolitan Police Commander Brenier, Chairman Brenier, speaking in 2024.
Women and girls who might feel sort of vulnerable in carnival, unfortunately there are incidents of sexual assaults, can go and be supported in those areas.
Anyway, Sir Sadiq Khan, I hate saying that, Sir Sadiq Khan, and rapper AJ Tracy sat down and they just bonded about the carnival.
Sure, they do not remove carnival from my area, please. If you've got any say on it, I don't want it in Hyde Park. I don't want it in Hyde Park. We need it in Labrador.
You know, as long as I'm here, it might be the world's best carnival, Caribbean in Notting Hill is very important.
Right. Now, just compare that attitude to his response to the Unite the Kingdom rally, which he slammed for stoking fear, hatred and division. There were 20 arrests made at that rally. There were no sexual assaults, as far as I'm aware. No police officers were stabbed. No one was stabbed. And also, one of those arrests was actually from a lefty. So there you go. But anyway, is this just a case of double standards at its worst? Well, Jamie, what do you think? I mean, you're always at Notting Hill Carnival, mate.
Do you know, there's nothing I love more than Bank Holiday Monday thinking about going to Knife Fest, International Knife Fest. I mean, the whole thing is an absolute sham and embarrassment. I think it's really sad for people that are from London because the world looks at that and thinks that's what London's like, and it's not what London's like. But you know, if I was Sadiq Khan, I'd make it National Stop and Search Day because the people going to that are the people that are in the profile who are carrying knives, so many of them. But the proof is in the pudding when you look at the arrests last year. We have such double standards when it comes to politicians. You waving an England flag or United Kingdom flag or the Welsh flag or the Scottish flag, oh my God, you are breeding hatred and division into our country. But if you go to National Knife Fest, it's absolutely fine. The politicians, and it sickens me, by the way, seeing the mayor in a T-shirt, I'm sorry to be a bit petty, trying to be down with the kids, you know, it's like being all cool. I've got my white T-shirt on today to do an interview with some cool dude. Politicians need to get a grip. It's like Andy Burnham when he went to Sainsbury's the other day and put that on to try and be cool and down with everybody. Can politicians just do their job, stop people being stabbed on the streets, stop people coming to this country illegally, and actually start delivering for people?
Is there a double standard here? Because they eulogise Notting Hill Carnival. I don't think there's another event in the country where you'd have every year this level of criminality and it would still be celebrated. What do you think?
Yes, and whenever you bring that up, they will always mention Glastonbury Festival, you know, but there are arrests in Glastonbury. What about the sexual assaults and, you know, the sort of disorder? But the thing with Notting Hill Carnival, you have that, and then you have the stabbings. You have potential murders like the one that we had in 2024. But it's only one murder, they will tell you. So I think there's a big gap between how politicians present the festival, the event, to how actually people close by actually experience it. And I also think there's this kind of normalization of disorder, boarding up, you know, shop windows, boarding up your houses. That's absolutely not right.
No.
There should, if you know, there's always a level of noise that's expected. That's unavoidable. But if there's sort of expectation of stabbing, urinating on the streets, defecating on the street, and that's not unavoidable, then maybe it's time to stop it or do it in a completely different way.
And what do you make of that? That actually, realistically, if this level of criminality was happening anywhere else, they would just ban it?
Well, it does. You know, the arrest rate is roughly 3.5 per 10,000 people, so every 10,000, 3.5 people, I don't know, 3 people in a, you know, amputee, I don't know. But, you know, 3 per 10,000, you know, I think you probably see that at most football games. I think you probably see that at most, you know, big festivals, big events. I think measuring Notting Hill Carnival by its crime rate is not the KPI I'd be looking for, to be honest. I don't think it's that much.
You would hear more about it if at the North London derby there were 500 arrests and 2 people were stabbed and everyone was on cannabis.
You do see quite a lot of arrests at
Not like
North London
you
derby.
don't, not like
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head the crime rates, because we don't judge events by crime rates.
We should, we do. Actually, we actually do.
It's all important statistics. When you were asked
so Glastonbury...
When you were caught up at, you
So Glastonbury comparatively has a 3.16 per 10,000, so not too dissimilar. Chris,
Well, actually,
if you're after your statistics.
I think you'll find that football games are approximately 0.2 incidents per 10,000 people, whereas the Notting Hill Carnival 3.5 per 10,000 people.
There you go. So Glastonbury's 3.16. There you go.
Can I also... You didn't mention Glastonbury, you mentioned football.
All right, we've got some wiggle room there at the next football match, haven't we, before we let's get stuck in. Anyway, right, Met Police spokesperson has said, sadly, we know that predatory offences see crowded spaces as opportunities to commit offences. This is in no way unique to Carnival. We use specialist resources, visible policing and partnerships working to prevent offending, protect victims and take action against those who pose a risk to the public. Right, OK. Next, OK, so, first budget as Chancellor. Step forward, John Healey, the bloke that quit as Defence Secretary because we were not going to be funding the defence spending by 3%. What's he going to do? Well, it looks as though he's not going to be bumping defence spending to 3%. You could see it coming a mile off, couldn't you? Anyway, we'll talk about that next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Do you remember when the then Defence Secretary, John Healey, was skewering Sir Keir Starmer's government for not footing the bill when it came to Britain's defences? He resigned over it. We all know he resigned over it. He made a big song and dance out of it. Well, now it's been reported that in his first budget as Chancellor, Mr Healey will fail to commit to spending 3% of GDP on defence by 2030. This is utterly shameless, Andy.
Yeah, well, I think it's bad to resign on principle and then abandon that principle not a month later. I think there's a bit bit more detail to it than just the headline figure. Alistair Carnes, who was the Minister for the Armed Forces, who also resigned with John Healey when he was Defence Secretary, wasn't just about increasing it to 3%, it was also about how the money was being spent. So we don't, spend a load of money on a load of outdated tech, a load of outdated weapons. So I think there is a lot of the spending allocation that John Healey is re-looking at as part of the defence investment.
So they're basically going to do that thing they always do, where they fudge the numbers around so much that no one can really understand.
Yeah, I think basically, yeah.
So there you go. That's exactly what I wanted all along.
I think it's bad on principle, but there is. I think 3% is an ambitious target.
Dear God, Christy, you're shaking.
I'm just laughing because you know what? We nearly had one. We nearly had a Labour politician with a little bit of integrity, didn't we? It was just there for a second, wasn't it? Nearly. Oh, I'm resigning on principle. It's like, my God, we found one that knows the meaning of the word. Congratulations. And as it turns out, no, he just wanted to get up the greasy pole, get the top job that he wanted, and now all principles have been abandoned and our military have been abandoned. Congratulations. And you know who suffers? You.
We normally have, I don't know about this, normally we have at least one person in who's a veteran, I think, but I don't know, no, not tonight. Yeah, sir at the back. Do you want to say how you feel about this if we get the microphone to you, or do you want to remain anonymous at the back of the studio? It's up to you. You're going to have to say something to me, though. Do you want to talk about it?
He's anonymous now.
I'll keep you anonymous for now, mate, don't worry, all right. Jamie, what do you make of this?
What I can't get my head around, right, is that Labour were in opposition for 14 years. They had all that time to prepare on the run-up to general. It was obvious they were going to win. Defence of the realm can't... There's nothing more important than that, in my opinion, right? How can you not have a plan for how you're going to sort that out? And how can you chop and change it? And how can you be Defence Secretary, resign because of a fiscal matter, become the Chancellor in charge of the money, and then not be able to deliver it? Sums the lot up, call a general election.
I completely agree that defence of the realm is one of the most important things for government. But, Reform don't even have a defence spokesperson. You've managed to get a women and equality spokesperson, which is pretty woke, actually. But
we do. His name is Nigel Farage.
I mean, that's not.
His name is
that's not how it works. He's not some kind of Winston Churchill in the War Cabinet. You do need a defence secretary.
I think you'll find that there are some great names who have been prime ministers of this country, and Nigel Farage is one about to be made prime minister.
But you don't have a defence spokesperson. You don't even have a defence policy.
Nigel Farage will have the full respect of the armed forces community because he actually understands.
But what's your defence policies? You don't have a defence spokesperson. You don't have someone to answer questions in the House of Commons.
His name is Nigel Farage.
OK. Well, obviously we'll have to wait and see what John Healey does. But that is, again, it's just going to be such an easy thing, isn't it, at the dispatch box for them to have a go. We've only got 40 seconds, I'm afraid, so I'm sorry. I'll skip you out of this section, but I'll come back to you in the next one. But a spokesperson for the government said, at the spending review, we will set out a pathway to meet our NATO commitment of 3.5% of GDP on defence by 2035, and we'll set a target date to hit 3% on that path. Well, there you go. I suspect there's going to be some numbers being fudged. Anyway, next, revealed, huge story this. GBNews has mapped the grooming gang abusers linked to national networks of organised crime, and it is not just the rape gang members. They're also members of drug gangs. They're also trying to infiltrate politics. It's everything we all suspected was happening, and it turns out it is. That's next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. The bank holiday weekend brings further showers and some windy weather for some areas, but it will be a little bit drier for many of us as we head through this evening. That's as the area of low pressure from today moves away to the east, and we're between areas of low pressure. We've got a ridge of slightly higher pressure for a time, which means less in the way of that heavy rain that many of us may have seen through today. So a dry night to come, clear skies developing as well quite widely across northern and eastern areas. To the west, though, notice this next batch of rain is going to be quite intense and breezy by tomorrow morning. But elsewhere, it's going to be a bright and relatively fresh start to the day. Should be a little bit more comfortable tonight than it has been lately, if you've been noticing that humidity. A northerly wind will move into parts of northern Scotland through the night, so there will be a bit more cloud across the far north of Scotland in particular. A little bit of light rain as well, just feeling a little bit fresher here. More sunshine for parts of southern and central Scotland, though. Feeling quite bright across parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we'll just escape this main band of rain. It's likely to be heaviest across the southwest of England, South Wales through the first thing tomorrow, and then that will push north and eastwards through the morning, affecting much of England and Wales through the day. The winds will strengthen across the south coast into the afternoon. We could see gusts up to 35, possibly 40 miles per hour. So quite a windy day, particularly compared to any of the weather we've seen lately. And worth noting if you're camping. Some heavy bursts of rain into the afternoon, possibly some thundery downpours as well. Dry for the north on Saturday. A wetter day to come for more northern areas on Sunday. That's as this next area of low pressure pushes up to parts of Northern Ireland and parts of western Scotland through the day. Eastern areas seeing at least a dry start to the day, but there's a chance of showers in the afternoon. And the bank holiday Monday looks a little bit drier for more southern areas, but further rain in the north. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car,
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
All right, hello everybody. Good evening. Thank you very much to everyone who's made the journey to be here tonight. It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
Wind's blowing that way.
No.
It's lawless Britain, I'm afraid, isn't it? All-out gang warfare on Teesside. Are we going to see any more action overnight? I suspect we probably are. And
I'm telling you that you are focusing on Pakistani grooming gangs because probably you're racist.
Well, I mean, I thought she looked stupid anyway, but she definitely does now, because Mapped, this is the rape gang map of Britain that shames everyone who tried to cover this up. Plus...
Might be the world's best carnival, the Caribbean, not know it's very important.
Well, the National Stabathon is about to take place this weekend, isn't it? Police seize more than 70 zombie knives ahead of this weekend's Notting Hill Carnival, and... Not sure the Chinese will be putting up with Notting Hill Carnival, would they? Scrap the Chinese mega embassy. That video you just saw there was communist goons pointing illegal weapons at protesters in Britain. Also... Oh, this should be a big warning to people on the right in this country, because the Greens have taken Dover, despite the Tories reform and restore getting loads more votes. So what are they going to do? And here we go, breaking on Saturday's Daily Telegraph. The United States has threatened to oppose Britain's sovereignty of the Falkland Islands if Andy Burnham does not increase defence spending. Well, that's going to get very spicy, isn't it? I'll bring you all of the details and all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages shortly. But on our panel tonight, we've got Reform UK councillor Jamie McIver. We've got broadcasting royalty Christo Foufas, political commentator Ada Akpala, and political commentator Andy Twelve. It's got better. It's got better. It's got a bit better. All right, OK, get ready, Britain. Here we go. The rape gang scandal is even worse than we thought. Next.
Very good evening. It's just gone 10 o'clock. These are your latest news headlines. 7 more men have been arrested as part of an operation to disrupt organised crime in the wake of the A66 crash, taking the total number of arrests to 24. It comes as more than 200 police officers from across the country have been drafted into Middlesbrough as fears of gang violence grow. Since Saturday's crash on the A66 that killed 2 police officers and 5 young men, a series of suspected gang-related incidents have taken place. A 7-year-old girl and her aunt were killed in a house fire, another home rammed, and a 39-year-old man was also stabbed in broad daylight. At this time, police have not confirmed a link between the crash and the 3 incidents. Residents of Middlesbrough are fearing that things could get even worse unless the police get a grip of the situation. Shadow Police and Crime Minister Matt Vickers told GB News that there were serious problems facing the police.
In Cleveland, we've got a really acute problem. We've got an issue that's a small force. We've got some huge levels of deprivation in this part of the world. All of our public services in this part of the world are actually facing real pressure. They need funding. They don't just need 200 police today and tomorrow. They need to see that investment to put more police on the streets. And what they had since this government came in, obviously under the last government, police numbers across the country hit a record high. In recent times, they've been hit, the police force and the fire brigade, with that national insurance rise. Yes, we taxed our own police off the streets.
Elsewhere, a Christian festival in West Sussex has been cancelled after at least 6 people were injured when a sign reportedly fell at the site. Day visitors to the big church festival at Wiston Park have been told to leave, while emergency crews remain at the scene. Sussex police say that they were called shortly before 3:40 this afternoon, with specialist ambulance teams treating 6 patients. Hundreds of people hit by cancelled heating oil orders during the Iran war are being offered compensation after suppliers were warned by the competition watchdog. Around 800 customers have already been notified, with hundreds more set to be contacted, while around 1,700 people are thought to have been affected. Some were forced to pay between £150 and £350 more for replacement oil after prices soared by 92% at their peak. And the UK is deploying a rapid deployment team to Nepal to support British nationals and their families affected by the devastating flash floods. The team will arrive in Kathmandu tomorrow and work alongside the British Embassy and local authorities as the UK provides £5 million in humanitarian support. The death toll from the devastating floods has risen to over 560. 33 people from the UK are still missing, including a 13-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy. That's as officials warn that there is a significant risk of another major flood. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. More from me in an hour, but now it's back to Patrick.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Well, thank you very much to everybody who has made the journey to be here tonight. Now, this is the evidence that we've all been waiting for about the Pakistani rape gang scandal. This is proof of what everyone who really cares about the Pakistani rape gang scandal has always suspected. This map that you'll be seeing on your screens right now is vindication for everyone who was called a racist or was called far right for saying that this is a national scandal. Amazing, painstaking new research has mapped the links between 99 different rape gangs right across the country. It shows how they were interconnected, and researchers uncovered well over 4,000 different connections between grooming gang abusers, other crime gangs, families, and notable individuals, including politicians, state employees, and businesses. 68 families are named and shamed as being responsible for this grooming gang epidemic. It proves that these rape gangs stretched all the way from Plymouth up to Scotland. And if you look at the web of contacts in the north of England alone, it clearly shows you that in that area alone, grooming gang members from Manchester are linked to those in Bradford, Wakefield, Sheffield, Blackburn, Bolton. I mean, everywhere. Look at that. These are all, by the way, if we keep this on the screen, these are all the lines of the different journeys that some of them have taken and who they've been meeting. So it just shows you that they all knew each other, basically, or lots of them certainly did as well. This is a spider's web of organised crime, exemplified by this man more than most. This is Ammar Ilyas, a prolific child rapist and grooming gang monster who was nicknamed Killer. He was stabbed in the head by an organised criminal who was later convicted of drug offences. Detectives in South Yorkshire reviewed the stabbing in relation to a separate shooting in Sheffield. And then GB News also revealed that Ammar Ilyas had been a Labour Party candidate. He was sentenced along with two of his brothers. And there you have it, in one of these cases alone, child sex trafficking, drug gangs, violent offences, political links and family connections. And that is what all of this research really shows us this evening. It shows us what many of us have always suspected, that predominantly Pakistani and South Asian heritage gangs have not just been responsible for mass child rape in Britain, but also drug offences, violent crime as well. And that they are so warped, some of these people, that at times there will have been family or clan-based conversations about how they can traffic predominantly working-class white girls between different cities, so that brothers in one city and cousins in another can rape and abuse them. And it poses the question, doesn't it, that how did they get away with this for so long? Not just because, you know, they managed to call people Islamophobic for questioning them, but also, I suspect, because of their political connections. But now we need to have a reckoning for the perpetrators, obviously, but also for the establishment media class that, in my view, were trying to move away from this story and essentially to cover it up. People like Rory Stewart.
Being focused on here, where a group of almost entirely British Asian and Asian men in Rotherham and Rochdale were involved in grooming, in other words, meeting girls generally between 13 and 16, disproportionately in care, making friends with them in parks, and then paying them for sex. But they're being used as a big, big symbol by the far right of abuse.
Now, there's lots. There's a longer clip of that, and I think Rory Stewart's posh accent masks how thick he really is, to be honest with you. But seriously, it does. These underage girls were not paid for sex, yeah? They were raped. I mean, it didn't just happen, by the way, in those two towns he seems to think it did. It happened, as we've just seen, right across the UK. Then you've got people like Emily Maitlis.
I'm telling you that you are focusing on Pakistani grooming gangs because probably you're racist.
or because it was happening all over the country and no one was really talking about it. People like Labour's Lucy Powell, who thought it was a little dog whistle.
Anyone who saw the documentary on Channel 4 about rape gangs over
No,
this...
we want to blow that little trumpet now, do we? Yeah, OK.
There was a real issue...
Let's get that dog whistle out, shall we?
Look, OK, Lucy.
Yeah. You know, it was happening in her area. Like, it was happening in her patch, and, you know, it's a little dog whistle. And, of course, people like Jess Phillips, who originally refused a government-backed inquiry into the rape gangs in Oldham. I just want to see these maps again, OK? And the findings of this report, which you can read in full by Charlie Peters on the GB News website, I want to see it taught in every single school in Britain, because this is one of the biggest scandals in our country's history. Let's get the views of my panel. We'll go to the audience on this as well. Ada, your views on what this research has shown, actually, which is that it's not just been about the child rape. It's the fact that they are organised and family-based crime gangs as well, aren't they?
It just makes my blood boil, honestly, and this case is so significant because it shows how Britain has fundamentally underestimated the scale of the grooming gang scandal. Intentionally or not, I'll let you be the judge of that. But the point is that people have been speaking about this. Journalists, people protesting on the streets, and what have they been called? Racist, or if you have my colour, a sellout, brainwashed. But the reality is that a lot of girls have been let down because institutions, those who are meant to protect, the most basic fundamental thing a government is supposed to do is protect its citizens, especially the most vulnerable. And I think there's inquiries going on, but people must be held accountable. I want to know who knew about this, who should have known and didn't act on it. I think there are serious questions to be asked and answered here.
Yeah, well said.
I think it is a huge stain on our nation's history, and I'm disgusted by it every time we talk about it. And I'm just so pleased we're able actually to talk about it a bit more these days without being called some of the things that you've just mentioned. But you know something? I think not only should we rapidly expand our prisons to make sure we can lock criminals up, period, I think we should lock up every single person that was meant to protect those girls and failed, whether that's the police, the local authorities, the councils, anybody that deliberately blocked not justice, but saving lives. I put it to you, there are young girls that would be alive today in this country or would have better lives than they have today if people had just done their jobs. Not go out of the way to do anything extra special, just do their jobs. Who was in charge of safeguarding in Oldham? Who was in charge of safeguarding in Rochdale? And who was in charge of safeguarding places like Plymouth, where it was going on? And to anybody who tries to say this is an isolated incident in the north, that argument is now gone. This is a national scandal, and people don't just need accountability, we don't just need answers, we need justice.
There is a seriously uncomfortable thing to talk about here. I mean, I guess it's all a bit uncomfortable, don't get me wrong, but we spoke a bit, don't we, about this, about culture, yeah? About whether or not these men, predominantly of Pakistani or South Asian heritage, where they didn't really seem to care about the idea of raping working-class white girls because they saw them as lesser than and all of that. Just to think about the practicalities of what must have happened sometimes here, which is that, like, you're at a family gathering and you and your brothers start talking to your cousins and you start hatching a plan about, like, picking up underage girls, drugging them, driving them to a different city so that you can all rape them together. What kind of sick, warped mentality? Like, can you even imagine being, like, overhearing that conversation at a family gathering? And that clearly was happening a lot here. This spider's web up and down the country shows it. You know, family members over here, there and everywhere, doing that kind of thing. Well, what is that?
It's brazen. It's the operating with just complete impunity, thinking that you can just, well, not thinking, being able to get away with it. And this is, again, brilliant journalism from GB News here, and every single time, though, and actually now it's so obvious, isn't it? Of course it's obvious. When you look at all the different towns and cities involved, it's obvious that now, with hindsight, of course it makes sense that there are connections between all of this. And I worked on ITV Daytime as a producer 10 years ago, and I remember being part of the team that put Maggie Oliver on ITV Daytime, and genuinely talking to her afterwards, going, "This is mainstream now. You know, we daytime TV, terrestrial. This is going to make a difference, and this stuff is going to stop now." It's 10 years on, and we're still finding out more, and we still don't have justice. And the thing that just is so wrong about this, and is such a symptom, and it's a thread that goes through so many of the stories that we discuss here on GB News, but in general with the problems here in the UK, and that is that the threat of being accused of being racist is worse to these people than white girls children being raped. We speak about in so many other contexts, so many of the problems in our society. The Notting Hill Carnival, oh my God, you're racist if you want to actually try and solve the problems there. Henry Novak, you're racist if you don't believe the person that's made the thing. There are so many problems that go through our society that the fear of racism is and what they don't understand is this community cohesion that they are so obsessed with that means that they don't investigate these things. Well, how's this for community cohesion when we talk about all of this? So it's moronic. It doesn't even work. We've got to solve it.
All right, Andy, do you think we should see a little bit of a mea culpa from the likes of the Rory Stewarts and the Emily Maitlisses and the Lucy Powells of this world when you see the maps and the interconnectivity and the spread of it right across the UK here? That, you know, they obviously just didn't believe this, did they? Really, they tried to downplay it.
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's just those three. I think there are many culprits across the media, across the political class, across so many. It was one of the reasons I think the main reason I didn't vote for Lucy Powell in the Labour deputy leadership contest, because I thought it was completely inappropriate that someone so high level would have said that on the BBC. To denigrate the victims like that. I think it's just completely inappropriate. I think these findings are awful and they're terrible. I'm glad that the government finally commissioned a national inquiry, and we'll get the results of that in due process. But I think it is not even a political thing. It is just terrifying and awful to see how organised and how deeply evil this was.
Can I just say something very quickly? It's still going on. Yesterday, Alistair Campbell, right, tweeted on X a story of members of a child sex ring sentenced to 145 years in prison, and they're all white, all of the photos of it. And he reposted the story saying, Farage, Lowe, Robinson, Youssef, silent on the pure rage. Don't you get it? These people have been caught. That's why it's working that these people have been caught, whereas these other people who were of Pakistani Muslim heritage were ignored. So they're still trying to whitewash this as to the fact that this is all racism.
And one quick point, you started your brilliant comment on the practicality as well, but you did still start it like it's a bit uncomfortable to talk about culture, and we really have to be ruthless and forceful here. I'm not talking physically in any way, but psychologically, this is a battle. This is a psychological battle. And the thing is, we can't pick and choose when culture is relevant and when culture is not. We've just had a previous conversation about Sadiq Khan saying how wonderful Notting Hill Carnival is because of celebration of culture and things like that. In these cases, this is where culture matters most. We are not tarnishing everyone from a certain community, but there are obviously links, connections and patterns. And instead of in individual or was it Network Map that did this? Yeah. Just where is the government? Where are the police? Where are the people who are meant to be on top of these things? This is what I am concerned about.
Yeah, I see. Really well said. And actually, as I was writing that roundup today, I spoke to Charlie Peters about it on my show last night at 10:20, and I remember thinking, is this not the kind of work that the police should have done?
Well, I think you're right. I think you're right, Patrick. And you know what really annoys me? I sat next to Ellie Reynolds' dad at a press conference where Ellie Reynolds was asked whether or not, basically, this is all racism towards Pakistani, and she's a survivor and a brave survivor that speaks out about it. And her reply was, it is racism towards white girls. And I want to know, if you're a victim of a racially aggravated crime, you get 6 times more support from the police and they rapidly investigate it. How many white English girls got Racial aggravation as part of the charges to those people, and how much of them got extra
It was a
support.
hate crime. This was a hate crime as well as everything else.
Final point. I'm keen to get your views on this, Andy. Then we're going to have to move on. But when we see, for example, these like white grooming gangs or just monsters that we see there, I'm disgusted by it. Obviously, we all are. Christo's just called it on national television. I look at that map, or those maps that we're seeing across the UK, especially the one we zoomed in on the north of England. Do you actually think that the British Pakistani community or South Asian community or Muslim community in that area should be doing more to call this stuff out publicly?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think, if it's anyone from an area, anyone from a certain group, yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
I just find it a bit weird that they don't massively... I'd be all over it if this were, I don't know, anyway. Right, well, look, sorry, I know you got Hannibal, I'm afraid, sorry, we're going to have to move on, I'm afraid. But the previous Labour government established a statutory national public inquiry, this is their statement, to investigate systemic institutional failures regarding grooming gangs. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Andy Burnham has asked the MOJ to conduct an in-depth review of cases to ensure that grooming cases are identified and ensure that vile groomers are dealt with in the way that their victims deserve. Right, OK, next, I'm going to bring you, some really astonishing footage of this. So, the Chinese super embassy that we ridiculously approved, that was on the condition that the Chinese government abide by the laws of this country in this country, even in their embassy. Well, yesterday, video footage emerged of them very much not abiding by our laws, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not we actually shut down this super embassy. We'll talk about it when we come back.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two will start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some shocking footage emerged on my show yesterday evening. No, it wasn't just me. And this appears to show guards at the Chinese embassy in London brandishing electroshock weapons at protesters, which, by the way, apparently are very much illegal. Here it is. So obviously they're behind all the bulletproof glass there and everything like that, but the point is they've got them, they're waving them around, and it's a threat. The incident occurred last month when demonstrators gathered at a vigil for a Tibetan activist who had died. Well, Shadow Home Affairs Minister Alicia Kearns said, how does the Chinese embassy have these weapons? Have they been obtained illegally? What else prohibited under UK law have they brought to the UK? Well, it was only last month that the High Court ruled that the Chinese mega embassy should be built after dismissing a legal challenge which argued that the presence of the building could lead to terrorist attacks and the targeting of dissidents. And also, the founder of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China has said the footage is timely because in the judicial review against the mega embassy, the government case rests on China abiding by UK laws. So, look, the whole point was they can't have the mega embassy if they don't abide by our law. So should we scrap the super mega embassy? What do we think? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. All right. You're all up for it. Are you sticking your hand up because you want to ask a question, sir, about it? Yeah. You are? Yeah. Good. Well, get that man a microphone then. Fantastic. But as we do that, Jamie, would you scrap the super embassy?
Yes, because nothing is more important than the national security of the United Kingdom. And I think the arguments have been made very eloquently. And actually, we might be able to say thank you to the Chinese for what they've done on this massive misstep, because if that actually helps, you know, one thing I've learned from judicial reviews, whether it's reform, stopping the cancellation of elections, or even on local planning issues, it just takes one massive, tiny little technicality to blow the whole thing up. And I hope that maybe, just maybe, this overstep by the Chinese might just be the thing that brings the whole thing down.
All right. Go on then, sir. Could you stand up for it? Would you mind standing up for us, please? Yeah, thank you.
I think it's time for the Prime Minister to show a backbone on this, actually. We're constantly under threat from Russia and China, and I think, and do the panel agree, that he should actually expel the Chinese ambassador, close the mega embassy down, and let's really show China who's in charge.
Let's go. I would want to be next to you in the trenches.
Not extreme enough. We need to invade them.
Okay, I'm not involved in this.
Can I just say really quickly? So I spoke on a GB News show to Ian Duncan Smith a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying actually that we have, like, it's all well and good us talking about China, but we've also facilitated them. Do you know how many buses, how many cars, how much stuff we buy from them, how much technology we've allowed of theirs to be here in the UK, and I think we all need to as well look a little bit at ourselves, saying, oh great, you know, we've saved £5,000 on a car because, you know, it's a brilliant car that's cheaper than all the others, but actually what we're doing is we're facilitating this massive rise, both economically and of course the other threats.
Yeah, I mean basically, if you own a Chinese-made product, you've just kind of got to assume it's listening to you. You do. I mean, we've had.
Patrick, at least someone's listening to you.
Thank you. Yes. No, I was going to make a joke there about having a Chinese wife, but then I remembered she actually works at this channel and she's not Chinese. Yes, there's. But even we've had things like the military being told not to have classified conversations in military vehicles because they think that the Chinese components are listening to them. Today, that RAF base, RAF Akrotiri, isn't it, in Cyprus, apparently there's a 5-star hotel near it, and there are fears now that basically the Chinese government has been renting out rooms and spying on our military base just by renting a hotel room like 4 or 5 floors up. They are bang at it. But you call everyone comrade. I'm wondering whether you're...
Well, we're all comrades. We're on the People's Channel. You know, we march in Reform's People's Army. You know, the revolution comes. I think that I think we should take the threat seriously. I think if these are actually illegal weapons that have been brought in through a diplomatic bag or something like that, definitely is a massive issue that the Foreign Secretary should be writing to the ambassador about. I think expelling the ambassador is probably a bit harsh and, you know, not the right. I think. Oh God. I mean, I think we've got to take this into a bit of context. We will definitely also be trying to do that to China. We will definitely be trying to spy on them. Our allies will be trying to spy on them. I think we've got to kind of get a bit of a grip and stop acting as if we're not also, and our allies are not doing the exact same thing. I think there is a bit of a double standard. You know, China are not a communist country anymore. They're more of a state capitalist authoritarian. But I think it's bad if they've got illegal weapons in there. But I think this demonisation is just not particularly.
Well, there we go. Soft on China. There you are. Soft on China.
America do more harm to us economically. We are far more reliant on America, and in the hostile state they are to us. You know, they're a lot more of an economic risk. And
should we turn to China? If we need some defence help, we should turn to China then, rather than America.
I think you should look at what Mark Carney in Canada is doing, is looking at that economic new world order that's emerging with them as the massive manufacturing power in the world, and making sure that we have a relationship with them.
But isn't it interesting, though, and I'm not necessarily accusing you of doing this, but I don't know, think about the amount of human rights abuses that China does. The actual genocide of the Uyghur Muslims that is taking place. You don't have marches on the streets every weekend for that, do you, in this country?
You have them pretty regularly.
Not for the genocide against the Uyghur people.
Yeah, there are lots of demonstrations about them.
Not on the same scale.
There is one massive difference.
They're not outside Chinese takeaways up and down the country shouting about it, are they? Like they are outside Jewish bakeries and things. It's a completely different thing. But should we be looking again at this mega embassy? Because again, I should say it's over the cables to the City of London, all of our communication cables. It's ripe for the spying.
Exactly, and the risks are known already, and I just think, like someone already mentioned, we're too comfortable with always wanting to manage the risk and investigate and this analysis and that report. We already know the risk. China is an powerful authoritarian state. I really don't think it's a good idea to have a big mega embassy in the middle of London. You can have an embassy just somewhere else and much, much, much smaller.
Yeah. I think the good thing, though, and this is where we can really thank the competence of our politicians, is at least that embassy isn't being built with a huge basement over our most important internet infrastructure cables, right?
Because that would be a worry.
That would be a terrible worry, wouldn't it?
Oh, I'd be gutted about that.
So, yeah,
You'd think that would be an oversight,
Yeah, it would be bad.
And with secret chambers that they've not had to submit plans for.
Because the plans don't include them at all.
No,
so the basement is a huge, huge basement that no one has any idea what's going on down. Well, thank goodness that isn't happening.
Oh, it's a relief, isn't it? That's a relief. Wait, that is happening, isn't it?
Right. So we really are toast then.
That's bad news. That's a bad day out. Anyway, right, OK, a Scotland Yard spokesman has said on Friday, July the 3rd, police were called to reports of a protest outside the Chinese embassy. Two protesters alleged that embassy staff had pointed a taser towards them. No injuries were reported, and the officers left the area once the protesters had dispersed of their own accord. These are just... everything's fine!
They skipped away. I'm so happy.
It turns out it's just a misunderstanding. The investigation continues as officers review evidence, including video footage supplied by witnesses. The force added that no arrests have been made. Good.
Surprise, surprise.
GBNews also contacted the Chinese embassy for comment. We've yet to receive a response. There you are. But they're not really talking to us after I nearly got nicked outside the Chinese embassy. Anyway, right, time for the Great British Giveaway. And it's a week in Beijing. No, it's not really. It's not. It's a massive motorhome, which, in a way, I suppose you could take to Beijing. That's nice.
It's brand new and it's the big one. Your chance to win £110,000 in prizes. Our biggest giveaway of the year so far. First, we want you to drive away in this. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could win this brand new 4-berth motorhome. The McClue Fusion comes fully loaded with all of the home comforts you'd expect. Built-in modern kitchen, bathroom, fridge freezer, and it's worth £75,000. But that's just the beginning, as we'll also give you a whopping £35,000 in tax-free cash to spend, save, or just to use to enjoy adventures in your new motorhome. This incredible prize package is exclusive to GB News. You won't see it anywhere else, so make sure you don't miss out.
For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB23 PO Box 8690. Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 23rd of October. We may call the winner live after all entry routes have closed. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, well, some of the breaking news that's just coming through to us this evening is that apparently the United States of America might be about to withdraw their support for British sovereignty over the Falkland Islands because we are set to not commit to 3% on defence spending. So that's the breaking news. I'm going to really give you all the detail on that at 11 p.m. tonight. But when we come back, the Green Party has pulled off an impressive council by-election victory yesterday in Dover, of all places, the entry point for the migrant crisis. But it was thanks to the fractures on the political right. So what should the right of British politics do? That's next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're heading away for the final weekend of summer, there is some drier and brighter weather on the cards for Spain and Italy. Very hot in the Mediterranean. Some quite intense thunderstorms, though, affecting parts of northern Italy in towards Slovenia and Croatia as well through Thursday and Friday and into the weekend. They will tend to fade away. You can see that very hot and sunny weather across the Mediterranean, and it's going to stay that way into next week as well, with temperatures in the mid-30s. Bye-bye.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversations.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back. I'm actually I'm going to embarrass you, I'm afraid. Sorry. I just want a little bit of a round of applause for the lovely Edna who's joined us today. Can I ask, happy birthday for the other week. Now, Edna's 90.
Part of your birthday present.
Part of your birthday present, and it was a special birthday. Is it 95 years young?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Fantastic. Well done, Edna. Thank you very much. Bless you. Lovely stuff. Oh. All right, well, I suppose we should probably do the news, shouldn't we? But I was enjoying that. Anyway, the Green Party pulled off an impressive council by-election victory yesterday in an area that's the heart of Britain's migrant crisis. And it was all down to the right in this country being completely fractured. So Zach Polanski's candidate in Dover pipped Reform by just 34 votes, while Restore hailed a victory, noting that they polled even higher than they did in the Manchester mayoral election. Rupert Lowe's candidate got 284 votes. It's a worry for Farage. I mean, obviously the Tories as well, though, with 480, I think it was. It's a worry for Farage's party. I think the right in general, isn't it? Is this not a little bit of a microcosm of what Britain might become if Restore, the Tories and Reform don't get their act together? We could end up sleepwalking into, well, a Green or Labour government, couldn't we? Jamie, come on, what needs to happen here?
I find it staggering that we have a part of the country which is on the front line of the illegal migration emergency, where I do genuinely believe the majority of people that live there don't want it to happen, and they now are going to be represented by somebody that rather be in Calais giving out a goodie bag for when they get here. So I think that's the worrying thing. I think it's important to mention in this particular ward, it is quite a left-wing ward. It has had that history, so let's not get too scared. But what I think is very much a problem is clearly Reform could have taken on the Greens and won. And there were lots of people out there trying to stop that happening. And we knew very close to that, very long out from that election, this was going to be between Reform and the Green Party. Now, why the Tories and the other party, Restore, chose to actively campaign and actively stop Reform taking that from the far left, I don't know. I love my country, and there is no way I would actively enable a Green candidate to win. So I find it very, very, very frustrating as a citizen of this country. But as a member of Reform, I have to be honest, I'm not concerned, because I think when people see that bar chart, they will go Reform, Reform, Reform.
Right. OK. All right. Well, can I... Go on, all right. Go on.
I'm not too sure it's such a left-wing ward, because combining the Reform vote, the Restore vote, and also the Tories, they would have got around 1,200 to 1,500 votes, if I'm not mistaken, which is almost double of the Greens. So this actually wasn't an ideological win in terms of that, that area moving more to the left. This was really down to the right splitting, and I think that's why this country might be in trouble.
In the general election, that was one of the strongest wards for Labour. That's the point I'm making.
Well, but then can I ask, if by your logic, and I'm really not trying to catch you up by asking this, but would you be in favour then if there were wards or constituencies in the general election which were very, very much predicted to be Tory, would you be then in favour of Reform saying, well, we won't stand a candidate there if the same thing happened elsewhere?
Very good question. I trust the British people to do the right thing at the general election. I trust their judgment. I don't think political parties need to play those games.
So you wouldn't, but you just wanted that to happen there. So why would they stop for
Personally,
Reform, but not the other way around?
Personally, I'd welcome a Restore candidate standing against me in next May's local elections. I'd welcome the opportunity to beat them at the ballot box. I believe in democracy.
OK, right, I get that. I'm very keen to see how the audience feel about this, though, because if you are of the view that, you know, this country really should not have another left-wing government for quite a long time, is there going to have to be some sort of deal here between the right? People think so.
This is my thing.
Oh, OK. Well, just get the microphone quickly. Sorry. I'm just going to ask you, I don't mean to be rude, but if we could just keep it relatively snappy. But, yeah, go on. There's a lady here as we look at the poll on the screen.
I believe that Kemi, Rupert and Nigel should come together, should merge together. Right. And then to make a really strong party. That's what I think.
Oh, good, interesting point. There's a lot of people who will be thinking that. What do you... I mean, look, it doesn't really affect you, does it? I mean, you're a proud lefty, so you're just happy, split away.
I think, you know, the Labour Party has that
same issue with the Green Party, with, we briefly had it with your party, Corbyn's new party. I think certainly in more at a local level, I think it will be an issue where you could see in left-wing urban seats that the Lib Dems could sneak through or whatever. Like, I think there is an issue on both sides. I think honestly, it's quite unrealistic to see the coalition that Reform have built, the coalition that Restore have built, and the coalition that stayed with the Tories coming together. Because one of the whole points is a lot of people are in Reform because they were quite unhappy with the Tories. A lot of people are in Restore because they were unhappy with the Tories and Reform. So I think it's just a difficult.
The only other side with that is that all three of those parties would say that they are on the patriotic side of Britain. And if you are really serious on the patriotic side of Britain, you're going to have to do something here.
I'm scared to death of a Green government. I really am, or a Green Labour coalition, because they are barking mad. They are.
I think you're right, Patrick. I think the people that support, the voters that are supporting the Conservative Party and Restore, I think they do love their country, and I think the Conservatives are praying that they're going to do something amazing and get back in. They're not going to. I think that's the reality. They're done. Their brand is broken. The Tory Party reminds me of Malaysian Airlines. I'm sorry, not for me. And then I look at Restore supporters.
That's a niche reference, that, Jamie.
Very, very neat. I used to be a flight attendant. They lost 2 planes tragically very closely, and their brand is toast. I think the Tories are the same. When it comes to Restore, I think the issue there is that the supporters, the voters, believe in their country, and they just happen to support that party, maybe because they've had a leaflet from them. I do believe that the British people will not. We all know the next general election is our last chance to save our country, and you only need to look at that bar chart and know which horse you need to back if you want to make this country great again. And if you don't, and if you vote for anyone else, you are potentially allowing another left-wing government, or worse, I fear a coalition of chaos on the left is what we're going to be looking at, and that is the worst thing for our country.
Very quickly, you don't see it happening, I take it. You don't see this coalition happening, or do you?
I don't see it happening, but it does need to happen. And I think you can't be more focused on wanting to actually defeat your so-called new enemies than actually fighting for this country. I think there's a lot at stake here. And, Reform are polling OK again. They're polling very well. And I do think the other parties need to perhaps consider, working with them. What people say about Restore is that, it's grievance stuff, and they're not really that serious for the country, because if they were, then in a place like Dover, you would actually probably step aside and allow someone who is actively serious about immigration to be there, not someone who's not serious at all. So it's one to watch.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We've got to go, because I want to leave time for Greatest Britain Union Jackass. We need lots of audience participation for this. So yes, Greatest Britain Union Jackass in just a minute's time. That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, thank you very, very much. I just want to say a quick shout-out to people who've travelled a long way to be here this evening. Pembrokeshire, we've got Wigan as well, and you were Chorley. There's a few others that are knocking around as well who I've forgotten. But anyway, thank you, all of you, for coming. I really appreciate it. Let's get on with Greatest Britain Union Jackass. Jamie, let's start with your Greatest Britain, please.
Yeah, this is very personal and special for me. Today I celebrated the life of my dear friend Joan Collins. She's an Essex icon, mum of Gemma Collins, who many of us all know. And she's a beautiful person. She's an absolute style icon, and she's my Greatest Britain.
Oh, bless her, yeah. Yeah, very, very worthy choice. Christo, who's your Greatest Britain?
I've gone for an honorary Greatest Britain, and I just think that the response to her death this week has been so heartwarming, and I don't think I've heard one person say a bad word against someone this famous, and that is Dolly Parton.
Oh. There you go. OK, Ada, your Greatest Britain?
Mine was going to be that, but it was taken. Thank you.
Oh, hang on a minute. Turf war going on here.
No one's getting between me and Dolly.
Wow.
But I'm actually going to say an interesting one. So I have no, interest for their politics, but someone called Ola Minahan, if I can say her name properly, I really admire her standing up for all women and girls in this country, even though she received a barrage of abuse. I think it takes integrity and, and I think hats off to her for that.
All right, good stuff. Andy.
Very much in the same breath as Christo's, we lost another great icon, Tim Curry. Incredible singer, actor, performer. I think a real loss.
Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Picture
Show.
Show.
Of course. I think a real loss to the industry.
OK, all right. Good stuff. Well, let's have a little vote on this by way of noise. Tim Curry for Greatest Britain, do we think? Yes. Ola Minahan. Dolly Parton. And Joan Collins, Gemma Collins' mum. I'm going to call it a tie, I think, between Dolly Parton and Joan Collins. And, yeah, mainly because I am a massive fan of Gemma Collins. I'm not afraid to admit it. There we go. But anyway, right, let's do Union Jackass. Quickly, Jamie.
Well, it's got to be Andy Burnham. Please call a general election now.
OK. Oh, there's just no reason other than that he still exists. There you go, that's it. All right, Christo.
MP Claudia Webb for putting a post on X blaming us here in the UK for the flood in Nepal.
Oh, what?
She's not an MP.
Not an MP anymore.
Oh, is she not? She's not, is she? Well, whoever, anyway, I don't care.
Well, her. Right, OK, who's yours?
The Home Office and their rape booklets.
Oh, handing out the rape booklets. Go on, Andy.
Mine is Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a right-wing guy that's been deported from ICE, even though he was cheerleading all the people that got deported by ICE in America. So I think that's just quite funny to get deported by your own deportation guys.
Well, it is quite funny, to be fair. But yeah, poor bloke. Hope it's all right. Anyway, right, OK, I'm going to award it to the Home Office deportation booklets, actually, as Union Jackass. All right. Thank you very, very much, everybody. Thank you to my panel. Thank you to you for watching and listening. And thank you to my audience, most of all. When we come back, newspapers, and it looks like it's all kicking off, genuinely, this time with the Falklands.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. The bank holiday weekend brings further showers and some windy weather for some areas, but it will be a little bit drier for many of us as we head through this evening. That's as the area of low pressure from today moves away to the east, and we're between areas of low pressure. We've got a ridge of slightly higher pressure for a time, which means less in the way of that heavy rain that many of us may have seen through today. So a dry night to come, clear skies developing as well quite widely across northern and eastern areas. To the west, though, notice this next batch of rain is going to be quite intense and breezy by tomorrow morning. But elsewhere, it's going to be a bright and relatively fresh start to the day. Should be a little bit more comfortable tonight than it has been lately, if you've been noticing that humidity. A northerly wind will move into parts of northern Scotland through the night, so there will be a bit more cloud across the far north of Scotland in particular. A little bit of light rain as well, just feeling a little bit fresher here. More sunshine for parts of southern and central Scotland, though, feeling quite bright across parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we'll just escape this main band of rain. It's likely to be heaviest across the southwest of England, South Wales through the first thing tomorrow, and then that will push north and eastwards through the morning, affecting much of England and Wales through the day. The winds will strengthen across the south coast into the afternoon. We could see gusts up to 35, possibly 40 miles per hour. So quite a windy day, particularly compared to any of the weather we've seen lately. And worth noting if you're camping. Some heavy bursts of rain into the afternoon, possibly some thundery downpours as well. Dry for the north on Saturday. A wetter day to come for more northern areas on Sunday. That's as this next area of low pressure pushes up to parts of Northern Ireland and parts of western Scotland through the day. Eastern areas seeing at least a dry start to the day, but there's a chance of showers in the afternoon. And the bank holiday Monday looks a little bit drier for more southern areas, but further rain in the north. Bye-bye.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed aircon sponsors the weather.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages tonight, and this is breaking right now.
Shortly afterwards, the Argentine forces there surrendered to British forces.
Rejoice at that news and congratulate our forces and the Marines.
Well, this is very concerning stuff. It's on the front of tomorrow's Daily Telegraph. Britain is threatened by the US over the Falklands as the Pentagon warns that the UK needs to boost defence spending. A source in Washington has told the Daily Telegraph at this stage nothing is being ruled out. Essentially, as I understand it, they might withdraw their support for British sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. Plus,
I see the current defence investment plans falling well short of what is required.
well, it's all linked, this, isn't it? And we've got here, surrender on the front of the Daily Mail. John Healey quit in protest at Starmer's refusal to spend 3% of GDP on defence by 2030. Now, as Chancellor, he's shelved the same target. Well, and it potentially could cost us the US support the Falklands as well. Come on, John. Plus,
my mistakes have been put on the public stage. Other people's mistakes aren't. And there are many things that are good, but good news doesn't sell papers.
Grief. The Royal Redheads are back. Well, first, the Ginger Whinger, Prince Harry, and now Sarah Ferguson is set to return to the UK following a month of self-exile. Can I just say, did anyone know she'd gone? I didn't know she'd gone. But, well, she's back, yay. Also,
should the wealthy be ready to pay more tax on their assets and their properties?
I'm 4 days in. I mean, you're asking me now to write, the next budget or, the next manifesto.
Well, despite warnings from senior allies over entrepreneurs abandoning the UK, is Andy Burnham about to sneak in a wealth tax? PM warned over stupid tax raid on capital gains. Good set of front pages, this. Joining us this evening is Reform UK councillor Jamie McIver, political commentator Ada Okpala and political commentator Andy Twells. But first, let's get your news with another redhead. It's Sophia Hill.
Thank you, Patrick. Very good evening. It's just gone 11 o'clock. These are your latest news headlines. Now we start with some breaking news that a 41-year-old man has died and at least 6 others are injured after a large metal support beam collapsed onto a crowd at the Big Church Festival in West Sussex. The incident happened at around 3:40 this afternoon at the Christian Music and Worship event on the Whiston Estate, prompting emergency services to rush to the scene. The festival has been placed on full lockdown, with all performances halted as paramedics and specialist response teams treat those affected. Elsewhere, 7 more men have been arrested as part of an operation to disrupt organised crime in the wake of the A66 crash, taking the total number of arrests to 24. It comes as more than 200 police officers from across the country have been drafted into Middlesbrough as fear of gang violence grows. Since Saturday's crash, the one that killed 2 police officers and 5 young men, a series of suspected gang-related incidents have taken place. A 7-year-old girl and her aunt were killed in a house fire, another home round, and a 39-year-old man was also stabbed in broad daylight. At this time, police have not confirmed a link between the crash and the 3 incidents. Residents of Middlesbrough are fearing that things could get even worse unless the police get a grip of the situation. Shadow Police and Crime Minister Matt Vickers told GB News that there were serious problems facing the police.
In Cleveland, we've got a really acute problem. We've got an issue that it's a small force.
We've got some huge levels of deprivation in this part of the world. All of our public services in this part of the world actually are facing real pressure. They need funding. They don't just need 200 police today and tomorrow. They need to see that investment to put more police on the streets. And what they had since this government came in, obviously under the last government, police numbers across the country hit a record high. In recent times, they've been hit, the police force and the fire brigade, with that national insurance rise. Yes, we taxed our own police off the streets.
Hundreds of people hit by cancelled heating oil orders during the Iran war are being offered compensation after suppliers were warned by the competition watchdog. Around 800 customers have already been notified, with hundreds more set to be contacted, while around 1,700 people are thought to have been affected. Some were forced to pay between £150 and £350 more for replacement oil after prices soared by 92% at their peak. And the UK is deploying a rapid deployment team to Nepal to support British nationals and their families affected by devastating flash floods. The team will arrive in Kathmandu tomorrow and work alongside the British Embassy and local authorities. That's as the UK provides £5 million in humanitarian support. The death toll from the devastating floods has risen to over 560, with 33 people from the UK still missing, including a 13-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy. That's as officials warn that there is a significant risk of another major flood. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. Now it's back to Patrick.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
All right, let me round up all of Saturday's newspaper front pages for you. The Daily Mail, they go for surrender. John Healey quit in protest at Starmer's refusal to spend 3% on defence. But now, as Chancellor, he's shelved the same target. So there you go. The Mirror, King's support for tragic police families. The King there, of course, is doing his best to try to, in some way, shape or form, keep morale up amongst the police force. This is after the deaths of those two serving police officers in the A66 horror crash. The Weekend. Burnham bounce. Labour leapfrogs Farage in polls after he loses voters to Restore. I do think it is a case very much of which poll you look at there. But yes, The Sun. First Harry and Meg. Now Fergie's coming home. And this is Sarah Ferguson. Sorry, I did not know she'd gone, actually, but she was in an exile, apparently, in the US. She's swooping back in under the cover of Harry and Meghan's private jet. So there you are. The Times. PM warned over stupid tax raid on capital gains. The Express. Burnham vows to stay out of assisted dying debate. Now, I might talk about this because I actually... I kind of want him to have a view. He is supposedly a Roman Catholic. His kids, I think, go to a Catholic school. You kind of... I feel like we know what his view probably is on this, but he doesn't want to actually come out and tell us. And I don't know. I feel like this is a bit weak. Anyway, the Daily Telegraph. Are America's Falklands threat to Britain? This is the big story. We're going to be leading on this one in just 1 second. But The Guardian, we have nothing left. The flood took everything away. These are reports from Nepal. Right, let's get stuck straight into the Daily Telegraph's front page. And, well, it's a big one because boost defence spending or we will withdraw support for sovereignty of the Falkland Islands. The United States has threatened to oppose British sovereignty over the Falkland Islands if Andy Burnham doesn't increase defence spending. The proposal is among measures being drawn up by senior defence officials at the Pentagon as an incentive to hit NATO's 5% spending pledge. This is obviously linked to what is on the front of the Daily Mail as well. So you've got those stories side by side there. But let me try and get you a little bit more detail on this. I would expect the UK to receive special attention because it has so much potential, a White House official has said, or a Pentagon official has said. We will therefore continue efforts to incentivise and enable the UK to step up in a major way. OK, not very friendly from the US, this, is it, Jamie?
Well, I think it's actually quite sad to see how under Labour you have seen the relationship between Britain and the United States not feel as strong. It doesn't feel as strong as it used to be, and certainly when you read things like this, you can't have ever imagined that being said maybe a decade ago. I think what's very important, first of all, is the Falkland Islands are British. They will always be British. It's not up to America to decide what is British or not. That is our sovereign territory. But what is important is about committing to that 3.5%. Reform have committed to doing that if we win the general election. But also linking this to Healey. I agree you should link this to the Mail story, because actually what you have seen under Labour is so much chaos when it comes to defence. We've seen operational errors, we've seen operational poor decisions, lack of operational defence, and then you see the Defence Secretary resign over something to do with funding, and then is now in charge of money and is sort of unable to fund it. So it's all a bit embarrassing. But the biggest threat, I think, to Britain at the moment, where I feel we are vulnerable, is our overseas territories, because we saw what happened in Cyprus. We were very vulnerable there, and I dread to think how vulnerable we might be in St Helena, Ascension Island, even our Antarctic territory. So I think this is hopefully going to raise a key point, which is that we need to make sure we're defending all of the realm, which includes our overseas territories.
What do you think about this, Ada?
Yes, I mean, I don't like the Falklanders being used as leverage like this, you know, but this defence spending, I think, is not treated as urgent as it should be. There has been polling that, you know, we believe that there needs to be more spent on defence. And sometimes these things are binary. It's either defence or NHS, or it's either defence or the welfare. Actually, you know, I think Britain, talking about welfare, I think we are highly addicted to welfarism, and I think that should be actually the first place we touch, because there are too many people on it that should not be on it. For starters, you may have seen the video of a lady who went viral saying she refused to do work that's not meaningful. Well, I'm sorry, love, you know, our country has bills to pay. Get to work.
She was on PIP. This woman was on PIP. Taxpayer funded, and you're right. She was on a different radio show, and she was saying, "Oh, well, I don't find this work meaningful. I couldn't work at Boots because I didn't find it meaningful." All right, so what? We'll all work and pay your benefits.
Exactly. But, you know, it's costing a national security. It's costing us having, you know, to look to America for defence, and this is not good.
Yes. So I'm a bit conflicted about this, because if defence spending really is so important as we're being led to believe, which I do believe it is, and we're seeing headline after headline on the front pages about the threat from Russia, threats from China, and we also just know that exists. And also we're being told by Andy Burnham and kind of everyone really, you know, we need to keep funneling money to Ukraine because the big threat there is Russia, and, you know, Russia could be sweeping through Europe. But this utter refusal to hit defence spending targets that could now potentially cause us a bit of a mess with the Falklands. Like, why are they doing this?
So I think there are a few weird facets to the story where, you know, America has a position of neutrality but recognises our administration of the Falkland Islands. And we all know that Keir Starmer and, well, we don't know what Andy Burnham feels about Trump and their relationship yet. You know, it's still a new romance, I suppose. But, you know, Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, the leader of Argentina, is a close friend of the Trump administration ideologically, and I think personally he gets along with a lot of the top guys there. So you can understand why that would be a reason that they would maybe falter on the Falklands, because, you know, Javier Milei, I think, tweeted or gave out a statement not a couple of months ago saying, you know, the Falklands, Las Malvinas are ours, etc., etc. You saw the stunt after the World Cup semi-final. But I think there's a real cognitive dissonance here, where you've got Trump going, yes, we need to get defence spending in Europe up, but then he's engaged in the Iran war. And, you know, people are saying if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, it's going to cause a recession next year. Quite a decent-sized recession, which means that we won't be able to spend it on defence. We'll have to, you know, pay out people who are massively economically impacted by his decisions. So I think that you can either have one or the other.
There's a slightly baffling idea. OK, so if America withdraws support for British sovereignty of the Falklands over us not committing to our NATO target, well, then the only other island country that thinks it's got any claim over it, even though they don't, is Argentina, which is not a NATO member. So, like, you'd be hammering a NATO member, potentially weakening us strategically and all of that, so that eventually maybe these islands could be given away to someone who is not even in NATO.
And they've just had to give Argentina a massive bailout as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not even like they're...
And also, I think operationally, it makes no sense for the United States to not be able to use what is an unsinkable warship, which is the Falkland Islands. You know, let's be real. This is just like the Chagos Islands. These are unsinkable battleships that are hugely valuable, just like Guam and Hawaii is, for global security. So I think that anything other than one of your allies having sovereignty of those islands would be a huge error.
All right. Well, let's talk about the kind of domestic political ramifications of this. The Daily Mail's front page, surrender. John Healey quitting protest. We all know what happened there. Because Starmer wouldn't fund 3% defence spending, 3% of GDP by 2030. Now he's Chancellor. And this was the running joke, wasn't it? Oh, I wonder what Healey's going to do about defence. We all I assumed that he would do it because it would be too hypocritical of him not to. And it looks like now he's... Yeah, and the thing for me about this, Aldo, is that I thought, was this all just a game from Healey? Was it all part of the fanfare of if I resign now, I'll bring down Keir Starmer? And it wasn't actually ever about our armed forces or our soldiers or anything.
Yeah, that's probably the issue, isn't it? And I think whether it's a game or not, what it looks like is incompetence, but more than that. We're never reaching the goals we're setting. You know, the plans that we're making and the targets, we're never reaching them. So what does that communicate to the electorate? They're not for us. They're not for the state, you know, for the national security of this country. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, we need to understand fully why they haven't met that 3.5%. He said that it's going to other things, but why isn't enough money for everything to be covered when it comes to the defence of this nation?
Well, he's still committed to the 3.5. I know this is, semantics, but he's still committed to the 3.5% by 2035. He just hasn't set the date that we'd achieve 3%, which was billed at 2030 as a kind of 5-year run for the government, and then another 5 years to go up, 0.5%. So I think, in fairness, he hasn't written off the 3.5% target that Trump and international partners have agreed to. It's just the specification of when we'll hit the 3.0% is the thing here. And I said this in the first or the second hour, that the reason that John Healey resigned and Alistair Cairns, as the Minister for the Armed Forces, resigned wasn't just about the pure number, it was about the allocation of the spending. And I do think that there will be, serious conversations within the Treasury now John Healey's in charge about the allocation of the spending, making sure that we're not buying things and spending money on things that will be out of date within a year, within 2 years, which was one of the main concerns that Alistair Cairns had with the Defence Investment Plan. So I think there is, I wouldn't expect it on a front page, but, I think there is a bit more depth to this than meets the eye.
Yeah. And I think
I
think that's fine, for us discussing it here, but for people who may not be involved in politics, who may not know the intricacies and the ins and outs and the depths of these things, what they see is he resigned on account of something that he's now saying he can't do. So I just think they need to be more mindful of either making promises and then not meeting them or whatever other excuse they might have.
It's like the no taxes on the working class thing again, isn't it? And then we've had 50-odd or 60-odd, I think, new taxes under Labour, many of whom are paid by people who are working class. And, it's like that.
It was working people. It was, and then they tried to say it was only if you earn less than...
Yeah.
I thought this was...
It was ridiculous.
I'll put it on the record. I thought this was absolutely ridiculous that we put this in the manifesto and we committed to no tax increases.
Right.
I mean, it's 5 years. What if there's a recession? What if... so many things can happen in 5 years. I think it's so silly to... no one was voting Labour because they committed to no taxes.
But then they have to do the mental gymnastics and they have to try to sell it. Well, by working people, we meant this, which is why we've not actually broken our promise. Yeah. And this is what I think this looks a little bit like. To most people out there, you're looking at it and you're seeing a bloke who's quitting because we're not hitting 3% GDP by 2030 on defence spending. Yeah. And now he's not bothered about that, apparently.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's totally right that there was an opportunity to get promoted to Chancellor by bringing down Starmer's government, and what serious office of state could you think of to get a resignation from? Of course, defence. That was a grubby deal, I think, done very much with the intention of bringing down the Prime Minister. And you know what? You see it from the uni party. It's what they do. Rishi did it. It's what they do. It's what they do.
All right. Oh, well,
do we have time?
No.
That's fine.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I felt bad. We could have probably done it by now. Right. Okay. OK, when we come back, the Daily Telegraph is reporting a Reform UK-led council is to become the first to pay for town council security guards to protect residents from asylum seekers. We'll talk about that. And I want to know your views on this. Should Andy Burnham tell us what his view is on assisted dying? That's on 2 front pages. That's next.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Late Edition. Now, I want to bring up a newspaper that's talking about the assisted dying issues, the Daily Express. Now, I don't normally talk too much about assisted dying, mainly because it's, by definition, very bleak. However, I find this interesting. Maybe it's just me. I find this very interesting. Andy Burnham is vowing to stay out of the assisted dying vote. Now, this is a massive deal. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on here. This is a huge deal. We're either going to continue to be a country that does not have assisted dying, or we're going to end up being a country where you can get to a certain state of physical health and, you know, off yourself. And you can make a case that this might become a bit of a slippery slope. It's a huge thing about a country. It's it's not the same thing, but it's a bit like, are you a country that has the death penalty or not? Do you have assisted dying or not? It's one of these really quite seismic things, a bit like Brexit in a way. And Andy Burnham's just not going to give us a view on this. As a Catholic, whose kids go to Catholic school, as the Prime Minister, I don't know. Is it just me? Do you think he should be telling us?
Did Keir Starmer?
But he's a wet wipe, isn't he?
Well, I don't know. I think this is... it's an issue of morality, so there's no whip. So, people can vote how they want. I actually agreed with Andy Burnham. I don't know if it was when he was Prime Minister or, in those weird 6 weeks where he was kind of Prime Minister de facto, where he said that there was no point bringing back the assisted dying debate until we as a country have sorted out palliative care and end-of-life care. And I agree with him on that, and I think it is a shame that MPs are allowed to do what they want and bring private members' bills to the House if they so wish. But I agree with him on that.
I just don't think this is an issue that... I don't think people should be demonised, by the way, for having a view one way or the other. I can see both sides of it, but I think you should tell us what your view is if you're leading the country.
And I think this is a huge sign of weakness. I think this is him trying to do... I think what we've seen with Burnham, he's trying to please everybody. He's trying to please everybody, and I think that's going to be his downfall, a bit like Starmer. And I think what he doesn't want to do is alienate a load of people too soon by having a view which is quite black or white. And, of course, very telling, that would be his own Labour MPs. He doesn't want to lose some friends. I'm sure the MPs that were very much behind that campaign were very much behind him also, so lots of them were on the left of the party.
And the reason why I think this is so important is because this is not really, for me, just about the assisted dying thing, which is big in this country, but this is a deep moral question. And our Prime Minister here is now clearly coming across for me as a man who is saying, I'm not going to tell you what my morals are here.
I think we're at a stage now that people want to actually know their politicians. They don't just want bureaucrats in Westminster, and he did come out and present himself as this kind of, I'm your everyday man, and I'm here to listen. He comes across as very warm and very personable, and it is a little bit disappointing that we don't get to see what he actually thinks on the moral things, not just the political questions of the day, but this is how you actually get to know the real values and principles of your Prime Minister. And I don't know if he has the luxury to just say, no, not now.
I can sort of see his view, the sense that he doesn't want to unduly influence the argument amongst MPs, because you could see lobbyists from both sides of the argument going, oh well, Andy's on side, so you should really consider your position in the PLP. We don't want to upset Andy.
He could not tell us, but then he could vote on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he's saying, my understanding of this story is that he's not going to do that.
That's true.
It's an occupational hazard when you're a politician that you will have an opinion that somebody else might disagree with. And I thought the whole art of politics was trying to convince people that what you believe in is the right thing, get people to change their mind. So as Prime Minister, you're a senior office of state, you're a senior figure. If you believe one way or another, which he will, then would you not want to make that case to the country? You are the Prime Minister, you are in politics. I don't understand people that don't want to try and change people's minds in politics. I get a lot of pleasure out of converting a Labour voter into a Reform voter, and I think Labour canvassers would get the same the other way around. That's politics. We seem to now live in a political world, where it's all about playing safe. We need opinions, we need debate. And by the way, the whole assisted dying thing hasn't had the right debate. That's another big point.
Well, and this is one of the reasons I feel so strongly about it, because actually I think we walked into a situation in a nation with which now I think we have ludicrous abortion laws. I'm not anti-abortion as a thing, as I know some people are, especially, the kind of Christian right and all that. I'm not totally anti-abortion. I don't think you should be able to abort a child like a week before its due date. I think that's...
Are they the laws? Here?
Well, there was conversations about that and whether or not this should be allowed to happen in this country. And I don't know. My concern with this is that the assisted dying vote got so mental last time, talking about there was one bloke, I won't name him, but he's in the House of Lords, and he was talking about basically whether or not someone with autism or someone with Down syndrome could go through the assisted dying thing, kind of if they were healthy, but they had that. And it's like, hang on a minute, what are we doing here? Are we going to end up with a situation where people who are feeling depressed, 20 years down the line, we're in a situation where people who are feeling depressed can do it. And I don't know, I just feel like our Prime Minister shouldn't be washing his hands of this.
I think in the last round of the debate, especially as the private members' bill, eventually died in the House of Lords, the worst sides of both sides of the debate came out. It was your kind of almost characteristically just nonsense on both sides, and there wasn't serious conversations about palliative care and about end-of-life care and improving those as a state capacity first. And I think, I think they floated the idea, I don't know if it ever got committed, I know it got leaked, the idea of a national care service. I think we need to look at establishing that and establishing greater state standards for end-of-life care before we start this debate again, because I just don't think it's productive at all. And I think you'll find a lot of people exploiting it in the state of our healthcare at the moment. And I do understand why he's chosen not to, because then, his enemies could use it as, well, the government want to kill your nan, to put it bluntly. And I do empathise with that. I do.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. I know it divides people. It's also, I get it's a bit of a grim topic to talk about, but I do think it's important, mainly because in this particular situation, I think it tells us a little bit about what the character of our new Prime Minister is. If you're gonna try and duck out of this, right? We've still got a couple of minutes in this particular section, so should we just bring up the Times quickly? PM warned over stupid tax raid on capital gains. The economic advisor says policy would cost the UK money. Andy Burnham has been warned by a senior ally that increasing taxes on wealth in the budget would be stupid because it would encourage entrepreneurs to leave the country. I'm worried that we are going to have more, good wealth creators leaving Britain in the near future.
I just feel the wrong people are punished in the country now. We've had how many millionaires leave in 2025? About 12 to 16,000. I can't remember the number at the top of my head. Look, I don't like this term, shirkers and scroungers and all these things. However, if you combine things like your tighter regulations in the employment rights bills, and then you have national insurance increases, national minimum wage and things like that, and then now you have, prospectively, they're coming after the wealth that you've built again. It just feels like this country does not like its business owners, and that is not a good message to send. It hasn't worked before, right? It has not worked before, and I don't know what they think they're going to do differently to raise whatever they think they can raise to cover, holes in defence budgets and upcoming budgets and so on and so forth. So, it's not going to work. Find the money somewhere else. You've had pseudo-economists, debunked for these claims before as well, Gary Stevenson's documentary and so on. So I don't know why they're beating a dead horse on this.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a whole combination of things, unfortunately, that are making Britain a less and less desirable place to live.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not even sure if taxation is the number one thing. I think a lot of it is just how a lot of people feel about this country at the moment. I think a lot of people don't feel like they live in England at the moment. I think a lot of people actually don't like the state of the country in lots of different aspects of it. But when it comes to this, I think it's just a real lack of long-term thinking. If you want to fund really good services, then you have to have some sort of revenue. That revenue doesn't have to be generated through taxation of people's income. That could be generated through lots of other forms. And what we need to see is the economy booming so that you've got lots of ways you can take small bits of money from various different groups that you can take it from. Where I think we see everything go wrong is this short-termism, win the day, win the week's headlines, not actually thinking about what the economy's going to look like in the future. And alongside that, you see excessive spending, whether that's on things like net zero, whether that's on ideological things, rather than what the economy actually needs to function.
And it's the first time that I can remember in my lifetime, beyond the usual cohort of people that you might have met at school or uni who always wanted to, say, go and live in America, or they always wanted to go and train as a doctor in Australia. There's always been a bit of that. But it's the first time I can really feel in my lifetime now where I am coming into contact regularly with younger people, especially, whose sole ambition is go and work abroad, go and work abroad, go and work abroad. And I think it's stuff like this, and I'm very worried about that.
Maybe it's circles you mix in. No, I think this story, fair enough for the Times to get him on the record, but this story has been sort of leaked and briefed and all the rest of it a few times over the last couple of weeks. So he's clearly willing to die on this hill of wealth taxes. I think that, I don't know, I think a wealth tax is quite difficult to do. The one that's currently floated is assets over, I think it's 10 million are taxed at a 2% annual rate, which is, fine in principle, but then it hinges on quite difficult valuations. Like most people I know that own their house only get it valued when they're going to sell it. Like you don't have an up-to-date valuation. So there are lots of practical and logistical issues that would cost the government quite a lot to figure out. I don't know. I think the manifesto pledge to not raise taxes was stupid. You know, the Iran war, you know, anything could happen. Like I think the Iran war is going to cause massive squeeze on public finances, and we probably will have to raise taxes.
We're spending so much money on other stuff, though. You know, if we'd cut our cloth and it was like you didn't look around and see astronomical amounts of waste on stuff that no one gives a toss about or don't think should be happening anyway, and we needed the money, I could look at this and go, well, maybe we're all signed up to some kind of deep national effort here. But there's so many things going on now that we just don't consent to. And it's like, well, why are we paying for that? But anyway.
Yeah, maybe we need our own Doge department. Maybe it's not where can we get the money from, but what is being wasted.
I mean, that was a disaster in the US.
Oh, we can do it better. We're Britain.
They said that, they were going to save $3 trillion. I don't even think they cracked 100 million. They took a lot of funding away from USAID, which then had to be reinstated because they killed quite a few people in Africa.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can't.
Doge was a complete disaster.
Well, that's probably a shame on Africa, speaking as an African.
It's first principles, isn't it? We are a democracy. People haven't voted for the things they're paying for right now, whether that's hotels for illegal migrants or various other things. People haven't voted for what is being bought by the government.
All right, OK, let's move ourselves on because the Daily Telegraph tomorrow are reporting that a Reform UK-led council is going to become the first to pay for town centre security guards to protect residents from asylum seekers. Very much looking forward to talking about that. That's next.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back. So this story is actually inside tomorrow's Daily Telegraph, but it's an interesting one. Reform UK-led council is going to become the first to pay for town centre security guards to protect residents from asylum seekers. This is Peter Harris, who's the leader of Essex County Council, said that he was launching Operation Vanguard to pay for a private security presence in Braintree, Colchester and Chelmsford, where migrants housed at that former military barracks RAF Wethersfield have been taken by bus to spend their free time. So he actually visited the former RAF Wethersfield base this month, said that security guards were a response to community concerns, particularly amongst women and girls, over gatherings of male asylum seekers in the town and city centres. In what is believed to be a first move of its kind by a council, Mr Harris has said that it would provide a visible presence of 2 officers per centre, I'm assuming that means per town centre, to reassure residents and deter antisocial behaviour by migrants. Well, go on then, Jamie. This is your council, isn't it?
Well, it's, the only way is Essex. We are leading the way here. And first of all, one of the biggest concerns on the doorstep during the election was the safety of women and girls, especially in places like Epping, Chelmsford, Colchester, Braintree. And we've seen what happens if this is overlooked. We now have a government that's admitted women and girls are in danger, hence their brochure. And so I think this is the administration responding appropriately and proportionately to deal with it. People want to see action, not words. There's very few things a council can actually do. This is one of the things we've explored and can be done. It's for a £2.1 billion authority. This is not going to be excessive cost. And you know what? Even if it was, I think the people of Essex would vote for it anyway.
I would never wish to undermine the very grand title of Operation Vanguard. You know, you're inspired of a kind of Churchillian phrase here. This is 6 security guards across 3 towns. Like, it's not, you know, the way it's been made out makes it seem like you're going to have, you know, an armed militia on every corner ready to, you know, get someone. It's Braintree, Colchester and Chelmsford town centres and 2 security guards in each.
So what it is the areas...
So it's 6 security guards.
So just to be really clear, there's a huge migrant camp called Wethersfield. It is growing in population from 800 to nearly 1,500. It might go up even more. These men are bussed into these town centres. There is absolute links to how women are feeling in those areas at certain times. What we are doing is putting the safety of women and girls seriously by putting these security people there. Now, if you think it's a bit of an over-the-top name, I don't think that's what matters. What matters is the outcome. And if that means a young girl can walk down those streets and feel safe, we should welcome it.
Well, I mean, you know, I think, you know, the town that I grew up in occasionally had council security guards, you know. They're not PCSOs, it's the council enforcement officers, are they called? They change council, but they're often just kind of dossers that just walk up and down. Like, they're not particularly serious, you know, SIA security enforcers, you know, not these big brutes that would step in, you know, they'd look at someone smoking and go, oh, you're not put your cigarette down.
Very high-level procurement to make sure we have not just got any old, you know, sort of G4S guy that's going to walk around and say, please don't do that. These are serious people.
Well, what do you think about this? Because what we have seen, and when I went to Crowborough, and you see it in other places as well, there are these civilian groups that do go around, you know, where body cam footage, it's all, you know, where body cams and just kind of local patrols, right? Which, look, broadly speaking, I am in favour of, and certainly the ones that I met were all, you know, very mild-mannered people. You weren't any lunatics or anything like that. But I suppose in some areas there is the potential, whilst the strength of feeling is incredibly strong as it is, you know, there is the potential for some people maybe to overstep the mark or become what might be, cross the line into what might be described as a vigilante group. Whereas if the council steps in and goes, tell you what, you know, we'll remove even any chance of that because we're doing it ourselves. Is that a good thing, do you think?
Yes, it is. I think the Home Office should foot the bill, not local councils, because they are responsible, you know, for the problems that, you know, you have 73,000 people being dispersed across the country. The fact that it has to come to this where people... And by the way, what we need to understand, because people hear reform council and think it's a partisan right-wing thing, but concerns are coming from women and girls. And I think that's always sidelined when we hear things like this. It's not a partisan thing. Why are these people here? And you mentioned the brochures. Of course, a 9-page brochure by the Home Office themselves talking about consent, talking about women's safety. Why are they doing that if there's no issue to talk about, if there's no issue to be exposed? And also, there's this kind of idea that there's no correlation or there's no nothing to see here, that kind of vibe. I think as well as this kind of taking matters into your own hands, so to speak, I think we do need to probably, it's come now to that time where we need to understand more about whether there is a correlation or an increase of crime, particularly sexual assault crimes, as the rates of asylum cases and immigration has increased. We don't have that. There's no national data set for that, and I think that's the problem. We have had that in places like Sweden, where they have found that there was a correlation, and I think we probably need to have that conversation here.
Yeah, be nice to have the facts or the full facts on it. Just touching on your point there that you're saying about it's not being a left and a right issue. I was looking over at some of the public speaking events that have taken place in Piddington, actually, and I've seen this elsewhere. I saw it in Crowborough. I see it, and you probably see it around your neck of the woods as well, where actually, and I find this quite sad, that there are, especially women who I think, and I'm gauging this based on some of the things they say, who are not right-wing, really, have never been right-wing. Maybe some of them haven't even really been political at all, but now feel so endangered, because they are so endangered by this, that they're kind of having to get a microphone in a public square and say some pretty, hardline stuff that opens them up to all this criticism of, like, you're a far-right fascist. And they're just like young mums who are terrified. I think that's really sad that we're putting these women in this position.
I completely agree, and I think also what annoys me is how there could have been other opportunities to have maybe had this sort of arrangement in place in other places, and how many less victims of crime may we have had if there had just been that visibility of security. But labelling, I mean, my mum's one of these people. She was not actually politically engaged at all. She was so angry with what went on in Epping that she starts going to places that gets called far right every single time she turns up by mainstream media, which makes her even more determined to go to prove a point. And now she's a local councillor on this very council. And I think actually what the left have done by vilifying some of these women that have just stood up for their community and their children, nothing's going to get in the way of a mum with their children's safety. No, actually what it's done, I think, is engaged a whole load of women who had never been engaged in politics before. And actually I think Reform as a party has been a mechanism for that. And I think that actually what has happened is we now have more women in politics than perhaps we did a year or so ago because of this.
Well, possibly. Well, look, we'll return to that. But I do want to talk about this when we come back, because this is on the front page of The Sun. Well, Fergie is back in Britain months after she was stripped of her title by King Charles amid worsening Epstein allegations. She's been in America, I think. And she's back. I didn't even know she'd gone. Honestly, sorry, I didn't know she'd gone. But she's back now. So we'll see what that means.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
If you're heading away for the final weekend of summer, there is some drier and brighter weather on the cards for Spain and Italy. Very hot in the Mediterranean. Some quite intense thunderstorms, though, affecting parts of northern Italy in towards Slovenia and Croatia as well through Thursday and Friday and into the weekend. They will tend to fade away. You can see that very hot and sunny weather across the Mediterranean, and it's going to stay that way into next week as well, with temperatures in the mid-30s. Bye-bye.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Your views.
Just to be clear, my viewers are frustrated.
Your voice.
Lots of you guys getting in touch.
Your perspective.
Before these two start fisticuffs.
Your issues.
What is the official party line?
Your concerns.
Do you agree with that?
Your show.
Are you keeping up? Good.
I'm so excited to be back this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Jubes & Co. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Okay, welcome back. Let's bring up the front page of tomorrow's Sun newspaper because Sarah Ferguson is back. It comes after she was evicted from Royal Lodge in Windsor in February along with Andrew and has not set foot in the UK for at least 7 months. She's now reportedly renting a £10,000 a month six-bedroom property. Where's the money coming from? She was stripped of her Duchess of York title amid worsening Epstein allegations. It was reported she asked Jeffrey Epstein for advice in dealing with her £6 million debt pile while he was still in jail for soliciting prostitution from a minor. A spokesman for Ms Ferguson previously told the BBC the Duchess spoke of her regret about her association with Epstein many years ago, and as they have always been, her first thoughts are with the victims. Like many people, she was taken in by his lies. As soon as she was aware of the extent of the allegations against him, she not only cut off contact but condemned him publicly.
Great, good for her, I guess.
How's she paying for this £10,000 a month six-bedroom property? It's all
speaking tour, I imagine.
Well, she had her book deals cancelled, I think, hasn't she? That rings a bell. Well, she was supposed to be cancelled. Yeah, just on the Sun's front page, Andrew's ex comeback. First Harry and Meghan, now Fergie.
I mean, what I don't get right is, so all the things going on in the world at the moment, internationally and in Britain, I don't understand why this is even front page news. And I really don't think any British people waking up in the morning, putting butter on their toast, thinking, oh my God, Fergie's back. No, wow, amazing. It's just no one cares. Honestly, no one cares.
I just assumed she was wandering. I thought she'd gone to some, like, very expensive clinic in Europe for a while. And again, people were saying, how are you funding that?
I thought she'd gone to Sandringham with him. I thought she was going to live on the lodge or whatever it's called in the hills of Sandringham. I assumed. Oh, I'm not in shot there. Sorry.
I wonder how like the King feels about all this. So you know, it's like he's got
cancer.
Got Whinge and Ginge back.
He's got cancer.
He's got cancer. Yes, and then you know, in steams Fergie.
Yeah, they've been
trying to just go away. I've not got rid of this lot.
They've been trying to bury the story for a long time, and you know, her coming back, it might bring it back into sort of public view. But I think I'm with Jamie a little bit. I think silly season is ending. We need to get back to real conversations and real politics. No one cares about her, about Harry, about Meghan. Meghan, come back quietly, please. I don't want to know or hear about you being treated as a victim or whatever. Got big boy conversations to have, I think.
She's looking, you know, in the very small corner of the Sun front page, she's looking quite trim. It's good for her, you know. She lost a bit of timber. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Was she on Monjaro? I don't know.
It's one of the weirdest things about the questions for
I don't know how you can see that from
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. And up next is The Late Show Live, hosted by Christo Fufas.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. The bank holiday weekend brings further showers and some windy weather for some areas, but will be a little bit drier for many of us as we head through this evening. That's as the area of low pressure from today moves away to the east, and we're between areas of low pressure. We've got a ridge of slightly higher pressure for a time, which means less in the way of that heavy rain that many of us may have seen through today. So a dry night to come, clear skies developing as well quite widely across northern and eastern areas. To the west, though, notice this next batch of rain is going to be quite intense and breezy by tomorrow morning. But elsewhere, it's going to be a bright and relatively fresh start to the day. Should be a little bit more comfortable tonight than it has been lately, if you've been noticing that humidity. A northerly wind will move into parts of northern Scotland through the night, so there will be a bit more cloud across the far north of Scotland in particular, a little bit of light rain as well, just feeling a little bit fresher here. More sunshine for parts of southern and central Scotland, though, feeling quite bright across parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we just escape this main band of rain. It's likely to be heaviest across the southwest of England, South Wales through the first thing tomorrow, and then that will push north and eastwards through the morning, affecting much of England and Wales through the day. The winds will strengthen across the south coast into the afternoon. We could see gusts up to 35, possibly 40 miles per hour. So quite a windy day, particularly compared to any of the weather we've seen lately. And worth noting if you're camping. Some heavy bursts of rain into the afternoon, possibly some thundery downpours as well. Dry for the north on Saturday. A wetter day to come for more northern areas on Sunday. That's as this next area of low pressure pushes up to parts of Northern Ireland and parts of western Scotland through the day. Eastern areas seeing at least a dry start to the day, but there's a chance of showers in the afternoon. And the bank holiday Monday looks a little bit drier for more southern areas, but further rain in the north. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans? Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show.